Good morning, Chatty House.
Oh, what's up, gang? Yeah, so my move is going to be I'm handing out candy tonight at my house. I bought my house 4 years ago in October. So almost exactly 4 years ago. And we've never done Halloween candy.
Do you just shut the lights off?
Yeah. And we've just never, we weren't, so the first year we were like 2 weeks into having the house.
Okay.
And we're like, we're busy. Like we don't even have furniture yet. So we didn't do it that year. And then the next year was 2020.
Oh,
so we were like, nope.
And
then 21, were we gone? We might have been on vacation. I forget. But then last year, I did not buy any candy. And I went to the store on the afternoon of Halloween and no dice.
No, you have to go to Costco and buy the giant bag.
Yeah, I just grabbed some when I was at Target. Just a few days ago, just to make sure I had some.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sit out on the porch with some beers.
Oh.
Not on the porch, but on my driveway.
Okay.
And just vibe.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have a little fire pit?
No. That way I don't have to go like to the door constantly, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to get cold.
That'll be fine. Oh, hey, 10 seconds. Here we go.
All right.
Let's have a good show, guys. Somebody get me some lights. I was in the dark. It's a Halloween episode of The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. I'm Kyle. I should have just gone in the dark. I should have just done that the whole show, but
I should just flip the lights on and I can go as Casper.
Stop.
Watch me right out of here.
All right, let's dive in. So I have a trick-or-treating like conundrum coming up that I want to discuss with you, and I would love to get everybody's input on this because I'm handing out Halloween candy for the first time ever this year, at least in my own home. I've done it before at my parents' house. Oh, that's what I did in 2021. I was at my parents' house and I handed out candy at their house.
Okay.
But since I bought my house 4 years ago, I have yet to have candy for the neighborhood children.
You're the horrible house. You're lucky you don't like have.
Right. There's definitely some kid who's like 5 and they're running bit about my house as a family is like, oh, that's the mean house.
That
house doesn't give away candy. And I'm like, no, I'm the cool house, bro. And I want to make sure they know that. I'm going to bring a cooler out. I'm going to sit on my front porch. I'm going to have a cooler out. I have beers in it for any people who walk by. I'm going to have waters in it. And I'm hoping that there's a lot of trick-or-treaters in our neighborhood. TBD on whether there are, because we don't know. We've never been there for Halloween.
We don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters on our block.
Right, because you're in the cuts.
Well, no. We're in a community. There's 2,000 houses in the lake.
Okay.
So, yeah, there is an area in the lake that is well known for like where all the trick-or-treaters go, where the whole block like goes all out.
Oh, okay.
But then there's also, you'll get some stragglers, and we have our Nightmare Before Christmas like giant
you have
characters everywhere.
Yeah.
So, but we do have 3 dogs, and every time the doorbell rings, it's like a mad dash for everybody to race to the front door and wreak havoc.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I don't want. I don't want my doorbell ringing. My doorbell doesn't even work. It doesn't connect to the doorbell in the house, so I have a ring. Okay. So it would just be my phone going off constantly. I need none of that. I don't want any of that. So I'm just going to sit on the porch and dish out candy out there, or on the driveway, I mean.
Okay. I love this because, again, I have a 20-year-old that we went through all of this, but then my 16-year-old, he still goes out with his friends.
Okay.
They'll go out tonight. This is probably their last year of going out. Then after that, it'll probably be like, come to our house, watch scary movies, and
eat candy.
And then when they're like 20 and they won't leave still, they'll be like trying to crack beers. Or
once you can legally work, go buy candy and hang out at home.
Yeah.
Like, come on. What are we doing?
Well, I mean, we go to the Costco and get the giant,
of course,
2 10-pound bags, spend like $35 on candy, and And then we're very generous because we know that there's not going to be that many trick-or-treaters. So people.
So you're the good house.
Yeah, we don't give out the full candy bars. So
but you give out a lot of the small candy bars.
Yeah, if you want to be known as the house, you give out the big candy bars.
Yeah.
But then it gets real expensive real quick.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah.
I just want to be a normal trick-or-treater house. That's all. So I'm shooting for that this year, but I do have a conundrum with teenagers that I want to discuss with you a little bit later, because we have some Western Conference stuff to get into. James Harden has been traded to the Los Angeles Clippers. We'll discuss that, but we have to talk about Monday Night Football first.
Do we, Kyle?
Yeah, the Raiders lost 26-14 to the Detroit Lions.
Do we?
Insofar as why does Josh McDaniels still have a job? Why is he still employed at 10:04 a.m. on Tuesday after their horrific loss to the Lions?
I get what you're.
We're over an hour into the business day. This should have happened by now.
I agree, Kyle.
What are we waiting on?
I feel bad for Raiders fans because, part of the reason why you're no good and you have no path forward is because your coach is no good and has no path forward. And it's one thing that, you should have, Davante Adams wants out of there. There's no question. He wants out of there. He didn't even want to talk to the media because everything he says is going to be examined and twisted and turned. And, when he says honest things, it just comes across as too honest. And people are like, okay, I think he wants out of here. Well, yeah, he does want out of there. Who wouldn't want out of there?
Any self-respecting player would.
I mean, you got him so he could play with his college buddy, and then you let his college buddy go at the end of the year
to sign a worse player.
To sign a much worse player. Yes.
I don't, and I shouldn't say if any self-respecting player should want out. I don't mean that, because if you're a player like Max Crosby, you got drafted by this team, you're still young, you can be a foundational piece of whatever rebuild that they are going to undergo. I would get that. But if you're Davante Adams, you're 30. You're the light may not be close, but you can see it for the end of your career, and specifically the end of your effectiveness as a dominant wide receiver one. And you're spending it with Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniels,
and there's no path forward.
There's very clearly no answers, because we're into the 49ers, for example. They tore it up for the first 5 weeks. They've been awful the last 3 weeks. You go, okay, how do you get back to what was working? The Raiders at no point this season through 8 weeks have had anything working. Their defense has been good enough to win them a couple games, but this offense was supposed to be the bread and butter. It's Josh McDaniels, a great offensive mind, and he's getting Jimmy Garoppolo had a ton of success with Kyle Shanahan. It's Davante Adams and Hunter Renfrow, and they drafted Michael Mayer, and they have Josh Jacobs, who led the league in rushing last year. It's all the pieces are there, and they're just not fitting together. And to me, it's a leadership problem.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. They should have fired McDaniels a while ago. And Kyle, at this point, I mean, I don't believe Aiden O'Connell is like your quarterback of the future. I don't believe they believe that Aiden O'Connell is a quarterback of the future. And that's where you start getting into this. If you're Davante Adams, at least you could be like working with a young quarterback that's going to be the answer, as opposed to what really amounts to like a mid-range retread quarterback.
That's it.
Like, sorry, that you're not going anywhere, and you're not getting to the playoffs, and you're wasting one of the few years of your career you have left.
But you see what the vision was, because you see, hey, you know what? Got some good pieces on defense. You have a really good run game. You have an excellent wide receiver in Davante Adams, and Jacoby Myers has been a revelation. He's been really good this year. And you start to see, okay, you put in Jimmy Garoppolo and you can kind of try and replicate the success that the 49ers had with him. And it's just not happening. Like, that is a misfire that to me, based on what we've seen of the Josh McDaniels tenure, gets you ousted. There's not enough success to fall back on to justify moving forward with this guy in charge of your team.
No, I totally agree.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I think, some of the worst part of even like watching last night's game, like Garoppolo just showed you that's exactly who he always overthrows.
Mm-hmm.
And one deep throw after another where Davante Adams was wide open. Like, we're talking 60, 80-yard touchdowns multiple times.
Brutal. So brutal.
Overthrew him. Like, what are you doing? And that's where, again, if I'm him, I'm like, get me out of here now, please. And if you don't want to hear, get me out of here, please, then we might have to do something like I may have pulled my hamstring and I'm going to miss some time. And like, if I'm him, I don't want to take any more hits for this team. This is just a bad situation. It's a bad team. It's a bad franchise. They have been for decades. And here you are stuck in this situation where this is not what he signed up for.
Not even a little bit.
He signed up to play with Derek Carr.
Yes.
That's what he signed up for.
Who is a good downfield passer.
Well, more than that, it's his friend. Like, that's why he came to Las Vegas.
Right.
Like, he wanted to play with Derek Carr.
From Fresno State.
And you just ushered him out the door, blamed him for everything. And then, why couldn't you have just kept building on what you had if that's what you were going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Where you had like one of the best receivers in the league and the league's leading rusher and a halfway decent quarterback. And now you've just taken steps back because it's not like you gave Garoppolo a 5-year deal or something.
Well, and you saw the vision a little bit because Derek Carr, I think that relationship with Derek Carr and the Raiders had kind of run its course. So you move on, but make a real investment. Don't go sign a player who's in the exact same tier as he is.
Yeah.
Where, you might, one of Derek Carr's issues is like late in games, he just doesn't like cut it loose.
Mm-hmm.
It's checkdowns. It's throwing it away on 4th down with the game on the line. It's like, dude, make it. With Jimmy, he's going to cut it loose, but there's a strong chance it's going directly into a linebacker's chest. And he can't play under pressure at all.
Or 3 feet over the top.
Or he's over right.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. If you're gonna make that dramatic of a move after making a deal with Davante Adams, I don't. It's going lateral at best with Jimmy Garoppolo was always destined to fail.
But it was a lateral move for the Raiders and for Josh McDaniels. It was a comfort person. It was someone that he was with in New England. This move, it was
so. Yeah. So Will Warner brings up in our chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320, says Adams has said repeatedly he was never just there for Derek. No, I don't doubt that. He wouldn't have gone for one player.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he went there to win. And adding Jimmy Garoppolo and replacing Derek Carr with Jimmy Garoppolo is not helpful. So that's where I think the Derek Carr aspect of this comes in is, okay, you're going to move on from Derek Carr, which is, I think, part of what lured Adams to Vegas. You're going to move on from him for something worse. Like that's not going to fly. Davante Adams should not be in a situation where he's getting 5 targets and 1 catch and 11 yards. That's just not.
I totally agree. And while Derek Carr might not have been the only reason he went to Las Vegas, let's not act like there isn't a whole bunch of spin right there. The main reason he went to Las Vegas was to go play with his friend.
Right. If the Raiders had traded for Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams would have been fine. But I think when it's Jimmy Garoppolo instead of Derek Carr, you're going, okay, that's where that comes into play.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, this is from Marcus Mosher, who covers the Raiders for the USA Today Sports Media Group. Says Jimmy Garoppolo is 1 for 4 with a pick in his last 3 starts on passes beyond 20 air yards.
Yeah.
He's thrown 4 passes more than 20 yards down the field in his last 3 starts.
Yeah, Brock Purdy throws like 6 of those a game.
Yeah. No idea where they're going.
It's just wild. It's wild to see it.
Yeah. So tough times for Jimmy Garoppolo, tough times for Josh McDaniels. I firmly believe that the best move for the Raiders is canning Josh McDaniels immediately and figuring it out from there.
I totally agree.
That's just I'm fascinated to see what next week looks like if he's still their coach. Fascinated. Because I don't know how many guys want to play for him anymore. But
I don't want to play for him.
Maybe they bounce back and win, and it's like, oh wow, look at Josh McDaniels. He kept the locker room, and they're going to start rolling. Maybe that's on the table.
That's a worst case scenario.
I am just not going to buy it until I see it.
Yep.
Right. James Harden is in the Western Conference. What does that mean for the Sacramento Kings? We'll talk about that next on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320.
What's going on, everybody?
Rock on.
I think Ramsey won the belt again.
2 in a row to start the week.
I think we're just gonna have to call it the Ramsey.
It's like the Larry O'Brien, but the Ramsey.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying something different with rejoins today. We still have 3 minutes, so we got time. But
Rob W., I think we're going to discuss this Clippers thing right now. So I'm not going to talk about it during the break. Are we going to get our NFL rankings in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get that in for sure.
Yeah, we'll get the 11 o'clock hour.
I've got that, dude. We're good.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that the 76ers got all of this for James Harden.
I didn't even look at the...
Daryl Morey might be the exec of the year, dog.
Dude, he needs to be fired. Let's see. Marcus Morris, not a great player anymore. Robert Covington. I like Covington.
I think he can contribute.
Batum really can't contribute. I like KJ Martin more
Good
than
player.
I like most of the others.
Same.
2026 and 28 first round.
Unprotected.
2 second rounders and a pick swap to 76ers for James Harden and PJ Tucker. Well, the problem that you have is I think the two best players in that trade are still James Harden and PJ Tucker. I don't know.
I think Covington can contribute for Philly. I think KJ Martin can contribute for Philly. And then you get the 26 and 28 first round picks unprotected from an LA team that by 26 or 28 might really suck.
Yeah, they think that they're going to be able to go out and, that's what they're pitching everyone this morning. Like I see articles already. The real plan is what they're going to go get that star.
Okay.
Everyone just wants to deal with Daryl Morey. They just want to give him their all-star level players.
They wake up every day and go, how can I better Daryl Morey's life today?
Exactly. How can I ensure that Daryl Morey stays employed?
1 minute.
Hit that thumbs up button if you guys are in here early.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
You don't even have to do anything for that. You just click on it. It doesn't ask you to fill anything out or anything. You just smash that like button. It's like Facebook.
Did we get winners from yesterday?
We did not.
We don't know.
Well, there were winners that was not given names.
Fred Slacks is a winner.
Come on, this is hard.
Fred Slacks is a winner.
All right, 20 seconds. All right. Yeah, I was gonna do a costume today, but then I'm busy. So, all right, 10 seconds. Board's hot. Yeah, we are. The Western Conference.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Got a shake up in the middle of the night. It's so funny that this trade broke at close to midnight Pacific.
Oh, I was sitting there like, oh, that's big. And then my son calls. He's like, you see this? Like I'd already gone to bed.
Yeah.
But my son was downstairs. Like, and he calls like, did you see James Harden just got traded?
Hang on. Stop. Your son called you?
Well, yeah, because he knew I was already in bed, so he was going to call, and instead of like going up and like just opening the door and waking me up.
He didn't text you?
No, yeah, which is strange. That's very strange. Yeah, you're right. Because normally he's like, he does.
Dad, I'm downstairs.
Yeah,
check this out.
Normally he does text. I didn't even catch on to that. I mean, I was like, I was ready to go to sleep. I don't know. I was watching what is it? The Reptile on Netflix, and Lo and behold, boom, Woj bomb, almost midnight.
Wow.
I was gonna text you, but I was like, "Oh, Kyle's already asleep."
Well, you sent me the tweet, but then no additional info.
Oh, that night I did?
Yeah, you just
last
sent the
night
tweet.
I did? Okay.
Yeah. But that was it. There was nothing more attached. And I was like, no, it's perfect. That's all I need. But yeah, I'm on Do Not Disturb, dog. Fire off your texts.
Yeah.
The only people that can reach me on Do Not Disturb are like my folks and my wife.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want to hear from a coworker.
I need to be in the inner circle.
The
circle of trust.
No, because I want you to be able to text me after I've gone to bed. So you're very much gonna stay on the outside of the DND.
There
list.
it is.
But the James Harden trade doesn't move me at all on the Clippers. I'm just out on James Harden. I understand he led the league in assists last year, but I don't see how it works with him and Russell Westbrook, and it's Paul George and it's Kawhi Leonard sometimes. He's just not. I just don't think he's that guy now. He's just not the explosive playmaker he was.
There's one ball. That's it. Like,
so
it's a mess.
So we say this every single time a quote unquote super team comes together, right? I'm not even going to give this the dignity of calling it a super team because Russell Westbrook is past his prime, James Harden's past his prime, Paul George past his prime, Kawhi Leonard I think would still be there if he was healthy. So you have this group of talented players, right? And typically, I think the one ball thing gets overrated a little bit. On the other hand, I think it's going to be a problem with this group because who has it? Are you staggering Russell Westbrook and James Harden? Are you asking Harden to play off the ball? Are you asking Russell Westbrook to play off the ball? Paul George is going to want it. Kawhi Leonard, especially late in games, wants the ball in his hands. This is where the one ball thing, to me, becomes a problem.
Yeah, for me, it's not about shots. It's about the fact that you got a bunch of dudes who dribble the air out of the ball.
Yes.
Like, I swear James Harden has dribbled the ball so many times in a game that the ball went flat. I mean, he's gone over 600 dribbles in a game. No joke.
That's so many dribbles.
No, I'm not joking. 600 dribbles.
That's so many times.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Like super team, this is not, to me, it's not. This is like if a super team was an iPod shuffle, this is a Zoom. That's what it is.
So we've got a couple of good things in our chat. The Clippers are about to win the 2014 finals. This team in 2014 would be really good, I think.
Sick.
I think it'd be a really, really good team. It's like, dude, it's going to be Clippers and Warriors for the 2014 finals. Watch out. Or 2014 Western finals. Watch out. And then another good chat here from Keegan Murray Watch. 3 players on rest rule. Honestly, maybe that's what they're doing. They're just stacking players that they can skirt the rest rules where they always have like 2 of those guys available. That way the ball distribution and the dribbling thing is out of the way, and you're getting these guys rest.
Is it 33 and over, or is it 35 and over for the rest rule?
I think it's 33.
33. Okay.
Because the Warriors had a bunch of guys who qualified.
Yes, the entire Warriors roster basically.
Yeah.
And then the guys that aren't in that category, they're not healthy.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this really does feel like the year that the Lakers went out and got Gary Payton. They went out and they got Karl Malone. They went out and they got Mitch Richmond. And, I think all of those guys, they did win, at least at one of those seasons, they won a championship. But I don't think they did the one year with Karl Malone. And of course, Malone got hurt and all that stuff. But yeah, it just feels like you're trying too hard. And I'm not sure why. Like, it's a wrong path.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the Clippers are doing here. So they send to Philly Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, KJ Martin, 2026 and 2028 first round picks, 2 second round picks, and a pick swap. Why? Throw 2 seconds on the table and be like, if you want to get him out of there, here's our offer. Because I don't know how much James Harden helps you unless they were literally looking at the rest rules and going, hey, we're going to need because James Harden by himself with Paul George, okay. Like, I don't think they're going to win the finals or anything, but you like them to win a game. Like, fine. But I don't understand why why are you throwing all the picks in? Do what you got to do to make the salaries match and go.
Well, because they didn't want to give up Terrence Mann. That's going to be like the postmortem on this, but they're willing to give up an unprotected first-round pick instead of Terrence Mann, which is crazy.
But I don't understand why. You can keep Terrence Mann and you're unprotected. The Sixers are the one with a problem here.
Oh, I agree.
Or they were the one with a problem. They want to get rid of James Harden. The Clippers should not have been that anxious to acquire James Harden.
No, I agree, but this is how Daryl Morey always deals. I mean, it's why, again, the Kings, they tried really hard to get Ben Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
And then Monty and Daryl Morey met, and Monty came out of that with the understanding they're not ever going to get him.
Yeah, for a price that's going to help the Kings.
Well, no, he's just playing the game in the media so he can eventually trade him for James Harden. That was always a plan with Ben Simmons. It was like he was just messing with you. He was just using you as a pawn in his game. And that's why I think there's a lot of people around the league like, I ain't going to deal with that guy.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't deal with him. Like, what for? Like,
I also increasingly don't like his face. I know that's irrational and stupid.
I've met Daryl Morey a couple of times. He's always been very nice to me.
From what I understand, he's a nice person.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's something about his face that bothers me.
There's something about his face. You got some sort of issue with Daryl Morey. I don't like the way you look.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why. There's something about his face I don't like. I think it's just because I'm biased against Daryl Morey.
Okay,
I'm just kind of out on him as a
that's funny,
as a
Kyle.
GM. Yeah, I don't know. So when I see this, and we're gonna take a look around the West later. Now that we have 4 games down, we can look and see how are things shaking out early. Yeah. We're obviously not going to make any sweeping declarations, but there's been a couple of surprises for me with the West, but this doesn't change where I'm at on the Clippers. I've been on the Clippers could be a 5 or 6 seed tip, and they'll probably lose in the first round.
Yeah. I'm not in on the Clippers. I do think they got the best 2 players in the trade. Like, I still think PJ Tucker's a better player than Robert Covington.
Oh, you think?
I do. Like, he still is impactful. I mean, you have to look at like his impact on the court and how well he plays with everyone. And if you have a situation where you have 4 guys who like literally are fighting for the cover of the ball, it's good to have a guy who doesn't care.
It's good to have a guy who's going to hang out in the corner.
Yeah. I want to see what their starting lineup is. I want to see who goes to the bench. It's going to be a little strange.
Yeah, Westbrook. It's probably Westbrook coming off the bench with Paul George, Kawhi, James Harden, Zubats, and...
Oh, like Terrence Mann or something?
Oh, yeah, Terrence Mann. Duh.
Okay.
That's it.
I don't know. I don't understand giving up all those picks instead of just giving up. I mean, Terrence Mann's a nice player, but I mean, he's not young.
I need to go find out if Zubats can play in the pick and roll. I have no idea.
He's so slow.
I have no. That's a level of Clippers watching that your boy does not do.
I like him, but he's not fleet of foot.
No, he's the kind of center that gets run off the court in a playoff series.
Yeah, definitely.
So the Clippers. They did not move up like my Western Conference power rankings or whatever that looks like, but they shot up the list of teams I can't wait to watch on League Pass.
Yeah,
because I am morbidly curious.
I am too. I want to see how it all works out, but at the same time, I just don't. I would not have done this deal.
Me neither.
I would have just said, you go ahead and find someone else in the world that will trade for him.
Right. I would have said, here's my salary match. Here's 2 second-round picks. Call me when you're ready.
Trade him to like Maccabi Tel Aviv or something. Yeah, trade him somewhere in the world.
Send him literally anywhere.
Yeah.
Or you can have.
He can play for
Batum
Fenerbahce
and Marcus Morris and Rocco and KJ Martin.
Yeah, send him. He can go play for Fenerbahce.
There you go. He can go replace Sasha Vezenkov.
There it is.
Wherever he was. Where is he? Barcelona?
No, Olympiacos.
Olympiacos.
Greece.
That's right.
Yep.
Who is in Barcelona? Is that where Luka played?
Maybe.
Somebody played for Barcelona.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Sacramento Kings are in action, but so were the Sac Republic. They had a big playoff win on Friday. They won 3-1. Now they beat San Antonio. And we're going to talk to their play-by-play guy, Rob McAllister, as they gear up for their semifinal playoff match this weekend right here in Sacramento. We'll talk to Rob McAllister next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're on ESPN 1320.
Excellent. The Halloween costumes today are nuts. We have 2 Barbies and like 5 Kens, maybe 6 Kens. And then one of the morning shows, I think they were the Addams Family. I don't know. There's some wild stuff going on, Kyle.
Oh, no.
That's never a good thing when Kyle says, oh, no.
No, we're good. I might buy new headphones soon.
Yeah?
Yeah, these have been whose face? Fisher, dog. It's not even close. It's not close.
Yeah. It's not close.
These have been tossed a number of times.
Oh.
Yeah, your boy's an intense producer. These have been tossed a couple times, but what used to happen was at 95.7, my chair would have arms on it, and the cord would get caught in the arm when I'd go to spin around to stand up, and it would yank my headphones and toss them halfway across the room.
Okay.
So my headphones are broken. Shout out to my guy Tim Jordan for copping these for me.
All right.
Big Tim Jordan guy.
Yeah, I definitely I use the IFB, and this thing's been good for years. I think it's probably like 8 years old. Oh,
I need to get. Maybe I'll get an IFB.
Hey, we got Rob in here.
How much are those on Amazon?
These are molded to me, but you can get. Well,
Rob, do you have a custom fitted IFB?
Of course he does.
No, I didn't, but it's only because the standard one fit me fairly well. But yeah, it's better if I wasn't on enough to be in a big anchor studio job like big Ham over there. So
sure.
What's going on, Rob? It's a long time no see, man.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Did I mess this up? I might have messed something up, James. Hang on.
All right.
Oh no, it's just a long break. Holy smokes.
Oh, all right. We're in break right now, but the Chatty House is live, Rob. People can
Chatty gang
see you.
Cool.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is a long ass break. Is this supposed to be down here? Sorry, Rob. I'm working through something right now.
Yours are good.
Rob is an old radio guy. 1530. How long did you work at 1530?
Oh, that's what okay, sorry. Keep going.
I was KFBK, so I think I joined in 06 till maybe 07. I think it was 07 to 12 because I worked at the River Cats and then I got the CBS job from there. So I think it was because 13, 12. I think I joined CBS from 12. So yeah.
Okay.
So KFBK, so for 5 years.
And this is your 10th year, or
right since day one with the Republic. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's incredible. It's the longest job I've ever had. You know how it is in this world.
Yeah, it's definitely a crazy business. I've been covering the Kings for 14 years, but for I don't know, a lot of different outlets, 4 or 5 outlets at this point.
I miss our Cowbell Kingdom days, my friend.
I know. Cowbell Kingdom. And our guy, John Santiago, he's in Mexico City right now.
Gosh, he's all over.
We got 1 minute. He is all over, John.
John Santiago apparently just lives the life, bro.
It's where in the world is John Santiago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to him from Johannesburg. I've talked to him on a sailboat on the Adriatic Sea. In Poland.
In Tulsa last time I talked to him.
Tulsa? Yes.
Yes. He got money to go there or something. Yeah.
Colombia. Yeah, he lived in Colombia for 2 4 or 5 month stretches.
Sure.
All right. All right. I think we're coming back to
Yeah, we got 20 seconds. I'm going to make the board hot. So we're live. Yeah, welcome back in, everybody. James Ham, Kyle Madsen, and Rob McAllister is the voice of your Sac Republic as they make their way through the USL Championship playoffs. They got a big 3-1 win over San Antonio last Friday. Rob, thanks so much for hopping on, man. Glad Republic's still playing.
Oh, thanks for having me on. 10 years strong, still going, and we're rolling through this year. Yeah, we have a very strong team.
Day one, is this so you've been the Republic broadcaster from the jump. Is this the best Republic team you've seen?
I think they have the same characteristics of the 14 team. You could just feel it. I think depth-wise, this is a much more talented team. I just think the league is a lot better. But we talked about on the broadcast against San Antonio. I mean, both those teams, the talent is now, you get to the point of the playoffs where you could put another team together with just those players on the bench and they would probably be in the playoffs. I mean, it's that strong across the league. And you know what you're looking at now is guys who probably feel like they should be starting and they're not even in the 18. So it's a tough decision for Mark Briggs, but it's great for us because we've got a lot of great opportunities to get guys goals, and defensively we've got some of the best players in the league. So it's a great rounded out team.
You know, Rob, it's interesting how the USL is like sort of morphed over the years. Where are they at? How do you feel like the talent level has increased? And why do you think it is that the talent level has increased? Is soccer just finally starting to get the traction that everybody has tried to get in the United States?
Yeah, I think soccer's had its moments throughout its years. I mean, the 70s, it got really hot again. You had some opportunities, when Pele and some other big names came over. MLS took a huge step when, David Beckham kind of came over and so raised the profile. And now that has continued to surge. I think there's just money being put into it. And guys that would probably be able to play in MLS a few years ago aren't able to make the rosters because the talent there is so much better. So now you're finding those same type of talented players here in the USL. I mean, I think it's some of the guys that we even have on our team. It's shocking to me that we have them and they're not up at bigger leagues, and some have played in the top leagues around the world. So I shouldn't even say it. Some have played MLS and Irish Premier League, English Premier League, Spanish Premier League. So they've all been in some of these really big leagues around the world. So I just think overall the talent is there. People also want to play in America. I mean, look at Messi. This wasn't going to happen 5 years ago. And there's just a different attitude about America. And I think America loves soccer, and finally all the kids playing it for all those years has caught up to us, right?
Yeah, it's crazy because when I remember when I was younger. I'm 33 now, and when I was younger, it was like, oh, soccer, what a joke! Like you made fun of it, and now it's something that all my friends are into the Premier League and they're into MLS, and I got friends with MLS season tickets, and they can't wait for the World Cup.
There's fantasy leagues in soccer now. It's just crazy.
Amazing.
I'm getting killed in EPL fantasy. I'm getting absolutely smoked.
Yeah,
my bad. I banked on Man U. It was my bad.
Oh boy, that's
my
tough.
bad.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Well, I think a little bit of that, just that attitude. I think a lot of time too. I think it was soccer's own fault. It was almost like that grunge band thing. That was like a terrible band in the garage, and they had this cult following, and people don't like it when their band becomes big because they think they sell out. I think that's kind of soccer. It's like you just don't get it, and it was not inviting. And I think we finally have broken through that and say, no, this is the world's game. It's exciting. It's fun. It's, 2 hours. I think the time limit thing's sort of a big deal. And I think it's just captivated people, and they love the atmosphere as much as they love it on the field. And, you just see a lot of big name players now talking about it, following it in other sports. And so it's become really fun. And, the whole Wrexham thing is a whole nother thing, right? I think you just have entertainment that has allowed, people the inside of soccer, much like F1 has blown up, right, with the Netflix series. I think you're seeing that with soccer, is that there's just a lot more attention, and people are interested in the stories and what goes on in the field and understanding the game, and so it makes it that more interesting for everyone to watch.
Rob McAllister, play-by-play voice for Sac Republic, joining us here on the Insiders. So Sac Republic, they beat San Antonio 3-1, but it was tied after the first half, and then things opened up for Republic in the second half. What changed in the second 45 minutes?
It just was going to open up. I mean, they're a team that just sort of just chucks the ball down the field. I mean, they don't really do a whole lot, and they're not, honestly, they just were a team that brought in all these stars. They tried to bring a ton of guys on loan from MLS teams, and they did that. And they just never had a team. I heard you guys talking about the Clippers. It's the same thing. You can bring talent in, but sometimes when they're older, sometimes they don't gel. It doesn't really matter. And we just have had San Antonio's number this year. I don't think we're ever in question. I mean, obviously they have a lot of talent, but to me, that game was never going to be a problem for us, and it wasn't. And that 3-1 was only the goal at the very end there because toward the way we were playing allowed them to kind of pounce on one. But pretty much that was a shutout. I mean, 1 minute later and it's 3-0. So
now, Rob, there's something about, because we had your coach on early in the season, right after you guys had signed Davey and Kimbrough, and then so you have a 13-year-old on your roster. And then you have, like, I looked at your roster and I'm like, okay, that kid isn't 18. I click on him, I look him up. Oh no, he's 16. So you have this thing where you have this cool kind of, your lowered, well, your club team is basically started to become a feeder for you guys. But then at the flip side, you have Rodrigo Lopez, who is 36 years old. So you have people at the beginning of their career, at the end of their career. And just how is that dynamic? Because it really does seem strange that you have, again, on your roster, you have like a 23-year age gap between one of the older players and the youngest player.
Well, I think it's strange in America, right? Because we're not used to it. Because most kids go to college. I think NBA, obviously, all the players are going to high school and stuff. And so you probably, you had certain guys coming out at certain ages. I mean, I think Barkley played with Malone, right? How the age difference was there, and a lot of those type of scenarios in various sports. I just think that baseball, it's too hard. Physical play of NFL limits that. But soccer, it's fairly normal. And I think that's just something we're adjusting to in this country. I think this team and someone like Rodrigo Lopez is a great mentor to a lot of these young kids, and they can see what it takes to play at that level. And, it's going off a side tangent, but Rodrigo Lopez had a devastating quad injury. The three of us are probably still not running in any form of capacity after an injury like that he had in April. And he's back and playing 70 plus minutes. Now, he didn't play against San Antonio, just sort of the way that the game was dictated. They wanted to save him in case it went late. He could be available for extra time and penalty kicks. But I mean, here's a guy that had this almost career-ending injury has come back. So I think you see that work ethic, and these younger players can tap into that, and they can see, wow, look what he does. He's one of the best players, probably the best player in USL Championship history. He's playing MLS. He's playing La Liga in Mexico. And so you have the guy, or Liga MX, I should say, you have a guy that can teach younger players how to play, and you can see that transition up. It also goes back to these younger players are so talented now, and that it's no longer that gap is as big as it once was. And especially here in America, the coaching has gotten better, and the talent has risen with that. So these players are now making big jumps to overseas. And look at Christian Pulisic and some of these other big, Tyler Adams and some others that have gone on to play overseas and are still playing overseas and having a huge impact. So we're not there yet, but I think you're seeing a lot of these younger players who have a great opportunity.
Talking with Rob McAllister. He's the play-by-play voice for Sac Republic FC. Rob, something you don't know about me, I used to live in Arizona, and one of my very good friends ran social media for Phoenix Rising. So I knew about the beef between these two sides. I tried to stay out of the middle of it because my very good friend worked there. My very good friend no longer works there. So I'm all in. Why do I need to hate Phoenix Rising?
I don't think you need to. There's a couple years ago.
No, I'm gonna hate them.
Okay, well, sure. Well, here's the thing. They got us at home. They beat us 2-1, but we smashed them earlier this year at Hard Health Park 4-0. It was 4 goals in the first half, I should say. I think overall that we're probably the more talented team. They do have a lot of really good players, and a couple players that have formerly played with Sacramento who have had a really good postseason run already. But last time they beat us in the playoffs, they scored on a handball goal, and Samuel Asante was seen on the sideline after bragging to his coaches how he punched the ball in, and you can read his lips. I punched it in, and he sure as heck it is not, maybe the the immaculate goal from, the hand of God kind of goal, but like there's still there's just been an intensity to this. I think it's just been two really good teams. Phoenix got a lot of love. They went on this record-setting win streak in professional sports that was just unmatched a couple of years ago. And, they've kind of taken a dip, but they've had a heck of a run at the end of the season. So it's going to be a match. Definitely going to be exciting. I don't think it's going to be, a scoreless game through it. This is both teams who know how to score. So I'd expect some goals in this one. And I just think, go Sacramento. Who cares about Phoenix, right? Let's just worry about us.
That's right.
I'm all in.
Rob, we can't keep you all day. I do want to ask, are you guys getting close to a sellout? What does this mean for you guys? This is it's the conference championship, basically. If you guys win this, you get to play you get to host the championship the next weekend. How do people get involved? How do people get out there to see you guys and get tickets to this and maybe even the championship game the week after?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So the championship game will be on November 12th, I think 6 o'clock. But obviously this game first on Saturday, so 7 o'clock. And I think tickets are still available, but I know they've gone fast. I think we've sold out, I think, the last 7 of 9 matches. And we're still the highest attended USL team in the country. So I think it's one of those things where it's just some nights are harder than others. I know we went against the Kings home opener, but I think more importantly, it was high school football too. And I think a lot of families, we draw a lot. And so that was kind of a tough, but I think still we're getting, 9,000-10,000 plus every game. We seat about 12. So even we're not sold out, it's pretty packed in there. So it's a great atmosphere. So yeah, jump on it quick. It's going to be another exciting night. It's going to be a great game. And, we're the number 2 overall seed in the entire USL championship. The number 1 seed fell in the first round of the 8th seed in the East. So yeah, we'll host. So.
All right, we'll party on. We'll be there. Rob, thank you so much for jumping on the Insiders today. We'll see you next time.
Good seeing you.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, see you, Rob. That's Rob McAllister, play-by-play voice of the Sac Republic FC. Tickets to Saturday's match, they're still available, like you just said, but very limited seats remaining. So jump in there at sacrepublicfc.com/tickets. If you cannot get a ticket or if you cannot make it out, the game is on fox40.com and ESPN Plus. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. Sac Republic FC against the hated Phoenix Rising.
So Rob is an old friend. I've known Rob for, 13, 14 years.
I'm just going to move forward, assuming anybody over the age of 45 is just an old friend of yours.
It's possible.
You know everybody.
I do know quite a few people. Rob actually broke the initial story that the Kings were going to relocate to Anaheim in 2010. In January 2010, he broke the story, and actually it was 2011, like the first couple of days of 2011, in January 2011, and was torn apart for it. Absolutely torn apart. The Sacramento Bee wrote a whole entire story about how this was horrible, this was a fake, and this wasn't going to happen. He got absolutely trounced by local media. No one else could track the story. Nobody else could get the details. And then sure enough, the Maloofs tried to relocate the team to Anaheim.
They were close.
Yeah, they were. I mean, that's the year where everyone thought it was over. Grant and Jerry final game.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's crying. It's like, here we stay. Mm-hmm. Like all this stuff. All of it was Rob, who started the floodgates, and then eventually everybody else caught up. And I don't remember any of those people apologizing because they needed to apologize.
That's trash
for somebody who broke a story that ended up being the biggest story in Sacramento in decades.
That's so whack.
Yeah. So
is Anaheim, Virginia City, and Seattle were the 3?
Yeah. Yeah. Virginia City was a joke, but yeah. I mean, it's like the A's moving to Las Vegas.
wait, actual joke or just a clown show?
No, I mean, it had the NBA was never gonna.
Okay, I see.
Never gonna allow a team to go to Virginia no, that was never gonna happen.
Can we, before we get out of here, talk about my Halloween conundrum real quick?
I'm in. I love this.
So we have NFL power rankings coming up. We're going to talk about where the Kings sit in the Western Conference just through the first few games. Now that we've seen some regular season action, we'll discuss that as well. And then we have some NFL trade deadline news and notes for you. The NFL trade deadline is at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN, is going to join us at 11:30. We'll talk to him about the deadline. We'll talk to him just about anything and everything Niners that's coming up at 11:30. Quick note, though, Josh Dobbs, the Cardinals quarterback, has been traded to the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings, of course, in need of a quarterback. The Cardinals getting Kyler Murray back either this week or next week. So they have sent Josh Dobbs to the Minnesota Vikings, where he will be their starting quarterback in case Jaron Hall, their 5th round draft pick, isn't ready.
I don't think he's ready.
Shout out to Josh Dobbs, by the way.
Yeah.
He was just a guy floating in the wind. He gets acquired by the Cardinals right before the start of the season, winds up starting for them. He was fine. That team is just not very good. I'm excited for Josh Dobbs. Happy he's carved out a role.
Yeah, I think he's done a really good job of stepping into a really difficult situation where you have a team that doesn't want to win, that wants to play for something else.
Yeah.
And they fight, they claw, they are in a lot of games, and he's gritty. I like him. Yeah.
Yep. Big fan of his. Here's where you were just talking about how Sac Republic has a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old on their roster, which is banana sandwich. But anyways, so I'm handing out Halloween candy for the first time tonight. The first time in the home that my wife and I bought. So I'm gonna do the move where I sit on the driveway. I'll just have like a chair and some beer, and I'm just gonna set up a little table with the candy on it, and people can just walk by and grab it. And if they want to stop and chit chat, because I'm never really out in my neighborhood.
Okay.
I've lived there for 4 years. I know my 2 direct neighbors and our neighbors across the street. I don't know anyone else. I don't know anyone's name. I'll wave to everybody, but I don't get to talk to. So this is my chance to try and maybe interact with some neighbors and get to know some people. I have no problem with that. I'm good at that. I have no problem when kid walks by, like, dude, grab a handful. You don't need to take one. You don't need to be polite. Just grab a handful of candy and throw it in that bag. See you later. I'm terrified for when teenagers pull up, because there's part of me that is like, I stopped trick-or-treating at like 12, 13. I forget exactly how old I was, but I was
okay.
I think I stopped when I got to 13. But so there's part of me that goes, you're too old to be trick-or-treating. But that's like old man me. Then there's 33-year-old me who's like, dude, they're kids, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They could be out doing anything, and they're out wandering around trying to get some free candy. Like, that's not a bad thing. But there's everything in my brain has always been like, at 13, that's the cutoff for her, because that's what I did. But that's dumb. I shouldn't judge other people based on what I did. So I'm having a hard time with how I'm going to be like, yeah, take the candy, even though I'm like, why are you here? What are you doing?
Okay, so I think there was a time where when we were, I know I got a job like 3 days after I turned 15.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the norm anymore.
No.
So kids are kids a little bit longer
Mm-hmm.
than I think they were when I was a kid, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But even like, I think you. So number one, don't fear the teenagers.
I'm terrified of teens, dude.
Don't fear. So I'll just warn you.
I'm just not cool anymore.
And he just walked in with a hat. Here he comes.
Oh, this guy.
Get over here. So people,
this
the good people,
unbelievable
can see
stuff
you.
from Kenny Caraway.
Y'all thought I was playing. Y'all was talking that bull junk. This person.
Oh no. That
primetime Kenny in the building.
Primetime Kenny. That just happened.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I can't wait for this to be.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this for their show.
That's gonna be ridiculous. Okay, so
I hope he stays in character the whole show.
So Kyle, let me break down a couple of rules here. Number one, you shouldn't put the bowl out and just let everyone take a handful, because then you're gonna run out of candy very quickly, because you're gonna have the little kids who take like 2 little pieces and then they go on their way, and then you have the big kids who will take giant handfuls, and you'll run out of candy, and you'll be like, oh, now I'm the house that ran out of candy. Number two, I highly suggest sitting out there and doing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would get a little, if you can, go get a little fire pit or a little.
I'm not buying a fire pit.
You got to find something to keep you and the wife warm.
I'll be fine. I don't know if she's gonna hang out with me. This is solo. It might be solo dolo for me.
Okay.
TBD though. TBD. I haven't asked her.
Number 3, you're gonna be out there drinking, have a little ice chest. Do not give beer to children.
Well, duh.
But also, don't leave the bowl out when you're like, oh, I'm almost out, don't just leave the bowl sitting there, because some jackhole teenager is going to grab that bowl. He's going to steal the whole bowl, not just the candy in it. And then you'll find your bowl thrown in the bushes down the street, because that's what teenagers do. So
this sounds like you brought that from direct experience.
well, of course, this is what teenagers do. So my my 16-year-old will be out with his friends tonight, and then we'll be handing out candy. We don't get a ton of teenagers at our house, but there are a lot in the lake. So, and then we also have like the golf cart angle, where people are racing around in their golf carts to take their kids from houses to areas, which is fun.
Okay.
So I love Halloween. We used to do a huge party every year, and yeah.
Okay. I don't even know what the trick-or-treating scene is like in my neighborhood too. I just know there's a lot of teens on bikes. Bikes are making a comeback, by the way.
Oh.
I don't know if they just never went away and I didn't notice, but a lot of teens on bikes, and they scare me. I'm old now. I'm old. I don't know how to talk to these kids. I'm that guy now. I'm like, hey, no cap. Am I right? TikTok and stuff. Like I'm now that person. I vowed I would never be that person, and now I'm that person.
You became that person, Kyle.
Yeah. If a teenager comes and tries to dap me up and like, thanks for the candy, I don't know what to do.
I am literally surrounded by teenagers every single day, all day. My youngest has friends over all the time. My oldest, for years and years, we're the house that everyone comes to.
But I think it's different because you have kids. You have a teenager and one who has been through the teenage years. You have cleared a teen and you have another. I don't. I have cats.
You have cats.
It's not like having a teen.
Well,
so I don't. So
I get you. Just be strong, Kyle. Be strong. Be strong. Get a heater and be strong.
Youths. Yeah, I do have a little space heater. Maybe I'll bring that. But like I have a hoodie and jacket. I'll be fine.
Oh no, you're gonna freeze, especially if you got a cold beer in your hand. You need a little sleeve.
It doesn't get that cold in Oakley.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be cold where I'm at tonight. This is usually when you know that.
But you're up in the cuts.
Yeah, this is when you know that we've hit the that it's October. Like
Oakley's kind of the cuts too, though.
Yeah,
you're up the mountain though, right?
Yeah, I'm up the hill.
Yeah, I'm not up a hill.
We're like 1,700 feet of elevation.
Oh yeah, so you get cold. You get actual cold. I don't get actual cold.
Oh no, we frost over. Yeah, we'll have a few days.
Yeah, that's like overnights in December. We'll get the frost.
All right.
It's not gonna be. Like
Are you more comfortable now, Kyle? Just again, you dispense the candy. You dispense the candy. Do not let them, because you don't want everybody's hand in the bowl.
Okay, so I'm gonna. So I'll have the bowl on the cooler next to me. I'll pick it up and be like, "Here you go, bros."
You go, "Oh, I love your costume," and you tell them what they are.
I hand it to them.
Yeah, you put it in their bag. You put it in there. Hold their bag open.
Okay.
And you just scoop it up and put it in. That way, you can control the flow of candy. Because if not, you're gonna be like, "Oh, I need like $80 worth of candy next year."
Okay.
So, and then as soon as you run out of candy, take all your stuff inside, shut the lights off. So,
I'm out of there.
Yeah,
I'm out of there for sure.
Yeah. And if there's a half a bowl left, do not leave your bowl out there.
No. If there's half a bowl left, that's
for you and the cats.
That's hours after that. Like what? The way I see it is, I bought this candy for us, and we're being generous by giving it to the neighborhood children and teens.
You're sharing.
Yes. And then if we get down to it, and I'm like, I've been out here a couple hours, there's more people who are going to come by, but I want some of this candy. I'm taking it in.
You can just sit there and eat the candy yourself.
I'm under no obligation, Dan. This isn't for you. I'm just out here hanging.
But again, remember, don't let all those grubby little hands go in that candy bowl, because you think you're keeping that.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I'll hand it out. Now, last thing, do I bring, like, because I have a fridge in my garage. It's our beer fridge.
Yep.
Do I just go to that fridge when I need more, or do I bring a cooler out and offer Modelo's, for example, or whatever beer sponsors this station, to some dads or moms?
Sure.
Whoever. Okay, so I'll bring additional beers out for them and be like, "Hey, I have candy for that. You want to brew?"
Yeah, you could even like sit there with a bottle of wine in some small plastic cups and fill for the ladies.
That's so extra.
See,
no, if you don't want beer, you can bounce. I'm not bringing a bottle of wine out.
Well, parents who are out there, it's a tough life.
Yeah,
running up and down the street, hoping your kid doesn't get run over, and it's a little wild.
All right, thank God. I'm really excited though. I feel like a full-fledged person. Now that I'm giving out Halloween candy in my house. All right, let's get back into sports. We have to talk about sports on this show. Do you want to do NFL power rankings next?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we're gonna do our NFL power rankings next on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320. Bro, Warren, if you pull up, you can sit there and have a beer with me. I'm not gonna hand one to you. Yo, hey, I might.
Hey,
Okay, you like IPAs? You like podcasts? Yeah, teens scare me, bro.
Yeah, I've been surrounded by teens for like we always have extra kids at the house, and we have for like well over a decade.
Hang on one second, I gotta fix something.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. You have to check the kids' candy. Last year, I found Mavericks tickets in my Snickers. That's right. That's right. Ah. Dr. David, come on, man. I'm not handing out homemade candles. I don't even, if you watch the podcast, Sean and Brendan like candles. We have podcast candles. I don't do podcast candles. Maybe I will at some point. I don't know. But I'm not making homemade candles and no rock candy. We're one of the good houses. We get the gigantic thing of Costco candy. 2 bags.
Unfortunately, no, Tyler.
Oh.
We have a minute. So my dad texted me last night.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. My dad texted me last night, and we hadn't talked in a while. So he just hit me with like bullet point takes, and it was late, and I was getting ready for bed, and I was like, I will respond to these point by point tomorrow. And so I think at the next break, because he watches, I'm just gonna go through and answer his text message on YouTube.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
James Booknight had his fourth year option declined.
Yeah, dude, he stinks.
He does stink.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds to the legal. Let's do a fun second hour. Sports hot. I'm Kyle. He's James. You're listening. It's Halloween, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hey, want to remind everybody, so after every Kings game this year, the show after every Kings game, we will be giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. There will be a player of the game that James and I decide on, and then there will be a keyword associated with that player. We will tell you what that keyword is. You then go to ESPN1320.com. You hit the Jiffy Lube contest page. You enter that keyword, and you will be entered to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. You will be informed if you won via email. So when you punch in an email, make sure it's one you have access to. Because if you win and you gave us a fake email, you're not going to get your gift certificate. So that's how you will be informed. Or if you punched in an email that you don't ever check, make sure to check it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just wanted to note that.
Is this
Jackie
like...
in promotions came in today and she was like, FYI, you got to tell people this. It's like, oops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was mean about it too.
Was she mean?
No, she's very nice. I was totally joking. She's great.
Yeah, Jackie's very nice.
let's talk about our NFL power rankings, because the 49ers are, we do our top 5 every week. We just kind of readjust and just week by week take a look at where we're at. The 49ers the USA Today power rankings by Nate Davis still has the 49ers in the top 5.
I have them at 23.
I don't understand how you're justifying keeping the 49ers in the top 5. Unless I got it. So he kept them at number 1 after the Browns loss, right? And you go, okay, you know what? I actually kind of see it. If you were that bullish on the 49ers that you had them at the top and you watch that Browns game, it's like, okay, you give them 1, fine.
I think we did too, because Philly lost that week.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you give them 1, that's fine. After they lost to Minnesota, he dropped him to 3. And then after the loss to the Bengals, he drops him to 5. And it's like, bro, this is a 3-week sample size. We need to get him down. This is not, I don't know how you confidently watch the 49ers the last 3 weeks and go, yeah, that's one of the 5 best teams in the league.
Nope. It's not even close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have them somewhere around number 9, number 10.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
I think I got
it's
that many teams ahead of them right now.
For me, it's pretty firmly Philly at the top. I think Philly's kind of in a class of their own right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Philly is in a class of their own. I was just scribbling teams down last night. I put the Chiefs in here, and the Chiefs don't deserve to be in there either. After losing to the Broncos, but I think Philly is clearly number 1.
Mm-hmm.
After Philly, I think it's the Ravens.
I have the Ravens there, I think, pretty firmly at number 2. The Ravens have been really good this year.
It's funny because we didn't have them in our top 5 forever. And then all of a sudden, there they are in the top 5, and they're like way better than almost any team in the league, and they're bullying everybody, and you're like, ooh.
Yeah, their defense is awesome. And I think for me, there was a little bit of a bias against them for 2 reasons. One, I don't want to say bias. I was pushing them down a little bit because of Lamar Jackson's injury history. It's like, what does he look like? A, coming back from injury, and B, can he stay on the field?
Okay.
And then B, well, I guess now C. B, the A and B for Lamar Jackson were a subset of the first A.
It works better if you switch from letters to numbers and then back and forth
because
the
of
whole
one,
time.
Lamar Jackson's injury history,
and B,
and 1A, how he would look, and then 1B, if he could stay healthy. 2, I didn't believe necessarily in their offense. And I get that they got rid of Greg Roman and they hired Todd Monken, and Monken was going to spread things out and let Lamar Jackson be more of a passer, and that's great. I just needed to see it first, and I've seen it. That offense is so much better, especially the passing game, than whatever the heck they were doing under Greg Roman. So I think they are now unleashing the full capabilities of Lamar Jackson's game. There's that athleticism to it, right? And that just, you cannot tackle him in the open field. He's so explosive. But now he's throwing it too, he's always been capable of throwing it, but in an offense that is well designed, and he looks like MVP Lamar again.
Yeah, I've watched so many of their games early on where they start breaking down, his ability to hit at different levels, and that wasn't there before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is impressive. We've seen a runner become a thrower,
mm-hmm.
Or like just a straight fastball pitcher become an actual, a thrower become an actual pitcher.
Yeah.
And so I think it's the maturation of Lamar Jackson. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they win the Super Bowl. I wouldn't.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked
especially
at all.
with how the rest of the AFC looks right now.
Well, I also feel like every time we say this about a team, they go on to lose 3 straight. And then we're like, oh, we're
you're
out.
Totally right.
Oh, the Bills are god awful.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've got Philly 1, Ravens 2, and then for me it's the Dolphins 3 right now.
I'm with you. Dolphins. Yeah, because I inadvertently had put the Chiefs at 2, and I'm gonna just eliminate them from 2. I still think they're top 5, but yeah, I go Dolphins, and then I come back with Lions, and then I got a whole mix of teams. I think I probably keep the Chiefs in the top 5. They had the flu game. They had some weird stuff happening. They're still a little shaky though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm dropping them out of the top 5 for me just because of how inconsistent their offense has been this year. I'm still a believer in the Chiefs. I think they'll still figure it out, and their defense has been really good. So you love that for them going into January. but their offense has just been yucky.
Yeah.
There's 9 points against the Broncos.
Well, the week before they were incredible.
Yeah, they were really good. And it's like, oh, look, they're back. It's Mecole Hardman was the answer. And then they go put up 9 on an awful defense on a team that hasn't beat them since Peyton Manning was their quarterback.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's unbelievable. So, yeah, I can't confidently put the Chiefs in the top 5. I think the Lions are at 4. Do you put the Cowboys at 5? Are the Cowboys back?
Yes, the
It feels like
Cowboys
the
are.
Cowboys are back.
They are.
I don't believe in them in the playoffs. I wouldn't bet on them to win the Super Bowl. But when you're looking at the scope of the first 8 weeks, they laid an egg against the Cardinals. They laid an egg against the 49ers. But other than that, they've been pretty damn good for the most part.
Yeah, they just haven't shown up in the biggest of the big games.
Mhm.
And
Which-
so,
I mean, Mike McCarthy.
yeah, that's going to be a problem down the road. But for right now, we're talking about regular season. I think they're top 5, maybe right on the cusp of top 5. And then when you got Seattle, and I think,
Yeah, Seattle and Jacksonville.
yeah, Seattle and Jacksonville, I think we both kind of underrate both of those teams for which I don't even know why.
Well, it's not even underrating. It's okay. If you want to put Jacksonville in there, who are you putting them over? Like confidently, if you want to make the argument they're better than the Lions or they're better than the Cowboys, okay, sure,
Okay.
fine.
I have a tough time saying that they're better than the Chiefs, though, because I don't think they are.
I think they're playing better than the Chiefs right now.
No, that's possible.
Yeah, Yeah, they're just kind of the Jags are just kind of rolling right now.
Yeah.
No, they're a good team, but
Okay.
it just if you want to put them there instead of the Cowboys or the Lions, I'm not going to argue. That's what it's very clearly for me right now. Philly 1, Ravens 2, Dolphins 3, and then there's Lions, Jags, Seahawks, Cowboys. I'm out on the Bills and the 49ers right now. I don't. What are the Bills? What are they?
They're the 49ers. I mean, they're 49ers East.
They're super banged up defensively.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help, but
That doesn't help, but like they have a quarterback who makes too many mistakes to survive the fact that they have a banged up defense.
Their schedule's fascinating. So they lose that opener to the Jets, right? This is the Bills.
Yep.
So they lose that opener to the Jets. Then they throttle the Raiders 38-10. Like,
Yep.
okay, that's a back on track game. Then they blow out the Commanders 37-3. And you're
Okay.
like, okay, hey, the Bills are announcing their presence with authority, right? And then they beat Miami at home 48-20 a week after Miami hung 70 on the Broncos.
At that point, we moved them to number 2.
It was like, there are the Bills. Holy smokes.
Yes.
Then they lose in London to Jacksonville. Tough spot for the Bills, by the way.
Yeah.
Because Jacksonville had been in London the week before, too. Very tough spot for the Bills. They lose that one 25-20. But then they come home against the Giants, and they barely beat the Giants. The Giants had 2 chances from the Giants from the Bills 1 at the end of each half to score, and didn't.
Okay.
So that is a 14-9 win. You count the W, cool, but when you're projecting long term, you don't love how they looked in that game. They follow that up with a loss to the Patriots, where Mac Jones drove down on them and threw a game-winning touchdown at the end of the game, and then they sneak past the Buccaneers 24-18 in a game that some people believe that the Buccaneers should have had an untimed down at the 1 at the end of the game. There's just not been a convincing win really since week 4, and I'm just, with their injuries on defense, with how erratic Josh Allen is, I'm just not ready to throw the Bills in the top 5 bucket.
No. And again, Josh Allen is too good of a quarterback to make the mistakes that he makes. And it is what it is. There's just too many times where it's like, hey man, what are you doing? Like you cannot make that mistake. So like,
Yeah.
Brock Purdy is sitting here learning on the fly. He is like on the job training right now. And he's going to make mistakes. And that's okay, because your defense should be good enough to make up for a lot of these mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not talking about pick sixes here. Like red zone turnovers are bad, but we're not talking about pick sixes. We're not talking about him changing the entire dynamic of the game where you have no chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
But Josh Allen does do this all the time, man. All the time.
I would take the Bills to beat the 49ers right now, though.
Probably.
I would take every team to beat the 49ers right now.
Yeah, except for the
Their
Raiders.
Their defense just can't get a stop, man.
No.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's so
crazy.
It's so wild how different the last 3 weeks have been from the first 5. All right. Speaking of power rankings, we're not going to do power rankings in the NBA just yet, but we're going to talk about, we have a few games of teams in the Western Conference We're going to talk about where the Kings stack up, which teams have been better than we thought, which teams have been worse than we thought. And we'll do a little breakdown of that on the other side. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're on ESPN 1320.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't you know?
Oh, I got to answer my dad's text message. Hang on. What time is it? 11:13.
We have another party today in the office.
I'm excited to try your chili.
I did make chili. I did not undercook the onions like Kevin suggests from the office.
Nobody spilled.
I got
sorry,
a
honey, I
little
didn't
on my
get that.
sweater, so my sweater smells like chili. I almost dropped it all coming through the front door, Kyle.
God, that would have been
I almost
that would've
because you know
sucked,
you
but
got to
man,
use a
for the
key
bit,
card.
for the sake of the bit. That would have been really funny.
It would have been.
I would have
really
felt
funny.
awful though. That genuinely would have pained me. I'm glad you didn't drop it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna answer my dad's text here.
Okay.
He mentioned the Steph Curry play against the Rockets where he shook Dylan Brooks and then waited so he could pump fake him as he flew by, as Brooks flew by, and then hit the three in his face. I did see that. That was great. Anything bad that happens to Dylan Brooks, I'm in.
Okay.
Anything bad on the basketball court. I don't want anything that personally. Some stuff about their new backyard fence. Excellent. Can't wait to see it.
Okay.
Yep. Live reads every day. That's going to happen. Check out Junior Restaurant Lounge, by the way.
Are we doing a live read today?
Yeah. End of the show.
Oh.
No clue. WTF is up with the Niners. Me neither. If I knew though, that would be awesome. I'd be making so much money for teams to pay me to tell them what was wrong with them. Where are we at? It's like everything's still at the thinks they'll still be 12-5. I think that's probably about right. If they get on track, I think 12-5 is probably right.
Okay.
Jacksonville's a tough game. They have 2 against the Seahawks. They got 1 against Philly.
Yep.
They got 1 against the Ravens.
Ooh.
If they get on track and play well, they should be able to go 12-5.
They could conceivably lose 8 games.
They could very, very realistically miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like that, with how they've played the last 3 weeks, that is on the table.
Gross.
Dubs look amazing this year. It's like a different team. CP3 running the second team is fun to watch. It is. It's the first time. We have 15 seconds, but it's the first time in a long time that I can remember the Warriors second unit being in the game and it not being a disaster. All right. We can talk about that coming up here. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I'm bummed I didn't dress up today. I should have dressed up.
I've got to run to practice. I would have thought about it.
You should have pulled up to practice dressed up.
Maybe I'll throw on the like SpongeBob costume or something tonight. I don't know.
So I have like an avocado that fits like a backpack.
Okay.
And it's an avocado in the front, like an open face of the avocado, and then the back looks like the skin of the avocado. I was going to wear that, and I just forgot to grab it this morning.
Okay, so what is your best Halloween costume ever? Like maybe one as a kid and one as an adult.
I've never been a big Halloween guy. 1 year, I was a pirate. I was a Power Ranger there at one point. I think it was a pirate. What did my wife and I have done like the joint costume thing.
Oh.
We were the Scarecrow and the Tin Man 1 year from Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
I really enjoyed that one. That was a good one. And then, we went as, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Courage the Cowardly Dog, but I was Eustace and she was, I forget the lady's name from that show, but we were the 2 people from Courage the Cowardly Dog. And that was an elite costume. We crushed it.
Okay. Courage. I don't think I know this one, or maybe I do.
It's a wild show, dude. Watching it now as an adult, it's like, I watched this.
Okay. And I believe like this started Courage the Coward from like the Sick and Twisted Festival of Animation.
That tracks.
Yeah.
Eustace and Muriel. That's it. Muriel.
Muriel.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So my favorite, I have two favorites as a kid. My best friend used to do sneaky stuff. So he did the, is it the outhouse or the shower? The shower from the Karate Kid.
Mm-hmm.
So he did that. And then he also did an outhouse. He had like a refrigerator box. He moved around an outhouse.
Hilarious.
All of these were just so he could make out with girls in the middle of class. Yeah, they're having a party outside our office.
I'm trying to move so everybody can see all the Kens.
There's a lot of Kens.
A lot of Kens, a lot of Barbies.
So I have two favorites as a kid. Once I dressed as Santa Claus.
Okay. On Halloween.
On Halloween.
That explains your love of Nightmare Before Christmas.
Okay, it does. Be well before Nightmare Before Christmas. The other.
No, I know, but that you connected with it. Go ahead.
I dyed my hair black and I went as Mr. Rogers. Now I can top all of that.
You still dress like Mr. Rogers. That's the best part.
Yeah, there we go. I love Halloween and I am willing, Kyle, I will go out there. I will go for it. My favorite as an adult, I believe, is Officer Dangle.
Oh my God. That's so good. That's so good. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
So
you went short shorts with it?
Oh,
come on.
No, I have the full costume. Oh yeah.
Oh yes, you did go full shorts.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Short shorts.
Oh, that's unbelievable. I wish you had pulled up today like that. God, would have been so good.
Yeah, I would have thought of no, probably not. Not anymore. I'm way too old and beat up to try to pull off Officer Dangle at this point.
I actually think that adults dressing up like Ken and Barbie is kind of cool because it's a fun thing and it's bringing levity to the workplace.
I also would add that we have a very diverse office space and everyone, all the girls dressing as Barbie and all the guys dressing as Ken, it fits the movie and I am here for it too.
I'm going to ask Damien which cool. Ken he is.
Oh no. He's Orange Julius Ken.
Yeah. This Ken's job is orange.
I don't even know what Dame is doing up there. People can't really see over Kyle's shoulder. Damien right there in the middle bar is standing up taking pictures or video. I'm not sure.
That's not gonna work.
We have we have a competition for best costumes, which I guess
everybody's gonna tie. Everybody looks the same.
Everyone does look the same.
All right, let's get back to it.
All right, let's do it.
Let's talk about the Western Conference and where the Kings rank in the West, because this is a big discussion coming into the year. How do the Kings in the West? All their players are going to get hurt. They're not going to have any. To me, so far, they are right in the thick of it. Through 3 games, there hasn't been a team to me that jumps out as like, oh man, that's the Nuggets. Outside of the Nuggets, there's not been a team that jumps out to me that's like, okay, that's very clearly the number 2 contender in the West.
Yeah, I think there's, if we look at the top 6, 7, the Kings are tied with 1, 2, 3, 4 teams for the 5th best record. So the Pelicans, the Suns, the Kings, the Clippers, and the Lakers, and the Clippers are all tied at 2-1, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only team that's really shocking that's up high is Dallas. I think everyone thought OKC would be much improved this year. I'm not sure OKC being the number 3 seed right now. But then, Kyle, I'd like to shine a light on the bottom half of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it sure does look like
this is what jumps out to me.
It's legit.
Mm-hmm.
It is the Timberwolves at 10.
Yep.
The Spurs, the Blazers, the Jazz, the Rockets, and Memphis. That is exactly... I wouldn't have put the Grizzlies at 0-4, but this is how I kind of envisioned the out of the playoff teams.
Yeah, I think I probably would have had Memphis. I definitely wouldn't have had them last. I might have had them in the play-in, but
I think I had them at 8. Like we did this.
If the if the standings ended with Nuggets 1, you're not surprised, right? Mavericks 2, you're shocked, right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Oklahoma City 3. I wouldn't be stunned. I'm very high on OKC though.
Okay, but I'm going to say OKC is going to be one of those teams like the Kings that are hyper focused, trying to win every single game early on, and prove they belong. And they haven't been there, so they're a team that's going to want to try to pile up wins. So when tough times come, they've got a little buffer, and so it doesn't surprise me they're there. Dallas, I just think I don't know who Dallas.
I don't believe in them. I don't believe in them all the way.
I don't believe in them at all. Again, I think they were who we thought they were last year. It does help them that Luka Doncic right now is averaging 39 points per game. 39.
He's been unreal.
9.7 assists and 11.7 rebounds.
Dallas has beaten the Spurs, Brooklyn, and Memphis.
Okay.
That's their 3 wins.
So the Spurs
not super impressive.
And Memphis are not good teams.
Yeah. And Brooklyn is TBD.
Yeah, we're gonna. I think Brooklyn is a playoff team in the West, but I mean in the East, but I'm not sure. I mean, they aren't right now.
And then I'm looking at the other team that surprised me. So Golden State at 3-1, they're the 4 seed. New Orleans at 5 would surprise me.
Yeah, well, I mean, New Orleans is at 5 and until the injuries hit, and then
that's it.
And then they drop right out.
If they're 5th, it's because Zion's been healthy all year.
Yeah,
and I would love to see that. Zion's an unbelievable player.
But they already had Brandon Ingram miss a game.
Yeah.
It's like it's going to be tough for them to hold up all year long. They've never proven they can do it.
And there's an element of this too that it's 3 games, and we're still like there's a lot of basketball to play, and there's still a lot of things to see. So the Suns at 6, the Kings at 7, the Clippers at 8, the Lakers at 9. All of those teams, the Clippers. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with all those teams. I think all those teams, if they wind up being way higher, like in the 3-4 range, I don't think I'd be surprised.
Okay.
So I still gotta see with that group.
Yeah, the Kings are right in it. And, again, I think it's a coin flip. They're probably 3.5 point underdogs tomorrow at Golden State without Fox. But then after that, so even if they lose that game, they drop to 2-2. They got 3 winnable games. Boom, boom, boom. You can easily see this team being at 5-2. Yeah. I would be surprised at this point if they weren't 5-2 after 7 games.
You'd be what are they, 2-1 right now?
2-1.
Yeah.
I don't care if Fox is there or not.
They should beat Houston regardless.
Twice.
Especially, when do you think Trey Lyles is coming back?
That's been a question. We might know a little bit more about Trey today when we go to practice, but they've got to take it slow, man. It's an Achilles issue, and not an Achilles issue. It's a calf strain. And
you don't want it to become.
And you don't want it to become an Achilles. And Achilles, there's only real one. You can get Achilles tendonitis, but that's just a precursor to what might happen. Okay. A fraying of the Achilles, like that usually like leads to a ruptured Achilles or, a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
But as of right now, like you don't want to put him in a bad situation.
Yeah. I think that's probably the right move.
You don't need him. You need him, 50, 60. Yeah.
They have plenty of other players who can step up to beat Houston twice and Portland. And if you're losing those games, more than one of them, you lose one, like, okay, you don't love it, but it's early. If you lose more than one of those games, that's not okay.
Yeah, of the 3. Yeah. I mean, if they're 4-3 and, that would, it is what it is. I mean, that's not horrible. You're not hitting any panic button.
No.
I would just say that like the next 4 games for me, is a 3-1 stretch in my eyes.
I'm trying to find the betting line. What did you say the line was going to be for Warriors Kings?
I'm going to guess 4.5. Warriors 4.5.
I can't find a line. That's annoying.
Well, they might not have a line because of Fox and because of
Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Klay missed last night's game. The Warriors just throttled New Orleans, by the way. Steph's trying to go win an MVP.
Steph is out there trying to single-handedly win an MVP. I mean, he has been so good.
Yeah, there's not ESPN doesn't even have a line. Okay, no
Yeah.
line on Warriors Kings yet. We'll
There is no line. It's not available on any site.
Yeah, the Warriors are the team that I'm surprised the most by, and not that they're 2-1 because that's not a huge shock.
3-1 now.
3-1. Sorry, not that they're 3-1, but the Kings are 2-1. Not that the Warriors are 3-1, but it's just kind of how dominant they were in New Orleans and how they've just kind of handled some good teams here in the early going, especially considering they're 3-0 on the road this year. They didn't win 3 games in a row on the road all of last season.
Oof.
Yeah. So just a pretty dramatic swing.
I would say I'm surprised that they are where they are too. Steph is averaging 33.5. Klay Thompson's at 17.3. And again, Klay Thompson, you can say what you want. He's shooting 40% from the field. He's shooting 47.6% from the field and 40% from 3. But they're doing that with like Chris Paul. Andrew Wiggins is averaging 10.8. Kuminga is averaging 11. Like they don't have Moses Moody is at like 9.8. They really are doing this without any like real push.
Yeah, I don't know how sustainable it is.
Yeah.
And that's definitely the problem for them. All right, Nick Wagoner next, talking NFL trade deadline. That's at 1:00 today. Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN. He will talk to us next about what the 49ers are going to do or maybe not do at the deadline. Here we go.
My bad.
No, I should have gotten this out earlier.
I didn't look at the clock.
That's fine. We're all good.
Okay, so the Warriors did exercise options on Kuminga and Moody.
As they probably should have. I'm good on the thing you texted me. Yeah. Shout out to Jesse, man. Jesse does the work of at least 2 people and maybe 3.
That's kind of our station here.
Yeah.
Like, well, the ESPN 1320 world. The Vikings are trading guard Ezra Cleveland to the Jaguars.
Ah, dang.
The 2020 second-round pick heads to Jacksonville, reunites with Phil Rauscher.
That is a player I wanted the 49ers to try and go get.
Yeah, that would have made a lot of sense. Yeah, Matt Barrow said, I believe there was at least some interest from the 49ers in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 90 seconds. I'm going to call Nick.
They got a 6th-round pick. That's all they got for him. Yeah, that Vikings trade is crazy. So they gave up a 6th-round pick, and they got Dobbs and a 7th-round pick.
All right, here we go. It's about that time. I love this time of year, man. NFL, NBA. And one of my favorite people to talk about both of those things with is hopping on with us now. Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. Fresh off an appearance on a podcast, I believe. So Nick, thanks so much for carving out time in your busy schedule on trade deadline day, no less. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
Well, you didn't even mention the fact that I just got done with a car appointment. So yeah, I am nominated for sainthood right now is where we're at.
Very good. Let's dive right in because I want to make a lot of jokes, but we're gonna skip that. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
We meaning you. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna stop. You do your thing. James and I will do the best we can. The trade deadline is in 87 minutes here. Do you expect the 49ers to make a move?
As we sit here right now, I don't know that anything is imminent. I do think that there's a cornerback in Jalen Johnson from the Bears that they're interested in. And I think there's a few elements at play there. First of all, he's like the one name that's out there that everyone knows that is like an actual difference maker that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
This is a former first-round pick who's playing at a high level and really just kind of entering his prime. So the price is not going to be cheap with him, and you saw the Bears already give up a 2 to get Montez Sweat earlier today. My understanding is they would want at least a 2 for Johnson, and probably more than that, because if they get let's say they get a late first, like a team like the Niners or the Eagles or someone like that makes a deal, or the Bills, then they could say, well, we traded Johnson for Sweat and the opportunity to move up from the second round into the late first. And so you could spin it a little bit better that way, for a team that doesn't seem like they're in the hunt that's making big trades like that. So I think the Niners are interested. I think there's a scenario in which they could make that deal and potentially even sign him to a contract, which may surprise people. But I think that they have ways that they could go about doing that and still keep Brandon Ayuk, but they would have to maybe sacrifice a couple other players. But if you're going to make a move, if you're going to make a big move and give up, either a first round or second round pick plus something, you want it to be guys who are going to be around for a while. And play premium positions, which I think Johnson checks both of those boxes, and it's a good day for that. So,
Nick, I think that's one of the bigger questions. What is the biggest need for the 49ers here at the deadline? The defensive line is really, really let that defensive backfield down by not being able to put pressure on the quarterback and giving him all day to throw. But is it still a defensive back? Is it more help up front? Is it the offensive line? What do you see as the biggest need for this team?
Yeah, for me, it would be offensive line, and that dates back to the offseason. And I've felt that way for a while, that, if they could somehow get a impactful right tackle or even a guard that could be an impact player, I think that would be good. The problem is those guys are not readily available. A guard just went from Minnesota to Jacksonville that, I thought the Niners might have some interest in him, Ezra Cleveland, but the teams are just not in a hurry because nobody really has good offensive linemen, and they certainly don't have extra good offensive linemen. So teams are generally not in a hurry to trade those kind of guys. Then I look on the defensive side, and to me, the situation the Niners are in right now is that they're really struggling to marry their coverage to their pass rush. And for so long they have been, we're going to rush 4, we're going to drop 7, we're going to play mostly zone, and we're going to let the pass rush get home, but the coverage is going to be good enough to give them time to get home. And so to me, it isn't necessarily a question of should they add a defensive end who can create more pressure, or should they add a lockdown corner who can be better in coverage. It's which of those positions can they get the best guy at, because they're in a situation where neither one of those things is necessarily holding up their end of the bargain. So if they could get the best possible player at one of those spots, it should improve the other spot, if that makes sense. And so that, to me, I think is kind of the more realistic scenario of what the Niners are looking at right now, versus, hey, let's just focus on a position. It's no, let's get a guy. If we're going to make a move and we're going to give up something of value, let's get the most impactful guy, because quite frankly, there's not a lot of guys out there available who are that impactful.
Talking with Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN and does a really wonderful job of that. So you talk about the Niners getting the best possible player in the pass rusher in the secondary. To me, talent is not a problem. And to me, this comes down to the defensive coordinator and pressing the right buttons to fix whatever is ailing the defense. Yeah. Do you think Steve Wilks is capable of necessarily doing that, or are the 49ers needing to look elsewhere for a defensive coordinator?
It's so hard to say as we sit here right now, because it's been such a short period of time. And you could go back into the early tenure of Robert Saleh and the early tenure of DeMeco Ryans, where people had complaints about them too. But the thing that's different, and there's a couple things that are different about Steve Wilks when you're trying to evaluate it. One, he's an outsider, right? Like, he's coming in without the previous knowledge of how the 49ers have run their defense. Now, he can watch tape and try to understand that, but that's different than someone like DeMeco Ryans, who took over for Robert Saleh, had already been here and was basically trained in that defense and was, in a lot of ways very similar, right down to the fact that he was on the field and jumping around and, enthusiasm that the guys could feed off of. But the other thing is Steve Wilks is
Nick,
trained. Yeah.
Can I cut you off just real quick? Ian Rappaport of NFL Media reporting the 49ers have just acquired Chase Young from the Washington Commanders for a mid-round pick in 2024. Your thoughts?
Oh, there you go. My first thought is I'm going to have to go here shortly, but
yeah, feel free.
That's the answer to the question is, what's the best they could get for a price that they're willing to pay? A mid-round pick is certainly what they were willing to pay. I know for either of those defensive ends, I'm actually a little surprised Washington traded both of them. But again, this Chase Young, this is not a guarantee, right? This is someone who's had injury problems, has a ton of potential, but hasn't been able to live up to it for a variety of reasons. Maybe coming here to do that. So another guy who is worth the roll of the dice, certainly, but not necessarily a guarantee that he's going to be able to fix what ails them right now.
All right. Hey, Nick, I know you got work to go do, so please go do that. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, and we'll get you next time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy. See ya. Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN, doing a terrific job. All right. Chase Young to the 49ers.
Woo!
Sure.
All
another
right.
pass rusher. Why not? That'll fix it.
Well, I mean,
he's having a really good year.
Yeah, he's having a good year, but this is one of those things. I like the way, again, that it's got to be one or the other, and it could be both. Like, the 49ers defensive line needs to put more pressure on the quarterback. That's just it. They have to. They're just giving opposing quarterbacks like Kirk Cousins or Joe Burrow just way too much time.
Yep.
And then it's causing the defensive backfield to just look atrocious. Like, that defensive backfield has been put in an awkward situation. Now, they have not lived up to their end of the bargain either.
Mm-hmm.
Javarius Ward, again, especially against the Vikings, was atrocious. Like,
he was really bad.
One bad play after another. I mean, he just basically tackled the opposition. Addison. He just tackled him,
Jordan Addison,
like on multiple possessions. Just like, hey, you got me beat.
Lenore got him too a couple times.
Yeah, just brutal. So I would like to see him fill a couple of voids. And Kyle, I don't think that, I don't believe that panic moves are ever good. But if you're not in, we got to shake this thing up mode, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, then what are you doing?
Yeah, because if they were going to stand pat, I don't understand.
Yeah, it's either that or you fire your defensive coordinator now and you ask questions later.
Yep.
And maybe you can help this guy. Maybe you can support him in a right way. Maybe you can get him down out of the booth and onto the field, and he can get a little bit better look at the action. I don't know. But at the same time, like, clearly the players are not living up to their standard either. And so changes need to be made.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is like, typically in a normal year, if you add Randy Gregory to your pass rush, it's okay. Like, that's fine. That's a fine supplement to Nick Bosa and Cleveland Ferrell, who's doing a fine job. It's a okay supplement to those guys, and you feel good about it, especially if Drake Jackson's playing well. But Drake Jackson is not playing well. In fact, he got outsnapped by Randy Gregory in Gregory's first game with the team. Oof. And then Gregory hasn't been super impactful at the most important position on the field for the 49ers. And so if they don't readily see a fix in their secondary and they can go get Chase Young for a 3rd round pick, then you do it. And the Niners, I believe, had 3 3rd round picks next year.
Is that what we're seeing they gave up?
Yeah. Mike Garafolo from NFL Media reporting that it was a 3rd round pick. And here we go. This is from Albert Breer now. It is a 2024 compensatory 3rd round pick.
Oh.
So it's not even it's not even their own 3rd rounder. It'll be in somewhere in the early 100s. Maybe the late 90s.
Yeah. This is former number 2 pick in the draft. He's got 5 sacks.
He's had injury problems, but he's been really good this year. I like the move for the Niners. I like that they're being aggressive. And this is somebody now that you put opposite Nick Bosa and you feel really good about it. Better than you felt with Cleveland Ferrell.
Definitely.
The fascinating thing to me is, what do they do with Chase Young after this year?
Man, Chase Young is 24.
Yeah, he's on the 5th year of his rookie contract. If he continues playing as well as he's played, then he's going to get paid this offseason. Even with the injury problems that he's had. The pass rushers get paid. And I don't know if the Niners are going to be able to pay him. So this is going to be a really interesting dynamic moving forward. But for a compensatory 3rd round pick, you will take that for a rental. They didn't give up a second. They didn't even give up their own 3rd round pick. This is a comp pick.
An extra pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
And with that pick, with the rate that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan go in the 3rd round, that player was probably not going to be as impactful moving forward as Chase Young will be this year.
Well, Kyle, they did get their kicker this year, so they don't need another one for 15 years.
You know what? That's a really good point.
They don't need another one.
About that. Yeah, they might need another one. He's not very good.
Ooh,
that's fine. All right, so there it is. Chase Young.
Incredible. Matt Mayoko. His response. Hey, now, that's a blockbuster deal to help the non-existent outside pass rush.
Which is honestly, that in itself,
stunning.
That in itself
statement.
is not acceptable. Your outside pass rush cannot be non-existent. Was that what he called it? When you have the highest paid non-quarterback in the league at one of your defensive end spots.
Oh yeah.
That just can't. I don't care who's on the other side. It could be Kyle Madsen on the other side. Nick Bosa's got to be existent.
Kyle, they just added a guy who has 2 more sacks on the season than Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Also an Ohio State guy.
Ugh.
Just loading up on former Buckeyes. There we go.
Oh, hey, I like it.
But here's the deal. If they don't stop turning the ball over on offense, and that's not just Brock Purdy. You had Christian McCaffrey fumbling as well. But if they don't stop turning the ball over offensively, and they don't stop, or if they don't play better coverage, it's not going to matter. You could add all of the best pass rushers in the league, and it's not going to matter. You have to play a baseline level of quality coverage to let your pass rush get home, and they haven't been doing that.
Yeah, I would say that if their defense is anywhere what it should have been, then a pick or 2 in a game from Brock Purdy shouldn't kill you.
I agree.
And that's like, I think that they've put him in a situation where we're getting to see his like behind the wheel training as a 16-year-old trying to get his driver's license.
So that's kind of the whole thing with the Brock Purdy interceptions those last couple weeks. The one against the Browns was bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the defense had a chance to get a stop at the end of the game and didn't. There's a couple of bad calls in there, but they just didn't get a stop. They had so many opportunities to get it against PJ freaking Walker, and they couldn't. Okay, and then they miss a field goal. And then same deal against Minnesota. They just couldn't get a stop.
Nope.
And then the first interception was bad. The second one, it was Purdy trying to make a play. You don't love it, but okay. But then against the Bengals, even if he doesn't throw that interception down there in the red zone, I have no reason to believe that the 49ers are going to stop the Bengals at any point in that game.
Never.
That just wasn't. So to me, it's a problem because you can't have your quarterback throwing 2 interceptions a game. You especially can't have your quarterback throwing an interception when you're down 1 score in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, you hit the nail on the head, James. This is supposed to be a defense that can overcome mistakes from its quarterback, and right now they're not. And that's the biggest problem to me. They've invested so heavily in a defense that can all of a sudden not stop anybody.
Yeah. It's tough, man.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make more changes. And again, I think a lot of this is schematic. I do. I think a lot of it's schematic.
Yeah, and you hope that Steve Wilkes can figure that out.
Yeah, you got a dude back there playing checkers and everybody else is playing chess. You're like, bro, stop.
What if he was literally in the booth playing checkers?
At this point,
like, king me. What? Oh, no.
I would not be surprised if King Me wasn't the play call for an all-out blitz with 16 seconds left in a half. King Me. Oh, no.
Oh, no. What? There's 60.
Wait, they cut off my mic. No. Yeah. Anyway.
I meant to ask, you know what? I messed up earlier. We had Rob McAllister, play-by-play voice of the Sac Republic. I meant to ask him on his way out his favorite cereal. And I didn't. That's my fault. I'm going to make that our show's bit, is that we hit every guest with that.
I don't know, because the cereal connection, I don't know.
No, I'm in. Manny wants to know, and he's very clearly dedicated to cereal, a food that I love very much.
He got very angry when I didn't ask Jerry while you were gone.
As he should.
He may have yelled in all caps like 14 times. Ask him what cereal he eats.
Jerry's definitely, I think Jerry's he feels like a Captain Crunch guy.
No.
Oatmeal?
He can't do the sugar.
Oh.
Yeah, so he said he does like a kashi or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something
Okay, I rock
like
with it.
healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Jerry loves his popcorn. He's a
That's
renowned
my go-to.
popcorn eater.
It's my go-to in a press box.
Oh yeah.
You just give me a box of popcorn, I'm in there.
It's not great for you.
No, it's not. It's definitely not the best thing.
No.
But that's what I'm munching on during a game.
He now is apologizing for his anger.
Yeah, it's fine. He probably hadn't had his Fruity Pebbles yet.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
All right.
We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. I'm Kyle. Yesterday we talked about NBA players that we have to see, right?
Yes.
We talk about these are NBA players you pay to see. And when James Harden got traded, I'm like, talk about a player I would not pay to see.
Yeah.
I think I would actively avoid going to a Clippers game just because I don't want to watch that dude.
It's tough because you're always hoping for like the redeemable quality in a player, right? Like I've covered a lot of players and most of them have redeeming qualities.
Mhm.
There are people that I've covered that you're just looking at like, okay, man, that you're wild. And I don't know that I can hang with this. But there are like almost all of them have redeemable qualities. I will tell you one of my worst like in locker room experiences when James Harden and Dwight Howard were on the Houston Rockets together. They would wait and wait and wait and wait and make everyone in the room wait until the 45-minute window for the locker room and post game to be to close.
Mhm.
And then both of them would talk at the same time on opposite ends of the locker room. So you couldn't get one, or you had to get one or the other. You couldn't get both.
What a joke.
And they would do this. That's what they do. Like like James Harden almost missed playoff games because he refuses to ride a team bus and has to have his own car take him, and in the Bay Area, we all know that traffic, you get hung up in the traffic.
You're not going anywhere fast.
You're in trouble. Twice he almost missed a playoff game because he wouldn't take a team bus. Like I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the redeemable qualities.
What a clown show. All right. Yeah. I think James Harden's right at the top of the list for me.
Yeah.
I'm not paying to watch.
Yeah.
Man, this Chase Young thing's got me.
It got you?
It got me, bro.
Got you in your feels?
No, I don't know how to feel about it. Because if the 49ers defense was playing well, you go, wow. And now they're adding Chase Young, who, like you said, former number 2 pick, freak athlete coming off the edge. He's dealt with some injury issues, but he seems to be healthy this year and he's playing really well. And man, you love that. But I just don't know that adding more good players is the solution here. I think
adding more bad players is not a solution.
That's a good point. Anytime, right. Adding good players better than adding bad players, no doubt. But for me, it's not a matter of talent. And if their answer to, hey, you know what? Our defensive coordinator may or may not know what he's doing. Let's just go get another body to throw at the quarterback. I just don't know that it's going to matter that much.
Yeah, Kyle, there's only one quarterback to go tackle. It's not like the wall. There's only one ball. Like I'm down with whatever they can find.
I guess it's a good move. It just doesn't, for me. I'm not going, there we go. That's what the Niners needed. It's a good ad. I'm with it. I get the vision and I cool, especially for a compensatory 3rd round pick. You'll take it. But I don't think that when you've watched the 49ers the last few weeks and you're watching them get torched by Joe Burrow, and then you watch them lose to PJ Walker, and then Joe Burrow torches them and Kirk Cousins torches them. You're not watching that going, you know what this team needs? They're just one edge rusher away. I never once thought that.
I just think that they've got it. Well, I don't know what they need. Like, I just know that I'm watching Nick Bosa like lock up with a right tackle half the game and just like stand there and like, what is happening? Like, that's not the same player.
Yeah.
So, like, you got to fire these guys up some way. And I like that they can throw, waves of players at the
Mhm.
opposition. But at the same time, like, it doesn't matter if if you don't have the defensive backs, if you don't have the offensive line to support what you're doing either way. And so,
That's just it. Is okay, if you were ready to deal a 3rd round comp pick,
yeah.
why weren't you going and getting Ezra Cleveland?
Why didn't you he went for a 6th round pick?
Right.
Throw a 5th round pick. Throw 2 6th round picks. Throw a 6th and a 7th.
Dude.
I don't care.
Yeah, sweeten the pot somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would say this too, when it comes to, like, if they do lose Chase Young,
Mhm.
they're just going to get another 3rd round compensatory pick in the following draft for that. I mean, he's that quality of player. So this is like such a low risk, high reward,
Yeah.
like trade. Like, again, if
No
he
doubt.
if
No
he
doubt.
leaves this offseason as a free agent, like, you're going to be able to, you'll get the comp pick right back.
They're honestly,
So it doesn't matter.
Honestly, at the rate the 49ers have used those 3rd round comp picks, I don't want them to have any.
None.
You
get none.
It's going to be a running back who never plays, or a kicker who can't make a 40-yard field goal, or something.
You know what I wanted them to do?
Or a cornerback who can't get on the field. Shout out Ambry Thomas.
While they're on the clock, I want John Lynch to just call the insider and say, okay, who we taking with our 2nd, 3rd round pick?
There are dude, he could call us. There are people who do 49ers content on YouTube or podcasts or blogs or whatever, who put together way better draft boards than whatever the 49ers come up with.
Yeah.
So I would not be opposed. You want to call Eric Crocker and Brian Peacock from Locked On 49ers? Go for it. You want to call the insiders on ESPN 1320?
Do it.
Go for it. Call anybody. Just don't try and do it yourself.
I ain't drafting a kicker.
So I'm in on the Chase Young move.
Yep.
But on the other side of that token, I'm just not convinced that this changes what ails the 49ers defensively. They still have a lot of work to do over the bye.
I'm in either way. I'm like, hey, I am one of those people that say just go get as much talent as possible and figure it out. Especially, like, pass rushers are very specific types of players, and they all have their special moves and stuff. But, like, go get me someone that can pressure the quarterback. That's the biggest thing for me. I've been complaining since, like, the 2nd week of the season that this defensive line has let them down. And, go get somebody that won't.
If for some reason you watch or listen to this show but not D-Lo and KC, I encourage you to always listen to D-Lo and KC. It's my favorite program to listen to on the way home. But listen today, because we've got Primetime Kenny in the building. He's here as Coach Prime.
Oh, yeah.
For Halloween. And he's coming in right after the 49ers traded for Chase Young. That's going to be a blast. Super fun. Super fun show coming up, I'm sure.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. We've been the Insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll be back tomorrow right here on ESPN 1320 from 10 to noon. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. D-Lo and KC are next right here on ESPN 1320. Bye. We're clear, dog. Get out of here. Go to practice.
We survived, friends.
Yep. James is going to go to practice, guys. I'm going to go cut my audio. Everybody have a very safe and hey, this is Kyle Madsen from the Insiders, and I'm here to talk to you about Junior Restaurant and Lounge. It is my new favorite restaurant. I know you're sitting there. It's almost noon, and maybe you're sitting at work, or you're driving around and you're going, God, what do I want to eat for lunch? I got you. You go to one place. You go to Junior Restaurant and Lounge. Guys, I'm trying to, hey, can you tell them that I'm trying to promote Junior Restaurant and Lounge right now? I got go to Junior Restaurant and Lounge. They have it's Taco Tuesday today. Taco and Tequila Tuesday. I'm telling you, the tacos are outstanding. And where are we at? You got 2 tacos for $5, and they are crispy tacos. They have steak, they have chicken, they are unbelievable. We had them the other day, and I honestly, I was with a bunch of friends, and we were having a meeting, so I didn't want to eat like 10 of them. I wanted to eat 10 of them, but I didn't. So if you're sitting there, you're driving around, maybe you're sitting at your office, maybe you're like me, and the moment you wake up and get to work, you start looking forward to what you're going to have for lunch. Head over to Junior Restaurant and Lounge right now. You head up I-80, you take the Eureka exit. It's right off Eureka and Sunrise, right there across from the Auto Mall. Super convenient location, not far from the freeway. Get in there today for Taco and Tequila Tuesday. Get yourself 2 delicious crispy tacos for just $5. And then make that your lunch routine. You can head there for dinner. You can rent out a lounge spot. You can rent out their beautiful outdoor patio space. It's my favorite restaurant, and I'm sure it's going to be your favorite restaurant too very soon. Check out Junior Lounge. You can book that lounge or you can book that outdoor space at jrlounge.com.
He was like, oh no. Oh, so he's talking about a restaurant. I'm like, oh, what is happening? All right.
You got practice?
Yeah, I'm out.
We'll be following.
You guys vote for my chili?
Which one is yours?
It's.
Did you put raisins? Did you say raisins?
No, I don't put raisins in anything. It's it's red. It's got a red lid.
I got
And
you.
it's a little sweet.
I'm voting for you. I got you, brother.
What's good, everybody?
What's going on, everybody? What up, though? What up, though? You guys already know what it is, baby. You already know what it is. Kelly.
All right. This is bullshit.
It's personal.
This is bullshit. No, I turned the mics off. Yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. We in here.
Know the vibes, baby.
We in here one more time. Hey, you need to deliver your pregame routine with a little bit more enthusiasm.
Well,
Kyle just barely looked up, gave a little thing, and went back to working.
hey, Kyle, you need to stop with all that bull junk.
We need
stop with all that bull junk out there.
No, Coach Prime is here.
It's personal. It's personal.
Encourage everybody to log on to youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Check us out, YouTube, Facebook, whatever, Twitter. We appreciate you wherever you are. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you are here with us. As we just got news a couple of minutes ago, listening to the Insiders. Chase Young is the newest member of the San Francisco 49ers.
I like that. We've been talking, we both been talking, all three of us been talking about it since Washington decided not to pick up his option. It's like, oh, y'all don't want him. Well, bring him over here. I need him. You know what I mean? I want to see him on that D-line. And the D-line needs major help right now. It's crazy to say that. It really is crazy to say that because they got a bunch of talented guys on there. They got Bosa, the $128 million man. They got Eric Armstead. They got Hargrave. They went out and got Randy Gregory. Cleveland Farrell's shown signs. Drake Jackson has shown signs. They shouldn't need help, but seems like they do. They went out and got Chase Young and try and stop some of the craziness that's been going on the last 3 weeks.
And we still got 56 minutes until the trade deadline. So
I'd like to go get a cornerback.
I know every 49er fan is clamoring for a cornerback or some help into that secondary. There's speculation as to who might actually be available and who's not. I guess we'll find out within the next hour. We'll find out exactly who is available and who is not. I like the
Washington throwing in the towel.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that when the Sweat trade went through.
Right.
It was like, okay. I think there's probably a realization. One, there's a new ownership group there. There could be sweeping changes coming across that organization in the next, 6 or 7 months or so.
Yeah,
or less than that. But I mean, you're competing with the Dallas Cowboys. You're competing with the Philadelphia Eagles. In a sense, you're competing with the San Francisco 49ers, the Seattle Seahawks. You start to take a look around and kind of look at the landscape of the league. And I wonder if Washington's management or Washington's ownership had a conversation with themselves about, let's be real with ourselves. Let's be real about where we're at and how we've played this year. And what can we do to put ourselves in a better position for the future? Can we compete for a playoff spot and make a run? That has to be the first question, because this is the NFL. You get to that wild card, you get to those division rounds. It's one game. You don't have to win a series. It ain't the best of 3. It ain't the best of 5. It ain't the best of 7. You got to win a game. We've seen the Giants do it. We've seen the Steelers do it. We've seen wild card teams make runs to titles. Washington doesn't strike me as that type of team. But that's a conversation that ownership group, that front office group has to have. Maybe they had it, and maybe we're getting our answers to what they think about their performance this season.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a complete reboot over in Washington. Like you mentioned all the stuff, the ownership change. I mean, that could be something that trickles all the way down to coaching staff, the management, GM, all this other stuff. Completely cleaning house and starting over. It's not the worst thing in the world. You also look at this draft. There's 3-4 top flight quarterbacks according to everybody. You got what's my man in USC? I'm drawing a blank right now.
Caleb Williams.
I don't know why I wanted to call him Seneca Wallace for whatever reason.
Oh God,
looks like Seneca Wallace.
All right,
but Caleb
Cordova,
Williams, Iowa State.
No, Cordova High School.
Oh, Cordova. I thought you said Villanova.
No.
Cordova, Sac City, big ups. Iowa State was a Heisman front runner for like 7 weeks or something like that. But you got Caleb Williams. You've got May out of North Carolina. That looks like a stud. You got my man in Washington. They got quarterbacks all over the place, and maybe Washington is looking, or the Washington
Football
Commanders
team,
are looking at this like, let's line ourselves up to get one of these franchise quarterbacks.
They're 3-5. You've got New England at 2-6 in their own conference. You've got Arizona, Carolina. Josh Dobbs is headed to Minnesota. I guess that's an indication that I don't know what that's an indication of. But the Cards are 1-7. Carolina's 1-6. Of course, you got Chicago, who's 2-6. Lots of questions around Chicago. You've got the New York Giants. You got Green Bay. All of those teams are at 2 wins. And then you've got Washington at 3-5. But to be honest, I don't care what Washington is doing. I only care what the 49ers are doing.
Yeah.
And I like Chase Young. I think he's a hell of a ball player. I always get antsy when players I like get drafted to Washington because I don't think it's going to serve anyone any good. I felt that way about Dwayne Haskins, felt that way about Chase Young, felt that way about every player they've ever drafted that I like within the last decade and a half. Yeah. Not that Chase Young isn't, culpable for some of the things that have happened there in Washington, but I'm excited to see him with the San Francisco 49ers, but I also understand that 49er fans like yourself are looking at a different position group that they hope to improve here over the course of the next 52 minutes leading into their bye week this weekend.
Adam Schefter talking about what the Niners were giving up for this. It was a conditional third round pick for Chase Young.
Mm-hmm.
He followed that up and said the 49ers are projected to get a compensatory third round pick for offensive lineman Mike McGlinchey and another compensatory third round pick for the losses of Rand Carlton. I think that's how you say, and D'Amico Ryans. And one of those comp thirds is being sent to Washington in exchange for Chase Young. So this is like
free.
Yeah,
it's
this
a free
is
pick.
something they already knew this money was coming in. They had money to play with, and they used one of those to get Chase Young. So great job by them.
Martin Luther Shanahan.
Yeah, hey man, it's paying off, man. It's paying off. I like that.
Meanwhile, some of y'all screaming for him to fire Steve Wilkes 8 weeks into the season.
Steve Wilkes got to be better, but
I don't doubt that.
They
we're
all
really talking about firing coaches 8 weeks into the season.
Nobody
coordinators.
Nobody should be fired.
Well, that's cap. Josh McDaniels should be fired
on the Niners.
Okay, I got you.
Nobody should be fired or released on the Niners. They need to figure out a way to get.
Yeah, he's got to do better. They all got to do better.
They went and got some reinforcements. I like this. I mean, I said earlier, like if you see, a weak spot in your roster, go try and strengthen it by the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Go try and handle business. That's what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are doing right now. And they're giving these guys, they're giving the roster everything they need to be successful. They just got to go out and execute. Then you got to also make sure everybody's healthy too.
Is the corner stuff overblown a little bit? Like, is it that bad?
It depends. It depends though, right? Because it's all connected. I think a lot of the corner stuff is because, number one, I don't like the scheme. Number two, the quarterbacks have all day to sit back and throw. There's no pressure. So maybe John Lynch and these guys.
But that's not the cornerback's fault, though.
Like that. But I mean, you still got to cover.
No, I understand that. But if you got to cover for 2.5 seconds versus covering for 4.5,
right? That's what I'm saying. It's all connected. Like they played poor. They're giving up whatever the reason is going on. Travarius Ward is committing pass interferences left and right. They're getting beat left and right. But
it's a byproduct of
exactly of no pressure. And I think some of the scheme too. I don't like the scheme. They're being asked to play 11 yards off the ball.
Yeah.
And that's just pitch and catch for some of these guys.
Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't feel like a Booth versus Field issue. Because that's what the Steve Wilkes thing and Kyle Shanahan talking yesterday about having a conversation with Steve Wilkes about, what's best for the team in terms of coming out of the booth versus staying on the field. His last couple of defensive coordinators that are now head coaches were all on the field, whereas Steve Wilkes, who was previously a head coach, is up in the booth. Again, the issues that you just outlined do not strike me as booth versus field issues. They'll strike me as something else. So I feel like maybe we're focused on the wrong things when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, and we're looking for easy answers to difficult questions. And it's only Steve Wilkes who can answer these questions. It's only, those defensive guys that can answer that questions. And perhaps the most complex question of all is, why were you one way for 5 weeks and one way for the last 3? That's the question that needs to be answered, because that's the problem that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
And you could even go back to those 5 weeks and argue they weren't great, weren't terrible, but weren't what everyone expected them to be. Right. Well, at some point, whether it's Bosa or it's Armstead or it's Fred Warner or it's, the Charvarius Ward, whoever, y'all going to have to start being what everybody said you were going to be.
Yeah, to me, there were signs of this, even though they were winning and I thought the defense still was playing well. It's not like they were getting gashed. There was signs of these problems. That Rams game sticks out like a sore thumb to me.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way the Rams on the ground, ran all over him to start that game in the first half. And I didn't like the joke about it, but Puka was just running free. He was the best receiver on the field, and there was no resistance to him. I said, what are we doing? And there were signs of it there. The Giants kind of ran on him a little bit at points of that game that I didn't like. And I just, maybe it's, it's a learning curve that's going on. And it's caught him these last 3 games, and they've got to fix it. All of them together. It's not just Steve Wilks. It's not just the players. They've got to figure out what works best. And now with Chase Young, see if they can get back into a groove where, they're one of the top defenses out there.
Oh, we'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on Twitter. We'll keep our eyes on the television as the NFL trade deadline is 47 minutes.
NFL trade deadline was so crazy. James Harden got traded.
Oh, how about that? We'll talk about that. James Harden is a Los Angeles Clipper. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox. The only thing we got from the Sacramento Kings last night, De'Aaron Fox will not play tomorrow. No surprise there, but that is all we got. He wasn't ruled out for a week. He wasn't ruled out for 3 to 4 games. We didn't even get a reevaluation timeline other than it's something that will be day-to-day with De'Aaron Fox, which leads me to believe he's going to try to push the play in Houston. That's just my guess.
At least one of those games.
Yeah, which I don't blame him. He's the ultimate competitor. He wants to play. But we'll talk about that. We're just getting started. There's a lot in front of us. Scott Gulbransen is going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour to talk about that sorry-ass Raiders offense.
You want to talk about bull junk.
We've got Trysta Krick. We've got Jason Jones, who I'm sure has got plenty of jokes coming our way. And just
he shouldn't. Is he his team last night?
Is that the hat your mom wore at the wedding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Coach Prime is with us here. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Play my theme music.
You're on. I can hear you if that's what you're waiting for. I can't hear you no more.
Folks. Hey, which Ken are you?
The dope one.
The dope Ken.
Yeah, the dope one.
Dope boy Ken?
Yeah. Yeah.
This hat's too small.
I saw you standing up on the bench taking photos. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
I was Kenny's filmographer.
Yeah, since they didn't want to be a part of it.
Not an extra, Kenny.
There's an eye in your guys' team.
None of those people are even on camera.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
They were just, but it's to us, it's way funnier that you're rallying the sales staff. Like they don't know that. When people see the video, they won't know that. We know it.
I didn't even realize sales wasn't even on camera.
Yeah, no, they weren't even on camera. It was just Rich yelling. It's personal.
That was funny.
And they wouldn't keep it like they didn't go long enough. They didn't go long enough, and it was like, oh, y'all need your hands held through everything. Man, oh my God. Well, there are some Ho Train vibes to the hat. That's for sure. That's some strong. There's some roll of fatty for this pimp daddy.
Roll of fatty for this pimp.
Like that bitch up and say, pimpin' ain't easy. Yo, that shit used to be on TV. That's crazy. That is crazy. Roll of fatty for this pimp daddy. Like that blunt up and say. Unbelievable.
And this dude would really go to like the local strip club
and
get
those were shoot strippers.
Yeah, from that city.
Those were shoot strippers, except for like Victoria. Victoria was a work. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. Busy show planned for you as the NFL trade deadline approaches. We mentioned Scott Gulbransen at the top of the hour. That's the only time we'll talk about the Raiders. I refuse to work them into any other part of the show. Just a dreadful performance. I'm pissed off that they made me sit around and watch that in prime time with no other football game to flip to. Trysta Krick's going to join us. Lot to talk about in terms of the NBA. And, of course, it starts with it finally happened. About 11 o'clock last night, James Harden became a Los Angeles Clipper.
Couldn't believe it. I was sitting there getting ready to hop on the Peloton, get a little night ride in.
Yeah, look at you.
And, yeah, out of nowhere, Woj. James Harden has been traded to the Clippers. I said, do you know what time it is, sir?
Sir.
I almost hit Damian up, said, we got to go on IG Live.
You on the bike and me from bed, boy. That would have been a hell of a IG Live right there.
It was the worst when he broke it at like 11 last night because you see it, and it's the worst when you're on Twitter and a trade happens, but just everyone's asleep. So I'm just refreshing, like, oh, what's everyone saying? Just nothing happening.
I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. The trade broke at 6 a.m. for me. I don't know what any of y'all talking about. I woke up and there were like 47 tweet alerts. I'm like, hey, yo. And they're all coming from Bobby Marks. So I know something's happened. And I'm like, James Harden, and I'm trying to find the original tweet. And, there it is, 11 o'clock or whatever. Like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
James Harden is, in fact, the Los Angeles Clipper. The Clippers are sending Robert Covington, Marcus Morris, Nicholas Batum, and 2 first-rounders to the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't understand why they're sending 2 first-round picks. I guess they don't care, and I guess I understand.
They don't care. And if you're the Clippers and you want James Harden, you can debate on whether or not they should or whatever the case may be. But if you want James Harden, you know how I am. Go get the job done. If Morey's like, yo, you need 2 first rounders, I'm not going to sit here for another couple weeks.
I understand.
If James Harden, they're in the win now business.
No,
I
think, okay, you're right. And I understand that. I think the crux clearly of my issue is like, that's not a win now move.
No, I'm not saying
that's the crux of my issue, not the Clippers. The Clippers have determined that the combination of James Harden and Kawhi Leonard and Paul George and Russell Westbrook and Ty Lue, like that is a title contending team in the Western Conference. I just don't feel that way, man.
I think a lot of people are selling this situation short. There's a couple of reasons why. Number one, what have I always said about James Harden in these situations? I agree with you. In a lot of
he's going to behave to start.
First year, he'll be perfectly fine.
And that's all he has.
He'll be perfectly fine. And that's how the Clippers are looking at it. Now, they may look to sign him. I don't – maybe so. I don't know. But I know they're looking at
I think they will.
Yeah,
I absolutely think they will. They're going into the $1 billion arena next year, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll look to sign James Harden.
So, whatever happens in the future happens in the future. But I know they're going to be ready. He's going to be ready to go this year. He's going to play at a high level this year. And even last year, like we talk about him, whatever, he wasn't a dog.
No, not at all.
He was not a good ball player.
And in his, I'm not defending James Harden, but I want to be fair to the story. The Philadelphia 76ers, and I don't think Nick Nurse would say this publicly, but I believe the players have, and it's been reported. James when he's there, has been great. There has been no issue with James Harden. Other than the fact he didn't want to be there and he wanted to be traded. Right. And in terms of his interaction with players, and to the best of my knowledge, the interaction with his coaches has been fine. So I don't want to frame it as he's this or he's that, but I have these overall feelings about James Harden that he's at this rate where we're at right now, he's quit on every team that he's been on. And I don't care nothing about the Rockets. I didn't care nothing about the Philadelphia 76ers, the Brooklyn Nets. I don't care about none of them. But I do like the Los Angeles Clippers. And I like Paul George and I like Kawhi Leonard. And y'all know how I feel about Russell Westbrook. I don't want him to go down there and torpedo this team. And you're right. He ain't going to do it now. He's not going to do it now, but what's he going to do in March? What's he going to do in April?
Well, he ain't going to do it this year.
This team okay.
He's not going to do it this year.
Fine, fair enough. He's going to be on his best behavior. Great. This team gets to a playoff. What happens? He ain't going to be there.
And
he ain't going to be there.
That's the game plan, right? Because if he can hold it down for the regular season and be a guy who plays a lot of the games, is giving them an opportunity to be a winning team while Paul George and Kawhi may be resting or may be down. When it comes to playoff time, I'm not going to say they don't need James Harden, but he ain't going to see the rock. That's going to be Kawhi and Paul George's
What are you going to do, bench him?
No, he'll be out there standing in the corner somewhere, but that's their time. That's Kawhi's time. The thing with the Clippers, and this is their mindset. I'm not saying that this is exactly what it is. They need a bridge to get to that point. They can't turn it up during the regular season and play in the postseason because those guys can't hold up. They need somebody to be able to help them get through the regular season and let these guys get whatever rest or take care of themselves the way they need to. So by the time the postseason come in, that's Paul George and Kawhi time. That ain't James Harden time. He can fall flat on his face literally in a game 7 all he wants to. He's not going to be somebody they rely on. The Sixers needed James Harden to perform. I don't look at the Clippers with a healthy Paul George and a healthy Kawhi Leonard to perform to a level where they need him to take him to the next level. That's the outlook. Not saying that's the way it's going to play out. I'm just saying that's the way they're probably looking at it.
Whatever. My man's been hooping too. Russ has been playing well.
Yeah.
Russ has found his role within this group now, which is going to change.
It may not.
It almost certainly is.
James
Harden is a ball dominant player.
He may not be a ball dominant player. He may stand in the corner.
He going to be different?
He may stand in the corner.
Is that what you brought James Harden for?
He's essentially, he could be like a spot up shooter at this point. Catch and shoot guy. Create for these other guys. I think a lot of people are dismissing it because it's James Harden, because it's the Clippers and everything. I think there is a way for this team to be pretty formidable.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. I absolutely don't doubt that at all. Yeah. I think I for the record, I thought the Clippers team was already good. Mm-hmm. Adding James Harden to it, I understand what James Harden is as a scorer. I understand what James Harden can be as a distributor when he wants to be. I understand James does some good things on the floor. I also understand it was his desire to go here, so maybe that helps things, though I think it was his desire to go to Brooklyn. I think it was his desire to go to Philadelphia. So it's just the latest in a long line of James Harden desires that GMs have decided to satisfy.
I can't remember. I'll look it up real quick. Has Russ has started at point guard this year, correct?
Yeah, he's like 30 minutes a game, I think.
Because when did he come? Did he ever come off the bench last year?
I don't think he came off the bench for the Clippers. I think he did for the Lakers, but I don't think he did for the Clippers.
That's what I was trying to think if he came off.
Hold on, I can tell you. Stand by. He did not. Played 21 games with the Los Angeles Clippers last year. Started 21 games for the Los Angeles Clippers last year, and obviously started all 3 this year.
I like the Clippers team as they were. I wouldn't go after James Harden. I just don't see the need to. That's how I would go about things. But I'm trying to think about why they may do this, and I can understand a world where they, you get a guy that's 20-10. He's 20-10. He played well last year during the regular season. All these first-year stuff, he's playing fine. He's going to be playing for a contract. It is a contract year. So that's another reason why he's going to be on his best behavior. I understand the gamble.
It's interesting. Harden contract year. Kawhi, Paul George up for extensions. Russell Westbrook 1-year deal.
Somebody said it wasn't a reporter. But it's somebody who pays attention to these things, and they felt like because all this happened, now they can
do the deals
with Paul George and Kawhi, and they didn't really explain like the rationales to.
Well, it's because James is on your roster now, and he becomes easier.
Exactly.
Yeah, it becomes an easier process of signing him back than it would have. I think it probably would have been virtually impossible to sign him as a free agent or at least for any dollar figure that would satisfy James Harden in any way.
Right. Yeah.
I just point out, y'all need to show my man some love. Dude's 35 years old, averaging 30 minutes per game. Just point that out. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Who was talking about you? I love Russell Westbrook.
I know you do.
That's my boy.
11-7-7 essentially on this
The-
season.
the
We'll see
other-
how it goes with them though.
The other thing about this situation, speaking of Russ, is
I do feel like they got better. By the way, I don't think in terms of players, with all due respect, I don't think it's a big loss. I don't like the draft picks. I don't know why you had to do that, but.
Yeah.
Again, they're in the win now business. They're not thinking about 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds coming in and helping this team, no matter how high that they're drafted. And they're walking into the billion-dollar arena next year, and they need marquee players.
I do think about how this is going to work on a basketball scheme. Like I understand the gamble, but I'm looking at, I like to look at the end of games.
Mm-hmm.
And is it going to be Russ, James, Paul George, Kawhi, and Zubac? Where's Terrence Mann? You said you couldn't get rid of Terrence Mann. Where's he at in this equation?
Yeah.
I think trying to think here. They still got Norman Powell, right? Yeah, they got Norman Powell. So I think he's a good shooting guard. Where does he fit in this occasion? So I'm interested to see what it looks like on the court, how they make this work. There's another guy there that may be one of the X factors of this as well as Ty Lue, and the respect that people have for Ty Lue.
I'm sorry, isn't Ty Lue on the last year of his deal?
He is. He was looking for a deal.
Yeah, there's speculation he's looking for something else. Just rumors, but there's speculation.
Look at all these rumors.
Well, shout out Time X Social Club. You mentioned Terrence Mann, though. I wanted to look this up before I talked crazy. Is Terrence Mann out? Yeah, looks like he is. Because I was looking to see who was their starting five versus San Antonio the other night, and
I fell asleep on that game.
It was Covington. It was Covington and Zubac.
And that's the other part of this as well, though. Like, I don't, no disrespect to these guys, but I don't feel like they gave up a lot. They gave up Covington.
Covington scored 0 points in that game, and the Clippers scored 123. Who, as a matter of fact, who was it?
Covington, Nick Batum, Marcus Morris.
Marcus Morris. Okay, so Marcus Morris appears to not have played in that game. Nicholas Batum and Robert Covington scored the same amount of points in that game that D'Lo and KC did.
The other aspect of this that I don't think a lot of people are talking about, and I don't know how it works, it's just gives you another option, is they got PJ Tucker.
Right. So is PJ Tucker the starting four?
Maybe.
Four? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. If you go,
he was starting in Philly, right?
So if you go Harden, Paul George, Kawhi, Tucker, and Zubac.
Okay.
That's your starting five. It's not a bad starting five.
Whatever.
I'm with you, though. I don't know what this does. I mean, Russ is going to be all right. Russ is going to be.
Shut up, dude.
Russ is going to be all right. But we were talking about
I'm kind of burying Batum and Covington. I had to go. I was like, they've had to have scored this season, didn't they? They did. Batum scored 8 and Covington scored 4.
Batum had some moments last year
in the Clippers Jazz game that the Jazz won by 2 in that one.
Yeah, Batum had some moments last year. I remember obviously everybody was making shots, but in that Kings game, I mean, he was lethal from 3, missed the game winner. But he's not nothing. But
this is so annoying.
You can move on. You can move on. From
the domino effect here, because who is playing well is Bones Highland.
I like Bones too. Pause. No, I got it. For anybody said or anybody said anything, I got it, bro. I got it.
All right.
Sometimes, Kenny. Sometimes.
All right. You couldn't have said Highland.
What?
You couldn't have said Bones Highland.
Went with the nickname.
All right.
I do like his game though.
Yeah.
I do like his game, but what happens to him now? Once again, what happens?
No, that's what
happens
I'm saying.
to Terrence Mann?
There's I didn't Terrence.
They couldn't get when he comes back. They couldn't get rid of him. They wouldn't make a deal without Terrence Mann. Now where are you gonna play?
Now
Norman Powell.
Now we're going down. Welcome to your home of the goddamn Los Angeles Clippers is now I'm down. Now I need to Terrence. Well, why does Terrence spell his name differently than every other Terrence?
It's like Dwayne Wade.
Terrence. Last year, Terrence Mann is a bench player. With all due respect.
No, he is, but like
he comes off the bench.
Yeah, but who?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. They didn't need to do it.
What do you think their ceiling is right now?
Same as it was before 11 o'clock last night.
They could win. They could
It
have
was
won
the NBA Finals.
You thought they could win the NBA
Yes.
championship before?
Yeah,
I thought that,
absolutely.
I thought that was a possibility too.
Paul George is having a nice little start to the season. Now we can argue. We could do the it's only a matter of time before this happens. That's fine. Y'all call me when that happens, because some of us aren't keeping our energy the same, and it's getting obnoxious. Because I'm really sick of opening Hoops Hype every day and seeing Devin Booker's not playing tonight. Bradley Beal's not playing tonight. Y'all were so in love with Phoenix. Y'all have fallen awfully quiet given the fact that Bradley Beal ain't played one game in a Suns uniform, and the only time we saw him in a Suns uniform, it was in a Kevin Johnson jersey, for God's sakes, on the bench. And Devin Booker played the opener, in which it was acknowledged, I don't think Booker's right, but he's going to go out there for this opener, and hasn't played since.
Yeah.
But y'all fall quiet on that one, but you're ready to attack the what ifs. You're ready to attack the what ifs with the Sacramento Kings. You're ready to attack the what ifs with the Los Angeles Clippers. Y'all are just waiting for Anthony Davis to fall apart. Well, come on now. If we're keeping it a stack, this team had this was a championship caliber team. And I think they started out well. It's a 2-point loss to the Utah Jazz. Probably can't lose that one. But they're not going 82-0. This team before 11 o'clock last night was a championship caliber team. Talent-wise, this team right now today is a championship caliber team. I just feel like you just threw a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot
and no matter how great James Harden is, no matter him being on his best behavior, no matter whatever you want to say about James Harden and what happens this year. We just mentioned Bones Highland and the way that he's playing. We just mentioned Russell Westbrook and the way that he's playing. That changes a lot of things. Y'all didn't want to give up on Terrence Mann. Terrence Mann's going to be due for. We talked about contracts earlier, and Terrence Mann due for a contract this year. Okay, y'all wouldn't trade him. Y'all wouldn't involve him in this. So, what do we got? You just name like 4 guys, including the head coach, 5 guys that are due for contracts.
There's a lot going on there.
You willingly threw all of the you just threw your whole roster, your whole makeup, your whole chemistry into like one of those little bingo tumblers. And you're just waiting to see what comes out.
They didn't feel like they had enough. They
All
didn't feel like
man.
maybe not talent wise, but they didn't have enough to make it through. And think about like where some of this is coming from too. You know, and not saying that he's perfect, but maybe I got a different. You saw it too, maybe, but after seeing him on the playoff, the podcast Jerry West saying like, man, you guys just can't stay healthy. And he wasn't saying it to knock him, but he was just frustrated. It's like, it's not fair.
Paul said the same thing.
So he just can't stay healthy.
Paul said the same thing.
So they may be looking at it like, how are we going to get through 82 and then another 2.5 months? The odds say they can't do it. They can't do it. Those guys cannot do it. They can't make it through. They need some help to get through the regular season. And they also probably are getting rid of the whole aspect, because Ty Lue was talking about it too, of it doesn't matter where we're seated. Let's just get to the playoffs. They're probably like not doing that no more either. Like, we need to get a higher seed. We need to have home court in at least one of these series.
We need to have some chemistry. Like, we need to be out. We can't start playing together when the playoffs get here. And that's something you got to keep your eye on with Phoenix.
Well,
you can't start playing together after the trade deadline. Like well, now it's Book and Brad out, but one of them comes back and the other one doesn't. Then another one goes out and the other one comes back. You guys can't try to figure this out in April.
I agree.
That's what happened to the Clippers like 3 years ago. They hadn't played games together. It's what happened to the Brooklyn Nets when Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden were there. They didn't start playing together until they got to the playoffs.
Right. I hear you. I understand. I get it.
I still like the Clippers. I'll be watching. Whatever. I'll be watching. I mean, we could just scrap the 1 seed out of the Denver might go 82-0. No. Denver ain't never losing again. Denver going 82-0. That team looks ridiculous right now.
This is a good team. They might be the 1 seed again. I don't look at them as
fine 80-2.
I don't look at them as being not saying you said this per se, but being unbeatable or not being capable of falling out of the 1 seed.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is I think they look really, really good to start the season.
They do.
They're not exactly, I think the highest caliber win they got was not only did they beat the Thunder, like they really roughed up the Thunder. But they beat the Lakers, who we've have our questions about the Los Angeles Lakers. We've got the Grizzlies looking at lottery balls already. And then the Jazz, which are one of the more, I don't know, interesting teams, I guess, in the Western Conference. But with that said, in those 4 games, Denver's looked really good, and they got Minnesota coming up tomorrow, which low key kind of interested in.
Minnesota took a tough loss last night in Atlanta.
Atlanta's
starting to do some things. A little bit. Jalen Johnson.
What the hell is going on down there? They're scoring like 130 every night.
And they getting them shots up. Jalen Johnson is finally starting to do some stuff.
That's Quinn Snyder, right?
Mm-hmm.
He coached at the end of last year, didn't he?
It was a little bit before that. I think it was before the break and everything.
He coached for
a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
And they were struggling, and they found a way to get in the play in and then getting to the playoffs. So I'm not saying watch out for the Hawks. I don't feel that way yet, but I am taking notice of the way they're getting after it.
Yeah,
I watched that Lakers Magic game last night. The Magic got some ball players.
You was right.
Yeah,
you was right. That was legit. That was fun.
Jalen Suggs, man,
that was fun.
He gets after it. I hadn't seen him play in a while. He gets after it. Markelle Fultz looks great out there. They probably should have won that game. Lakers ended up winning. But Orlando, that's the first time I watched them this year. They got a what's my man's the coach's name? I can't remember off the top of my head, but he came from Dallas. He's got those guys playing hard. He's got those guys really getting after it every night. And Jalen Suggs, I was just super impressed with him, man. I was super impressed with the physicality and the intensity he played with. Almost a little too intense. The kid looked like he was about to shed some tears after he missed that shot. I said, it's game 4, big fella.
Yeah, that was a bit much, actually. He was had his head in his jersey for about 5 minutes after the game had ended. I was like, all right, bro, relax.
I'm about sick of both of you. By the way, I think you're talking about Jamal Mosley. But
Jamal Mosley, that's right.
I'm about sick of you to ragging on dudes showing emotion. My man had a chance.
They had to do the thing where they hug him and he puts his head in his chest and everything.
You missed a shot you're sad about, but literally it was 4 minutes after the game. We're all in the locker room, bro.
Y'all are heartless, dude.
You gotta get to the bus.
Game 3.
We gotta get to the bus.
He played hard though, man. He was doing his thing.
He wanted it.
He was doing his thing. I was really impressed with the way he
dub.
Markelle Fultz, I love seeing that story with him playing the way he's playing right now. He's playing some good basketball.
Yeah, I'm glad we might be getting a happy ending to that story. My man out there hooping. We are 19 minutes away from the trade deadline, from the NFL trade deadline. But even with Chase Young being a San Francisco 49er and some moves being made around the league, Josh Dobbs headed to the Minnesota Vikings following the news that Kirk Cousins is out for the season with a torn Achilles. Still, the biggest trade to be made today will be James Harden. It was actually made late last night. James Harden, I guess, depending on what coast you live on, being traded to the Los Angeles Clippers. Not by accident. Harden had returned to the team. He had been on the bench, and by all accounts, everything. Did you see the video of the guy with the Michael Myers outfit, Halloween? The killer on Halloween.
I didn't see a video.
So he was at the venue. He was at I guess it was Philadelphia because it was their home game. And he, Michael Myers, full mask and everything, and he had a sign that said, "Bring me Harden."
Oh no. Oh no.
Man, he was sitting pretty close. So the video, I think I saw it on TikTok. The video, or maybe it was Reels, I can't remember, but the video caught Harden seeing the sign, and he had like a stare off with the dude in the Michael Myers mask. And it's like, I'm no expert. I think you're gonna lose that stare off. Like, you're not gonna win. It's a funny video. I'll see if I can find you, and I'll find it and tag you in it. We'll come back.
Crazy.
We'll talk to Scott Gulbransen at the top of the hour. Want to talk about De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox, obviously the Kings officially ruled out De'Aaron Fox tomorrow against the Warriors. James is on his way to practice. We'll see what types of news that we can get from James and from Mike Brown when he speaks to the media today. Of course, we're all under the belief that Davion Mitchell will start, but we'll hopefully find out for sure here coming up pretty soon. And we'll talk about the Raiders taking another loss last night. And it's not just the loss. They're 3-5. It's the dreadful performance from that offense. Scott Gulbransen, the top of the hour, Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Trysta posted it. Okay, so you can see it on Trysta's page. Oh, they got food out there. All right. Everybody here is dressed like fucking Barbie and Ken. Like every single person. It's so weird. Like, I don't know if a memo went out.
I think they do that every year too. I think 1 year, like the Karate Kid on Netflix was popping, so everyone came up dressed as the Karate Kid here.
Oh,
remember
that's
that?
Right. Yeah. That's right.
No originality in this office, man.
But I think with the Karate Kid, that was sales. I think that was a plan.
Yeah, but like Sales is the only ones dressed up today too. I guess besides.
No, the wake up call's dressed up.
That's true.
They're in full get up. And the only people that really work here are salespeople. And us. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize. I still haven't watched the movie, and not for any reason. I just haven't seen it yet. I didn't realize there were so many Kens. Did you see the movie?
No. Don't know when I'm gonna see that one. I'm still trying to see.
I want to see it.
Still trying to see Spider-Verse.
That one's on Netflix now, I think.
Yeah, we had bought it. You know, when you could buy it on Prime or something like that. Reese has watched it a couple times. I hadn't watched it yet.
Which one?
The new Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah.
I still gotta watch them both.
I kept thinking it would like show up on Disney or something, and it hasn't yet.
The Spider-Verse joint?
Yeah.
Spider-Man's owned by like Sony or something like that, so that's why they never get the Spider-Man stuff.
Oh.
That's the opposite.
Yeah, I've been wanting to watch that. Literally everyone has pink on. Every single person here. Except Justine. Shout out Justine, who I would fully expect to just show up in all black.
Wow. Where's Justine? What is she wearing?
She's right there. The dress and the pigtails. I don't know who she is. Justine.
I'll walk past Justine sometimes. Like I don't even like say hi just because like she's
Justine
scary,
is scary. Yeah. You have to like she is very, very, very firm in her delivery. Shout out to Justine though. I was really frustrated about something last week and went out. I had to go talk to her about it, and she recognized it right away and did a good job of not escalating the situation by being frustrated too, because she saw I was. Well, that was about where it started. Yeah, that was it. And she knew right away, oh, you are out of the loop on this. Hey, Patrick, I'm with you. There's pink jumpsuits everywhere. It's hilarious. It's freaking hilarious. Is anybody listening to this dressed up right now? Could y'all tag us? Are y'all dressed as Barbie and Ken? Because there had to have been a memo. Like there had to have been. Like literally everyone here is dressed as Barbie and Ken.
That's what everybody's doing this
except
year.
for Justine and the wake up call.
That's what everybody do. Well, it's what a lot of people are doing this year.
Yep. A lot of people are doing that.
I don't see a lot of.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot where I'd be at. But,
yeah.
you know.
Different areas.
Yeah. When was the last time you dressed for Halloween?
I couldn't answer that. I have no clue.
Did you do it like in the KSFM days?
No. In KSFM days, and thankfully this started happening shortly after I left. They took over that erotic zone ball.
The one at Cal Expo?
Yeah, it was just essentially, a porn party. It was one of the most like ridiculous events. Like, how is this
erotic exotic? Is that what it was?
Something like that. Yeah.
I never go to one of those, but they used to have. They had something else at Cal Expo that was like it wasn't that, but it was like a party. I don't know if 102.5 was with it, but I went to that a couple times. It was popping. Oh, it was popping.
Yeah, no, I didn't dress up I'm not trying to be funny. I have no clue the last time I dressed up for Halloween. That was never my thing. I was telling Jesse earlier, because Jesse and I were talking about it, like we were poor growing up, right? So like I never, like all the costumes I wanted, Mom was like, no. Like we can't have that. So like I had like a Freddy Krueger mask and the glove, the plastic glove. I was that for like 3 years in a row. And then one year we had a couple of extra bucks. So there was this, like, it was a Freddy glove, but the glove, like the fingers lit up. And so that was the big upgrade. I got the glove that lit up. That was it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I wouldn't really, I don't want to say stuff was like homemade, but
yeah,
I'd find a way to make it. Like one time I was Dennis Rodman with the Bulls for Halloween. My mom had a Dennis Rodman jersey, so I just threw that on, got some spray, drew some tattoos on.
So one time I was Bo Jackson with the Raiders.
Okay,
but I had but it was a Bo Jackson shirt. It had 34 on it. But like, what did I do? What are we gonna do for shoulder pads, Mom? I got you. Sponges. Put some sponges on. Taped them up, boom, put the eye black on, some black sweats, gave me a football, wasn't even smart enough to show the ankles yet, didn't even register back then, and carried a football around and said I was Bo Jackson.
Yeah, fine,
what we did.
Way to make it happen. Yeah, I'm not a big,
Michael Jackson. I just always had the glitter glove and the top hat.
Yeah, I'm not a big person to dress up for Halloween. I'm not like against it, but I don't ever want to put that much work into it until like it gets around like Halloween. I was like, oh, I should have been this. By then, it's too late to order the things and do it the way I wanted to. So
somebody just walked in with a pumpkin on their head. Who the hell is that?
I don't know who that is, but I'm like intrigued.
That person has a pumpkin on their head.
I have no clue who that might be. She got blonde hair.
It's not Stacy. Who the hell is that?
It's not Molly.
Yeah, it's not Molly. Molly with us Molly today.
Early,
Can you imagine? There's like some random listeners walking around the audience building with a pumpkin hat on, just no one knows.
Bro, that is
Kelly. We saw Kelly.
No, I don't know who that is, but this Halloween is funny. It's a funny. Jasmine says
Casey gonna bother me.
KC dresses up every year. We need to find out who that person is. Yeah, it's crazy that we don't know who it is.
I feel weird because if I walk in, like, who are you? And I just ask that. Like, I feel like you can't ask that. Like, who are you?
It's not Stephanie.
Y'all don't like
it's dressed regular today. Maybe she went and got a costume.
No, that's not Stephanie, because Stephanie's hair is not like that. And how are you gonna eat, ma'am?
Yeah, you can't take off the helmet if you're a mascot.
She can't be comfortable. She's got a pumpkin on her head.
We need the big reveal.
It's not a big pumpkin either.
Oh wait, nope, she didn't.
No, we need the big reveal to be here on the show. She can't reveal it. She needs to come in here and say, "It's me."
It was me, Austin. Oh, I could have been the higher power. I could have wore my McQueen in the Violet Fog robe, threw the hood up, and been.
Well,
the
not
higher
everybody
power.
has that robe.
Well, not everybody has it. Oh yeah, there you go. Good call, Jesse. Good call. Good call. Yeah.
And just talking about, I was Joe DMX and I was Brooklyn Vampire in Brooklyn the other day.
Hey, we're on. First, you look great. Who's wearing the pumpkin on their head? Oh, Lisa.
Well, that's not fair because Lisa's not always here.
She's
She's
never here. Okay, we were trying to figure out who it was. Like, who just showed up with a pumpkin on their head? Lisa would absolutely show up with a pumpkin on her head.
Yeah, Lisa's not always here.
Can you answer one more question for us before you leave? Because this is the hard-hitting stuff that everyone tunes in for. Was there a memo about dressing as Barbie, or did everyone just do it? Oh, I was gonna say. Oh, okay.
Making moves.
Managers, huh? Boy, we
making moves.
We just hand those titles out to anybody. I'm looking. What? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, Kimberly. My bad. I didn't mean you for the record. No, you kind of are the manager. You're the office MVP. By the way, you're still on probation from being in the studio from the last time you were here.
I got my arm on the dumb button right now.
Yeah, look at Jesse in there sweating and everything. Jesse in there sweating like crazy.
I won't say anything.
All right.
Kim, your thoughts on James Harden?
Oh, you know what? He's got a really good beard.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kim.
All right. Thank you.
Well done. Very good.
How?
No, we're a little. We're
Just put this on pause.
all right.
We're doing a radio show as we speak.
Just, no. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Y'all wonder why we are the way that we are.
Y'all see that bull junk?
Lisa, that's funny. All right, Lisa, and I love that she's just committed to the bit. Come here, y'all got to see my girl. Hold on, I promise we're gonna get back to the show. Scott Gulbransen is gonna join us in a second. I know this. I know this whole show. I know this whole show has gone to hell. Come here, y'all got to see my girl. Come on. Oh, maybe she can't get the door open. There she is.
Come on, man.
We was trying to figure out who was walking around with a pumpkin on their head.
Come a little closer over here so you get there. You go.
Yo,
there you go.
That's my girl Lisa. Me and Lisa been riding. Me and L Boogie been riding together since the original KSFM days. That's what's up. You look great. You look fantastic. All right, that's our girl L Boogie right there. All right, let's get back to work. Trade deadline is 6 minutes away. I don't think your cornerback's coming, my man, Paul.
Well, there's. Okay.
No, don't do that. I'm sorry. Repeat your line. Yeah, talking about I love bones. Like, calm down. I got that.
No, let's rough in the passer on both of you. It's 15-yard penalty. It's 15-yard penalty. First down on both. Offsetting penalties. Offsetting penalties. Repeat first down. Offsetting penalties.
One from each team.
That was tough, bro.
Was it?
Yeah.
Man, y'all are. Yeah.
But so Tim Kawakami, I can't really confirm that this is true or not because I'm blocked and I don't have my burner hooked up on here. So I don't know if this is true, but Tim Kawakami, we were tagged in something where Kawakami says NFL source, the 49ers are closing in on another trade. I don't know who it's for, but it seems likely they'll get one more.
It's AJ Pollock.
Oof. Well, give John Lynch an extension for that. You know, he showed his the true merit of what he does. Just give him another 20 years like the Giants did far on.
I don't. Am I looking at a different Tim Cow? I don't see that tweet.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not up there no more. Maybe it's Chatty House. I don't know.
I saw it was up there. That was from him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't.
See it.
You know.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. I'm sorry. 41 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
It still got nothing's happened in 4 minutes, so I don't know.
Well, no, it could. It doesn't have to be announced by 1 o'clock. It has to be sent to the league office by 1 o'clock. So we might, normally you find out about things relatively quickly. Rarely do you find out things like an hour later or 2 hours later. If the 49ers are in fact doing something, we should know something within the next handful of minutes. Tim Kawakami did tweet 40 minminutes ago as I'm not blocked by him because I don't interact with him. I don't even follow him.
I didn't even interact with him either. I don't know how I got blocked.
Well, I wonder. You just magically get blocked by a variety of individuals.
I don't know how it happened with him.
That block list is crazy. Have you ever seen the number? It's like
his number.
It's like 6,000. It's like in the thousands.
I'd get blocked right now because he acts like a jackass. I'll say that. That's ridiculous.
He's soft.
That's ridiculous.
It's either 6 or 16,000.
And he talk crazy. He talk crazy like he the Don Dada and can't handle it when somebody come back to him. Now, I'm not saying you got to say anything disrespectful or call him out of his name, but people just challenge his opinion and he want to block him.
You're not allowed to do that. But he did tweet 41 minutes ago, 49ers are closing in on another trade. I don't know who it is for, but it seems likely they'll get one more. The trade deadline just a couple of minutes away, and we'll find out, in fact, if they are, in fact, closing in on another deal. We'll get to the King stuff, too. We saw the Shams clip of him talking about Sacramento and Toronto and Pascal and OG Anunoby, and I guess we're just doing that again, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what they got going on. I really don't. I have no idea what Toronto's going to do.
I don't either.
They're going to ask for the Gobert deal to get Pascal.
It's absurd. It's absurd. Raiders fall last night to 3-5 after a loss to the Detroit Lions, 26-14. What the main issue with that game isn't even the Raiders, it's the Lions. You should have beat them by 50. That offense was awful. They were calling for Aiden O'Connell last night. Come on, man. Look,
Jimmy's done.
Bruh.
Jimmy's done.
Their leading receiver was Josh Jacobs. 2 catches, 26 yards.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. That offense was pathetic. The Raiders were outgained by 329 yards.
Wow.
They had 157 total yards.
I mean,
and about 3.5 hours of my time that I can't get back.
So is it safe to say Jimmy's a system quarterback, or is Josh McDaniels just that bad, or both?
Yep. Yes, I agree with both. I don't know, Jimmy. I don't know, man.
Jimmy's been bad this season, but him and Derek Carr both had their worst seasons under Josh McDaniels.
Yeah,
where they just fell off, just completely, it didn't work at all. Like this is easily on Josh McDaniels. They had that drive yesterday where Josh Jacobs scores that touchdown. Jacobs had 12 carries up to there, got the ball 3 times the rest of the game.
Ridiculous. Stilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV, on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you to our man Scott Gulbransen, the Silver and Black today, for joining us as he does each and every single week at this time. I refuse to dedicate more than one block of our show to this football team, Scott, and the block is yours today. We were just laminating how pathetic that offense was yesterday, how pathetic it was that the Lions didn't beat them by 50, and the fact that, Scott, I do not understand how a head coach performing this poorly can continue to survive.
It's a great question, and I think everybody, Raider Nation's there with you, and I was just
absolutely.
I mean, the numbers and the sheer ineptitude is staggering, really, if you think about it, because this offense continues to do nothing. This offense had a quarterback almost at halftime, and then they got the ball back. Jimmy Garoppolo had a 3.3, not 33, 3.3 quarterback rating. Finished the first half with a 9.8. Okay. I watched a lot of football. I don't know that I've ever seen that. So you look at the situation, and I heard before I came in there, they're talking about Derek Carr having his poor year last year under Josh McDaniels, and then you have Jimmy Garoppolo coming out, same thing this year. Clearly, as I've said for the last several weeks to you guys, it's not working, and it doesn't take a 30-year veteran head coach or personnel executive in the NFL to see that it isn't working. And he doesn't have answers, guys. That's the scary thing. The press conference again was unbelievable. Like, it's, they're trying to get them to say that Jimmy Garoppolo is not playing well. And instead he's like, well, it's a lot of little things. It is. It's a lot of little things, and fix them. But clearly, guys, he does not know how to fix this offense.
I think it's over for both of those guys.
Yeah.
For Jimmy and for Josh McDaniels. Not that they'll get fired or released. We don't know if that's going to happen, but it's clear they're just not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're just not good enough. Josh McDaniels isn't a good enough coach. Jimmy Garoppolo, without Kyle Shanahan at this point in his career, isn't a good enough quarterback. And the question is, what is Mark Davis going to do moving forward? Is he going to does he want to do what it seems the Commanders are doing and just kind of bottom out to try and get a franchise quarterback possibly? Or does he want to keep playing this out? Does he want to bring Josh McDaniels back? It's really I don't want to say the next 9-10 weeks don't matter or whatever, but it's really going to come down to, what does Mark Davis want to do when the season is done? If he wants to keep Josh McDaniels, I don't see much changing.
No, I don't either. I mean, remember, this is the coach that, with his time in the Raiders, is 3-11 on the road, guys. 3-11. Okay. They can't win games on the road. They can't win games at home. They can't win games consistently. They can't score points. 2 touchdowns in the last 2 games. 2. Okay. So the offense, $104 million offense, can't score. It's peculiar because Mark Davis can't look at this and say, well, we just need a few more weeks, because every week it's getting worse. And so if you saw progress, you look at Dan Campbell with the Lions, right? What he went through when he first got there, and they didn't have enough of the Jimmies and the Joes and the players that they needed. But what they did have was a coach who had a vision, believed in it. And yes, they won 3 games the first year, and then he came back and turned them around. You saw the progression in a year, folks. It's no more a 3-5 year NFL league turn things around. It's a 1 to 2 years. Now you're into year 2, things are going backwards. The question for me is, how can Mark Davis, it's self-admittedly said, I'm not a football guy. I don't know the X's and O's. I don't know the executives. He can go buy a WNBA team. And I know I'm not comparing the sports, but he hired all the right people there, and they've won 2 championships back to back. Again, different sport. I understand that, but he needs to look in the mirror himself and say, you know what? I don't make good decisions around this stuff. So I got to go find somebody. I got to go get a president of football operations who's going to hire a GM, who's going to hire a coach. He's going to keep me informed, but I'm going to stay the hell out of it, because clearly since 2011, I don't know what I'm doing.
So real quick though. So Scott, break that down. I mean, who's that right now? We know it was Mayock before, but like, who's the Mayock now? Is it all Mark Davis just making these decisions?
No, I mean, they have folks in the front office with Dave Ziegler, the GM, and they have that normal front office, but who watches over them? Who oversees that? And you have Sandra Douglas, who is the president of the team, but she's much more on the business side of things, right? The president usually oversees that's not involved with the day-to-day football stuff, putting together a winning football team. And that person, I don't believe that they have, because at the end of the day, when they go out and hire coaches, who gave John Gruden the big deal? Mark Davis, because of the personal relationship. Who went out and got these guys? Mark Davis. Did he have people helping him? Former Raider Marcel Reese, who left the team unexpectedly earlier in the year, was there. And Marcel Reese, a great guy, going to have a good career in the NFL, but he's never built a football team. You need somebody to oversee the putting the recipe together, because they can't get it right. And I'm sorry, you cannot overcome bad decisions when it comes to the people who are building your football team. Last night, the Lions had 4 rookies from this draft class in 2023 who significantly were contributing to their team this year. The Raiders have none. So even the new GM, Dave Ziegler, I've been giving him a little bit of a pass. Not anymore. Nobody's panning out. This has not been good for the Raiders overall in the front office, or especially at the coaching spot.
Scott brings up such a tremendous point that I really hadn't thought about in terms of the aces. And I just can't help but wonder, like, why that is. And I'll give Mark all of the credit in the world in terms of what he did in the WNBA. Mark Davis very likely changed coaching contracts for the foreseeable future. We saw what just happened in Phoenix. That's a direct result of what Mark Davis did. Becky Hammon is no longer the highest paid coach in the WNBA, and that's because Mark Davis took that first step in paying big money for her. And I wonder, Scott, if it's because Mark will admit, I don't know anything about the WNBA. I gotta let the people who have put this team, because the team was relatively in place when it arrived in Vegas. I gotta put the right people in charge of this team, get out of the way, and let them do their thing. I wonder if it feels like, well, football is in my blood. I know too much football to be sitting sitting secondhand. I see what Jerry's doing in Dallas. I can be involved in this. I wonder how much of it is just the fact that his ego won't let him take a step back from something he feels like he knows so well.
It's a good point. And I think last night on our post-game show, somebody brought up a good fact or a good point, which was probably Mark Davis's, I think, biggest weakness, besides the lack of knowledge in how to construct a football team, because his dad was a coach. His dad grew up with football, right? Al Davis that's not Mark Davis's life. That's not who he is. And Mark Davis, I think, is really, when you meet him, I don't know if you guys ever meet him, but he is a really down-to-earth guy, and he's a feeling guy. And so I think, approachable. Yes, and I think he's too much into the, hey, if I like somebody, then I'm going to do well by them, right? The NFL is a tough business. It's a cutthroat business. If people, his father would not think twice about having fired this coach 3 weeks ago, right? There's no question. I'm not even talking in the later years when I was losing it a little bit. I'm talking about during his heyday. He would have got rid of. He fired Tom Flores, a Hall of Fame coach, because Tom Flores was on the downside of his career. He didn't have any qualms about doing it. Thanked him and said, thank you, goodbye, we're done. Mark Davis, I think, might be a little bit of a people pleaser, and he likes who he likes and he trusts who he trusts. And at the end of the day, that's not working out for him. Doesn't mean he shouldn't do that, but that's why I think you need a buffer. You need somebody in that organization who has a background, a successful background in building teams. He did it with the WNBA team, as you mentioned, D'Lo. Going out and got Becky Hammond. You can't get a better coach, in my view. Went and did that. Before that was Bill Laimbeer. He came with the team from San Antonio when they brought it to Vegas, and he kind of started it, right? He knew what he was doing, and then they kind of handed it off to some front office folks who were doing really well. So that in itself shows you that he's capable of doing it there. I think he's got to repeat the same pattern with the Raiders so that this team, for its fans, who I feel the worst for, can finally maybe get on the road to respectability. But first, they got to get past this coach who won't admit any of the problems and considers to do the same thing over and over again, even though it doesn't work.
Scott, real quick, we talked about Mark, we talked about Josh. I'm looking at this locker room. I'm looking at this roster. What happens, and I'm specifically looking at this guy, what happens with Davante Adams?
Yeah, it's 109. Davante
Obviously,
Adams
he's not
is still a
going
Raider.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter came out emphatically and said he's not going anywhere. Clearly, he's not happy. He's frustrated. He feels probably like his the prime years are being wasted right now. Like, what happens with Davante Adams?
Well, look, Davante Adams is going to make $25 million this year. I think he makes 23 next year. So from a contract perspective, there's some things to work out there. But if I'm Davante Adams, clearly, you saw it at the end of the game when Jimmy Garoppolo missed him for a wide open touchdown by overthrowing the ball. And then he went off the field and slammed his helmet and said, I'm tired of this. You know what? If I'm Davante Adams, look, I think he does want to stay a Raider. But if I'm him, I'm going past the coach. I'm going to Mark Davis and said, listen, I'm going to give you the rest of this year. I'm going to see what you do. And if it doesn't change, then I might ask you to get out of here. Right. They'll do that in the right way. I'm compacting that conversation, but if I'm him, that's what I'm thinking. And you know what? Even Raider fans are like, man, let this guy go because he doesn't deserve this. He does not deserve it. He's one of the best players in his generation. And so I think that's what will happen unless the Raiders make changes. And I don't understand what they're waiting for. Yeah, it's hard to fire coaches mid-year and all that jazz. But at the end of the day, what kind of signal are you sending to those players? What are you sending the signal to possible free agents and draft picks next year? If you're going to pick at the top of the draft and a quarterback looks at the mess there and Josh McDaniels is still there, does he want to go there? Hell no. Josh McDaniels can't develop quarterbacks. He ruins quarterbacks. So if that's the case, change has to happen. It's just a matter of when Mark Davis is going to have the cojones to do it and to get this team set on a course for whatever it can do this season and then set up for the future.
Davante, I think, is trying to approach things the right way. You could tell everyone's kind of at the end of their rope. It's really hard for me to believe he hasn't lost that locker room.
Yeah, I think after yesterday, especially, you look at, and he came out again, said it's little things on offense. And there's a lot of wheeze, but not a lot of, hey, do we need to do things? Yeah, we need to look at things and we need to do. No, coach, the sign on your desk says I'm in charge. And if you're in charge and everything's going wrong, it's not a we, it's a you. As a leader, you step up when things are bad and you take it on yourself. when things are good, you put everybody else out front. He's doing the opposite of that. And I just don't think he knows what he's doing, guys. I think he's completely lost. He does not know how to fix the offense. And that's not my opinion. That's in the numbers and what you've seen on the field.
Great stuff, Scott. One day we're going to get to talk about something good. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, and it might not even be this year. But we always love talking to you, Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black today. Thanks for joining us as always, my friend.
I appreciate you guys. You have a good rest of your week.
All right, Scott. Buddy. Scott. Hey, and Scott, by the way, we covered the Kings for a long time. Like we've come out of it. We're in a happy place now. We know it's tough covering a bad team with bad coaching. We were just there.
No, I'm talking about the Raider fans. They were just there. Like they felt like they were making the turn. They made the playoffs.
Yeah.
All this other stuff.
Yep. Got too cute.
Now it's
got too cute.
It's all gone again.
Got too cute. We'll come back. Let's dive back again. I've got nothing else on this Raiders team. I don't know what else to say about them. We're out of that era of having to discuss bad sports franchises. We got a football team that needs to right itself here with a new acquisition and Chase Young headed into their bye week. And we've got one of the guttiest point guards in the NBA. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox and some news that we just got from James Ham here when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm going to go run and see the government team real quick. Huh?
Oh, that's what it is. I was like, I don't know any of these people.
Yeah, they don't really work here. I mean, they do.
This hat's too small. It was my mom's hat. It is my mom's hat. Only cowboy hat I could find on short notice. It's too small. Hurts my head. Gets the job done. No. My gosh. I'm about to hear this.
You can see Nick Wright and the other host of that show are just like, what did you just say?
Sorry, Lewis. Not you right now. Wow. I don't even know how that would even come up. That's bad on a number of different levels.
Yeah.
You can't say that. That dick. This is my guy. He really is my guy. But I just hate. It's such a stupid ass argument.
Hold up. Chris Broussard did not say that on television.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
There's no way he said it on ESPN.
He said it on Fox. He's on Fox. He's on Fox.
Yeah. But John Paul's.
He said that for real?
Yeah.
It's clear as day, like emphatic.
The clip's on Twitter.
Yeah. But I just think this is just a dumbass way of looking at football. Like Jimmy was good because he was on a good team and had good players. No shit. Like all these guys that are good have good players. That's sports. If you have good players, you're going to perform well. So the whole, he's only good because he's got good players. Like that's stupid ass logic. The hell you mean?
Yo, no cap. This might be the biggest party that has ever happened. Like, look behind Jesse. There's like
they're having a great time.
There's literally everyone who works here is here. You know, here's D'Lo and KC.
working.
Even Charlie left us.
And then,
Charlie went to
Kim was
parties.
like, "Oh, come to the party! Like we're doing a show."
There's people I don't even know that are out there that like.
Yeah, they really are. The government teams here. Government team don't work here. I mean, they do, but they don't. Yeah, everybody turning out. Okay, no, we see y'all.
You think they're ever at the party like, hey, like poor D-Lo and KC?
No,
like, they don't get to
absolutely
hang
not.
out. Like, should we bring them
Absolutely
stuff?
not.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. They're not thinking twice about us. They're looking in here and pointing at us like, look at those jackoffs.
Are they having a chili contest right now?
I think so.
I don't like chili, so I'm not tripping. Is that Rich? There goes Rich.
This whole day is out of hand. Hey, yo, let's just take next Halloween off. It's a little wild in here. There's a lot going on inside this building right now.
I think Jonathan took Halloween off.
Jonathan's smart. Shout out to our man, Jonathan. Jonathan, the one guy we needed today. It was like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this.
We could bring in Aaron, show Nate Diaz. This is the guy who threw you out the other day.
Polo L says, oh, if we could get Nate Diaz to come into the studio one day. Whole studio turning up, having a party, and D-Lo and KC talking about the Raiders.
You gotta love this job. To do it, you gotta love this job.
The worst part of the party,
everybody.
The worst part of the parties is like when they get together for the group picture right outside our window.
Yeah,
that one hurts the most.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been in an Odyssey picture before.
Never. And then they post them on social media. I love this team. Best radio team in the world.
Life at Odyssey.
Yeah. If you didn't know anybody, you'd think the only radio show here was the Wake Up Call. Unbelievable. Anyway, bitter? No, not us. Why? Why you ask?
I'm just hungry.
Well, you're always hungry.
That's it.
You are always. Someone asked me the other day. Oh, it was Carrie for the Kings asked me, how do you guys eat with your schedule? I was like, well, Kenny just eats. Like
it's either eat or die. Which one do you want?
Me and Casey sit in here when they have the parties, hoping that they don't finish all the food. So hopefully they have some leftovers for us. It's a cold world out here.
We
bro.
like some raccoons, just like and scragglers around here.
Cold world, no blanket, man.
They really turning up out there. In any event, we here with you. Are y'all offices having parties? If y'all in costume, could you tag us?
Yeah, man. Tag
at
us.
D-Lo and KC. We want to see what like you guys are wearing or what your offices are wearing. We're not going to be the cheesy radio show that plays Thriller. Although I'm always down to play Mike, we ain't gonna do that. We are playing Monster though at 420. we playing that joint at 420.
I'm sure there's some radio station out there. What's the scariest moment of the season so far?
That sounds like something Greeny would do on Get Up.
And give me your March Madness candy Halloween break.
Oh, that's perfect for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna put yams right here. Cranberry sauce is too low, guys. That's what bad radio shows do.
That's some bull junk. That's some bull junk.
Coach Prime Caraway here.
It's personal.
Yeah. Did you put that video on IG yet?
Yeah, I did.
Actually, let's play. I'll play Coach Prime's motivational speech today.
We're talking to the Odyssey staff.
Yep.
Today, make sure everybody's on the same page. Same page.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for stalling for time as I add the screen. We gotta get your social media game up just a little bit.
Yeah, this was a rush
I
job.
know.
Now, when you think about life, you end up having adversity, man. You end up having adversity. And those obstacles make that adversity personal, right? When you think about being a father and being a good father, somebody say something about your kids, you talk about my kids, it's personal, right? I look at Odyssey as my baby.
Shout out Odyssey.
Odyssey is my babies. So if you say something about Odyssey, you talking about my kids. You talking about my babies. It's personal. Now, when we started this whole thing at ESPN 1320, there was a lot of people talking a lot of bull junk. They was talking a lot of bull junk. We heard them. We started with 2 hours. Then we got 4 hours. Then we got the insiders, and they tried to come back on all that stuff. They tried to come back on it, but you know what? It's too late, baby. It's too late. Why?
Because it's personal.
We ain't coming no more. We here. Play my theme music.
Oh, I thought you put the music in.
No, I didn't have to.
I thought that was the whole point. Oh,
no.
Boo! Oh, you gotta
ain't
let
time
me
for
help
all
you,
that.
bro. You
No,
gotta
we
let
ain't
me
got
help
time
you.
for all that.
I thought the
we ain't
whole
playing the
time, I thought that's what we was doing was adding the music, and the music was gonna hit at the end.
No, we ain't got time.
And they didn't know they were supposed to clap when you said we here. They don't listen. This is why y'all get yelled at the way that you do, because y'all don't listen to instructions. I was there when he told y'all to start clapping when he said we here.
They did a little clapping or whatever.
Nah, they don't listen.
They're not natural.
They don't listen.
They're not natural.
They don't listen. That's why we get frustrated with them the way we do.
It happens.
I tell you
They
what,
don't
though,
listen.
our guy Rich was ready to hit that line
He
though. When
did.
it was
He
time.
did.
It's personal.
He was ready. He was ready.
Hey, Rich sounded, and that's my boy. Rich sounded, didn't he sound like a SpongeBob character?
Ooh, a little bit. Rich was sitting there in his head. He's like, all right, 5 seconds.
Rich-
We're gonna right now. All right, it's personal.
Rich was like this. Rich was like, it's personal.
That's the best part of that video.
It just whispers under his breath. Nailed it.
Got it.
Yeah, man. But hey, man, I thought about Coach Prime yesterday afternoon, and obviously you couldn't get no cowboy hat.
Well, so you
I
borrowed
tried
your
on
mom's
Prime.
hat.
Yeah, shout out, Mom. She said, "Yeah, I got a cowboy hat." I said,
Oh.
"Other than the one you wore at the wedding?"
Yeah.
No, that's the one I have.
Yeah.
All right, just let me use it.
Works.
Then it's just right here. Actually, it wasn't just right there.
Oh.
That took. Don't get me started. Thank you, showing up, bro. I appreciate it.
It's funny. You called. Kenny called. I was like, Kenny calling at 10:30. He's like, oh boy, like he's not texting. This is bad. Hey, I'm put you on speaker. I didn't tell you that. You're on speaker. I was talking to Complex. Like, hey, a few minutes late, running behind. I'm caught up with Cheryl and El Grove. Be there in 10 minutes. Got you, bro. No worries. We good. Hang up the phone. Complex says, you got time? I want to show you something. I go, yeah, Kenny ain't gonna be here for 25 minutes.
Well, then
he said 10. I multiplied it by 2.5. You know, we'd probably be good.
To my luck, they were on the exit. I don't know what they were doing on there. So, got backed up on the exit.
Here?
Yeah.
That's just Roseville, dude. That's
Like,
just
no damn
Roseville.
sense. I didn't even go to, what is it, 65? I didn't even go to 65 or 57.
No, you don't go to 65.
No, I'm saying that usually that's what
Oh yeah,
exactly.
65.
I wasn't even
Disaster.
there.
Yeah. All right. As we transition, tag us in your Halloween costumes at D1KC. We'd love to see you. Love to see the kids. Love to see everybody. De'Aaron Fox officially ruled out for tomorrow night's game against the Golden State Warriors. No surprise there. Will say Kings have not ruled him out past Wednesday. It is simply stated everything will be day to day following that. And as we stated, it leads me to believe he's going to want to play in his hometown of Houston coming up this weekend. They play there Saturday. They play there Monday. James Ham posted a video recently that said Trey Lyles getting some work in. He'll talk to the media, but no update on his health. When Trey Lyles does talk to the media, we'll try to bring those videos to you, as I have been curious about kind of where he's at in his recovery. And I'm also very curious what happens when he comes back. What happens to the minutes?
Yeah, I mean,
because Trey's not a guy fighting for a position. Like Trey's a guy, I think, who has a position.
Yeah, and I think earlier at the beginning of the season, you would think Sasha would be on the outs because he just didn't look like he was ready.
That's the last thing I would do right now, though.
He's playing really well.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up that flow.
So I don't know. I don't know where you go right now with the minutes. My first thought, and I like the way this guy plays too. I'm not trying to. My first thought is Duarte. It's my first thought, and you keep Sasha out there, and maybe you try and steal some minutes at the 3 with him or whatever the case may be. But if I gotta choose between, and it's kind of different positions, but it's kind of intertwined. If I have to choose between Duarte or Sasha right now, I'm gonna at the very least give Sasha the first look, see if that works. I don't think you take out JaVale. I think JaVale has been fine.
Yeah, I don't care what James said.
Yeah, contrary to what James said. I think JaVale's been fine.
James, I think by rule, hates everything we love. I just think it's a rule. I don't know where it is in his contract, but it's written somewhere.
So I don't know, man. I don't know what he does with the minutes. We already had a situation with the minutes going into all this. I'm thinking Davion should play more. I'm thinking, we already had a minutes situation.
So that's an interesting thing that's going to work itself out here. I saw Gilbert tweet earlier. I'm sorry, Gilbert messaged us earlier. YouTube. I hope coach starts Monk. There's nothing that has ever happened that leads us to believe that's going to be the case. I believe Davion Mitchell is going to start. Certainly don't know that for sure. I think just knowing the history of Mike Brown and the way that he's kind of gone about things the last year, Malik is going to stay in his role, which he's phenomenal in, and he's going to start Davion Mitchell, which gives Davion a unique opportunity here. A guy who hasn't necessarily gotten his season quite on track yet, and he's going to have an opportunity to play big minutes against the guy a lot of people asked for him to guard. Steph is nuts right now.
He is. He's going crazy.
You said before the season, hey, you want to talk about old dudes winning an MVP. When I was talking about LeBron James, let's talk about Steph Curry. Yo, Steph is at an MVP level right now. He's phenomenal. He's embarrassing everybody. He's showing everybody up. That's a whole different story. But he is peak Steph Curry right now.
He's cooking right now.
And it's like, okay, go ahead, Davion.
That's what I want to see.
And he has the opportunity to go out there and make a huge impact in this game. And we'll only focus on this game. We'll deal with Houston when we know what the situation is with Houston. But he has the ability to make a massive impact on this game against the Golden State Warriors and not have to be great offensively. Because with De'Aaron out, you don't want him to be invisible offensively because the Warriors will take advantage of that.
Right.
But you want to lean heavier on Domas, who I would really like to see show out a little bit against the Warriors, and perhaps most importantly, Keegan. And if Kevin Huerter can kind of stay in the groove of where he's at, you get some production from Harrison Barnes. That's a good outing for Davion Mitchell. But you're putting Davion in a situation where it's like you're not going to make up 37 or 31. You're not going to make up 31.3. Don't worry about that. Take care of him because he's a problem. And pick and choose your spots on the offensive end. Work with Domas the exact same way De'Aaron Fox does, and you'll find your place offensively. But you can make an immediate impact here on the defensive end.
Yeah, really just make him work. It'd be great if you give him an off night, but I mean, who knows?
I don't even know what that looks like.
That don't ever happen with
Steph was off tonight, scored 30.
Steph was that don't happen with Steph Curry.
Right.
But you want to make him work. That's what you did in the playoffs. You made him work, pick him up full court, and see if that might help a little bit towards the end of the game and help with the legs or whatever the case may be. It shouldn't, but you just want to make them work. That's the biggest thing. So it's an opportunity for Davion. I want to make sure that he doesn't get in foul trouble guarding Steph Curry. And I hope that's not really an issue. And like I said, just make him work. Steph Curry, the Warrior fans like Drew down, though. I don't want to hear no more about Steph don't get calls and all this other stuff. Steph be getting away with a lot. You see that play last night?
Yeah. The booty bump thing. Yeah.
Irish whipped him. Bro,
maybe I'm thinking of something else.
The guy Hawkins jumped out to contest the three, went around like that was a whole leg. That was more than just stuck his whole leg out, tripped him. No call, hits the three. I don't want to hear about Steph.
I can't believe they called that.
Steph does the whole thing where he kicks the legs out on the three. He does that all the time. You got to watch out for those things. And he pushes off almost every time, almost every single time. The right hand pushes off on his step back three off the bounce. So Davion's got to stay focused, stay locked in, make sure he doesn't get in foul trouble because I think he is the best chance of making him work. I don't even know if slowing him down, I would use that phrase, just making Steph work. He's the best chance of doing that.
Let's check in with practice. James Ham. Let's hear what this sounds like. Trey Lyles, who I guess just got out of the shower. My goodness, he had a hell of a workout. Trey Lyles talking to the media.
Trey, we see you out here working. Just how close are you to being back in regular season form and playing?
This was kind of my first workout this week, but heading in the right direction. I don't want to give it a timetable on it, but just whenever I feel ready, I think I'm close to there. So looking forward to getting back out there with the guys.
So I'm gonna hit pause right there because that's I guess not there. It's certainly not tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that Trey Lyles on the floor working out. Still no timetable for his return.
Feel ready. I think more sure of it, confident in it. Feel all right right now, but I think there's just like another percentage or another level I can get to of comfortability, and I'll be out there.
It's not a pain management.
No, not at all.
What exactly happened? It was preseason Golden State game in San Francisco, and you was scratched right before the tip-off. What exactly happened?
Well, I went out there to warm up, did my regular warm-up routine, and just didn't feel right, and come to find out, strained my calf during the warm-up. So that's what happened.
Did you go through practice today?
No, not today. I was still on the sideline watching. Hopefully, next practice day I'll be out there.
How scary is the calf muscle injury, knowing that it's what protects the Achilles, and like one bad step, if you push too hard, you can have a major shutdown?
It's very scary when you think of it in that way. I've never had a calf injury before, so I was kind of precautious with it. But the training staff here is amazing, and they're bringing me along at the right pace, and I feel confident in the rehab that they're having me doing, and I feel like once I'm back out there, I'll be fine. Won't have any worries on it.
How tough has it been for you to stay patient during this time? Because I know you want to be out there.
It's very tough as a competitor, as someone that enjoys being with the team, enjoys playing with the team, and want to be out there and feel like I can help in different ways. So it's tough for me just to sit back and watch, but I'm just trying to be a good teammate in practice and, of course, in the games, and build guys up. And, hopefully once I'm back, they'll be doing the same.
This workout that you just went through, have you had a few of these like this already?
Just a couple. This was, I want to say, my second or third. But, yeah, I'm feeling all right and slowly progressing every day.
How do you look at just this team being able to withstand the absence of Fox here for at least the foreseeable future?
We're a deep team. So I think, guys like Colby and Davion will step up, and the bench needs to step up as it's been doing. And I think we'll be all right until he gets back.
I think it's good. Well, go ahead, James.
Team guy.
I'm obligated to let you speak. Sorry, James. Didn't mean to cut you off.
So how much fun have you had seeing Sasha kind of grow while he's getting this opportunity with you out and adjusting to the NBA game?
It's great. He's a smart player. He's played the game for a long time, especially at the professional level. And just, I think it translates, what he's doing here, cutting, making open shots, playing good defense, being in the passing lane, stuff like that. It's translating, and he's doing well. And, I think everybody from 1 to 15, 16, however many are on the bench are happy to see him doing well.
That's Trey Lyles right there at practice today. Some noteworthy things. Obviously, he's gotten a couple of workouts in. Has not practiced with the team, including today. He did not practice today. Clearly, for those watching, got a full workout in. For those listening, the reason he was so quiet is he just walked directly off the floor and was toweling off there. Also brought up a name that I don't think we've talked very much about, who may factor in to the Warriors game, may factor in a couple of games down the line if De'Aaron Fox does in fact miss 1, 2, 3 games here, and that's Colby Jones. We haven't really seen Colby Jones get meaningful NBA regular season minutes yet. I don't know if the Warriors are a place you want to try that. Like I'm good with Davion being out there picking up 30 plus minutes and Malik playing 30 plus minutes. But is this a prime spot to see Colby Jones get out there and work a little bit? Maybe not tomorrow, but if De'Aaron is in fact out at least one of these two or both of these Houston games, is it time that we see Colby Jones a little bit, or a good time to see Colby Jones a little bit?
I mean, maybe. I never thought about that until, it was brought up, and, it's a possibility, but yeah, maybe so. I thought, in that situation, Malik essentially would be the backup for De'Aaron. or for Davion, and he would play 30-something minutes in that game. And that's assuming Davion isn't playing well. But Kobe Jones might see some minutes. I don't have nothing bad to say about that or negative with that. Yeah. That's a distinct possibility. And, I think he intrigued a lot of people with how he played in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody was thinking about him getting minutes in regular games. So he went out there and he earned that type of look. So, maybe you give the young guy some, reward to play a few minutes after the way he performed in the preseason.
Yeah, I'm with that. I don't know that tomorrow's ideal though. That feels like throwing him to the wolves a little bit.
Yes, no, let him play against Pods. Pods played last night. Like,
did he?
Yeah. The Clay and Kaminga didn't
That's
play
right. That's right. We were watching that together for a while. Yeah, I turned it off because it's like, man, I see the Warriors putting this one away early.
I turned the Celtics game off early.
Well, that happened too.
That took 5 minutes. This is over.
What's your boy Jordan Poole doing?
Oh man, come on.
What's your boy Jordan?
Jordan,
Poole
the wild
doing?
boy, man.
You know what he's doing? He's vibing out there. I'm just hoping and vibing. He knows the drill. I'm gonna get these 30 shots up. We win, we lose, we lose.
Jordan's like, I got nothing to worry about. Let's get him up. Let's go, baby. Get these shots off.
Vibing out.
Oh, that was wild. That's a funny clip for those who haven't seen it. I'm confident if you're listening or watching the show, you saw the Jordan Poole clip. Yeah, it was something.
But yeah,
but it's a good point. But Clay will probably play tomorrow.
Either way, I'd give him a look. If you want to give him a look, like give him a look.
Okay,
give him a look. I wouldn't be hesitant to play him against the Warriors. Like if he's gonna be the way I look at it, if he's gonna be anything at any point anyway, you're gonna have to play against those type of guys at some point. So why not the first game?
No, that's for sure.
And I know it's a different intensity. Didn't he play? He played in the second preseason game against the Warriors.
Sure, he played in both of them. I mean,
yeah, because he threw up. That's
Come
right.
on,
He
man.
did play. No, he threw up in the second game.
Leave that man alone.
That's right. He did play, and I think he played well.
Played
really well.
15 in the Steph Curry game. Played 15 minutes. 4 of 8, had 10 points in that one.
And I used that game because that's when everybody played.
Warriors game before. Kobe played
in that game.
14 minutes in that one. 8 points, 4 of 7 shooting. So yeah, played about 15 minutes in each of the 2 preseason games against the Warriors.
So different intensity for sure, but it won't be the first time he steps on the court.
He might get kneed in the groin by Draymond his first outing.
That's
Draymond's back.
Yeah,
might
not a matter of time.
Or get leg whipped by Steph Curry on a 3.
Oh, sorry, you can't criticize the Warriors to Warrior fans. You can't do that.
Sorry. Is it okay?
Can't do that.
Okay. Y'all gonna whine? I'll check in later.
Hey, you don't have to.
Yeah,
you don't have to. Hey, I rock with you. I rock with you, Drew. Down, but you don't have to check in later.
Drew got to be careful. He got suspended from 95.7.
What?
Drew about to find himself without a home here.
What? He got suspended from 95.7.
Yeah. Bonte didn't take to one of his jokes very kindly. He was like, "Man, I'm done with you." Did you see Bonte's exchange with I guess he's a former 49er player. They asked him to come on the show.
No.
I guess he had said, it's on Bonte's Twitter page.
Okay.
The dude took a screenshot of the game asking him to come on the show.
Are you talking about the Taylor Luan screenshot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the old Titans offensive lineman.
Why the hell is he talking about the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy?
I think I didn't see his tweet, but from what I got from, he had like some inside news, stuff like that or whatever. He tweeted that out. Bonte messaged him, come on the show. He's like, oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, like he tweeted some stuff that like the locker room's not feeling, or I don't know if he tweeted it or said it somewhere that the locker room's not feeling Brock Purdy. And I guess it was Bonte was like, hey, why don't you come do this, like, to tell us about it?
Yeah.
No, LOL. You're not gonna make me the villain.
Stop.
All right,
bro,
dude.
stop.
So you just out here podding. All right, bro. All right, bro.
Podding, bro.
Ridiculous.
Ain't nobody hearing that. Speaking of the 49ers,
oh boy. Oh boy.
The Giants, the New York Football Giants, had a trade agreed with the 49ers for Dory Jackson, but failed to report it to the league in time.
That That might be a chatty house unless it's been verified. That might be might have got chatty housed.
Oh, I mean
Is it the guy with the profile picture and he's got the white background?
Yeah.
It might be chatty house.
He's not official?
I don't know if
Or
he's
he got
official.
chatty house?
I don't know if he's official. I don't know how real that account is.
Okay. I mean, he got the followers and the check mark, so I don't know.
The check mark you purchased now.
Yeah, but
don't forget that. I'm just saying.
I know.
I'm just saying,
I know.
Just don't forget you purchased the check mark.
He got
now.
10,000 followers.
You can
So his
purchase
Giants-
those. You can purchase those too.
True.
I can send you Exhibit A.
True,
He
I
has
don't know.
56,000.
Come on.
What? I'm just saying. I could send you an example. Wow.
A lot of that going on.
It might have been a chatty house situation. I don't know. I did as much research as I could on this guy. Seemed like he was official, but it could be wrong.
A good rule of thumb: if they got like a picture, like what do they call it, the headshot or whatever, in the white background, it's fake account.
This guy, he allegedly covers the league.
Maybe he does. Maybe the account doesn't. Maybe it's a parody account.
Yeah, because I was checking some of his tweets, and there's some of them where it's like, if Daniel Jones has to medically retire, then the Giants plan to like retire his number.
Jesus,
stuff.
what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there was like tweets like that, so I think it's a troll account.
Come on, man. When are we gonna acknowledge Twitter's trash?
Twitter's not trash, but
It's
it has
trash.
trash elements.
We got to be better. We got to be better at finding out these fakes.
Yeah, well, it used to be like one click. Oh, this is fake. Now it's like 10. Now we got to examine tweets.
Yeah, I did have to go.
Now we got to
deep dive into
examine
it,
like
yeah.
a guy's entire background.
There used to be used certain benchmarks that you can find real quick.
It used to be
Now-
1-2 click. Okay, got it. Not real. Leave it alone. DeMar DeRozan did not, in fact, sign for $40 million with the Clippers. Let's leave it alone. We got it. We're good.
2 years, $90 million for DeRozan would have been insane.
We'll come back. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk some hoop with TK. We mentioned Steph, man. He went nuts last night. Memphis did not. That's all coming up here. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You see, there's more coming out with this Michigan stuff still.
Yeah, every day.
No, did you see that the guy who was like spying or whatever? They're saying they're investigating now to see if he was like dressed up in Central Michigan stuff to spy on Michigan State.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Like there's pictures. There's an athletic
Come on.
article out there.
Come on, bro.
You can see him. He's there. He's in
Come
Central
on, man.
Michigan stuff.
Come on, man. Get your boy. Come on, man.
Oh, Michigan's the
They
federal
getting at
government,
it.
bro.
They getting at it, man. They getting at it, man. We got to get this championship. It don't matter. Need a parade.
Like we're sending people to Central Michigan versus Michigan State to spy.
Oh man, you know, back to that Drew Down shit though. That's what I don't like, and I like I said, we personally interact. I know Drew Down, he a cool dude. It ain't personal, but I don't like people that follow sports and stuff like that, because we was on here. Kyle was on here the other day talking about he thought Kyle, the Warriors fan, talking about he thought the Warriors was done. I was like, don't do that, man. Clay's cool. They're gonna be official. We be showing like impartial like respect to the Warriors. But the second somebody say something negative, that's true. Like what Steph did was ridiculous last night. The minute somebody, if y'all gonna whine, I'ma leave. Man, get your ass out of here then.
You gotta be careful.
Get your ass out of here, because that's stupid. If we can't even have a dialogue like that, then don't even come around here, big dog. Like, get the hell out of here, man. Ain't nobody got time for that bullshit.
You know I had to look. Guess where he went? He over at 95.7. No, it's better. It's better. Remember this. He over at 95.7 talking shit about us.
Drew can go, man. Hey, the whole 209, talk to your boy, man, because that's whack, man. I ain't got no time for that, man. We can have jokes back and forth. We can do all that. We can have some real talk back and forth. But the second somebody say something about your precious little Steph Curry,
The Warrior
your precious
hate
little
is
Warriors,
unbearable.
you gotta go crying and whining and all this other stuff. Man, get your ass out of here, bro.
That's
Ain't nobody
funny.
trying to hear that. Like, that's whack, man. And that's whack. And Drew cool. Like I said, I met him in person. You know, you're a cool dude. He showed love, but that's whack. I tell him to his face, that's whack. You got to be better than that. What you getting upset about that for? Like, get out of here, man. Because the dude actually did it. The Warrior hate, because Steph Curry leg whipped somebody and didn't get, and the guy, the team got a technical foul for arguing it. We bring it up, and all of a sudden we whining about Steph Curry. Come on, man. After we just said he's like the MVP. 30 seconds before that, we was like, yo, this dude's insane right now. He's killing. This dude's unguardable. That's whack, Drew. I expected more from you on that one. That's whack, bro. Whack for that.
It's whatever. But running over to 95.7 the game to talk shit is low key funny, but
Drew don't even like that show either, man.
Drew.
You don't even like that show he's talking
That's
on.
whack. Looney, all these people that rock on go over there and tell them we talking shit. Because yeah, I'm saying it. That's whack, bro. That's whack. He whack for that, man.
Got some good follow-ups here from James that I missed. I missed all of these. The hell is going on in here?
The hell is this?
Oh. Well. James. There he is. Woo. Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Hey. Hey. Gotta be. Hang on. Hey, just go take a lap. Go take a lap.
I'm gonna be out there in a second.
Yeah, go take a lap. James Ham tweeted this while we were talking. We missed it. It looks like Colby Jones is working out with the second team this morning with Davion Mitchell sliding into the starting group with De'Aaron Fox out. Trista's going to join us in just a minute. Let's go back to James. Let's go back to practice. Let's hear from Coach Mike Brown.
First of all, like any of our players from Trey to Foxy to whoever it is, you don't ever want to see anybody hurt on wood, and so that's tough. But obviously, you guys were starting to see a little bit of what he's been working on, because we all knew he was the fastest thing in the game of basketball. We all know that he can score in the paint with the best of them. He's got a nice little midi, nice little floater. But his three-point shot, he was taking the right ones, and it was really effortless. I don't think he shot it well in the first game, but the last two games, and I don't even know what his percentage is. I just know it seemed like it was going in more than he was missing. But it's an effortless shot. He's shooting at the right time and the right way, and if he keeps hitting those at the right time, teams are going to have to go over his screens instead of under his screens, which is going to even open up the game that much more for him. But what I also like is his defense on the ball and off the ball. He's getting better because he's more engaged, and he's starting to show his strength, athleticism, quickness, and intelligence on that end of the floor, especially when it comes to guard and pick and roll.
We'll hear more from Mike Brown as we roll along, but we did get those couple of nuggets there from James Ham tweeting from practice today. Davion Mitchell in the starting line. As a matter of fact, I think we do. We got a little bit of sound from Davion here. So we'll hear from Davion before Trista joins us coming up again at the top of the hour. Here's Davion Mitchell.
Can you stand actually?
Well, they're awfully picky today, man.
All right.
Just where are you at with the opportunity here to step in and fill in for De'Aaron?
Oh yeah, just talking to different coaches, DC, put it in my mind. Just run the team. We've been in this position before. Just being aggressive, run the team, run the offense, make sure everyone in the right spots, and just keep doing the things I'm really good at defensively.
You've had a little bit of a slow start. What is it? Is this an opportunity that can kind of get you going, you think?
Oh, probably for sure. I think that, also third game of the season, I'm not really worried about it. We got so many games over time. I know eventually I'm going to find my rhythm. I'm going to find my time. So I'm not really worried about it.
You started 19 games as a rookie, I think, and I think 9 last year. Has that kind of helped you be able to fall back on that experience right now?
Oh, for sure. Just being in a position to be that point guard in the team when De'Aaron's out,
trying to fill in the position. I mean, you can't really fill in De'Aaron Fox's shoes, but you can try to help your team out in different ways. I think that's what I'm doing.
Davion, is it helpful to get your first start like this when you might have to fill in for a few games against an opponent you kind of know pretty well?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Is it beneficial to go up against an opponent that you kind of have some familiarity with when you're going to step in for a few games like this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just because I feel like we played Gulbransen so many times, like 4 times already, I feel like. But I mean, just play against them, we kind of know what they're running. We kind of know what they want to get into, and just to be an opportunity to start would be good for us.
Davion Mitchell right there, with obviously some workouts going on behind him. Sometimes I feel like those guys, like, I mean, this is us included. Sometimes I feel like athletes just stand up there to answer these questions. Like, bro, are you kidding me? Like, I've been a high level basketball player for my whole life. Like, I'm fine. I can slide into a starting lineup. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I get it. It's different. We all have. I just was watching Davion's face. Like, I'm a pro basketball player, bro.
Right.
I got this.
Right.
If they could answer every question with, I'm a pro basketball player, bro. I'm good. I've got this. I'm here because I've played at a high level before.
You hear
sometimes we overcomplicate things.
Well, you hear all the time about, like, and I'm not saying but I hear it in different conversations. Like, what you guys talking about? Where they'll ask a guy, you go up against, such a daunting task, and we'll just use Steph Curry as an example, right? Because you're going up against Steph, and he's playing so well. Like, what do you do to just kind of, deal with that? Like, how do you deal with it? They're like, I'm gonna go guard him. Like, I'm gonna go. I'm in the NBA too. Like, I play too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's how they look at things, and it is. I see the same thing sometimes when they're asked those questions, and nobody means any ill will.
No.
It's just
not at all.
Yeah,
not at
it's
all.
just funny.
It's just but that's what we do. We spend so much time watching and breaking down, and admittedly, our entire existence on this platform is based on overanalyzing stuff. Whereas those guys are sitting in there like, "Hey, De'Aaron's out tonight. You're gonna go. All right." That's the extent of it. Like, that's it. Because he's probably thinking, bro, I play with Domas and
Right.
like Keegan. Like, I got this. But no one should be surprised. As great as Malik Monk has been playing, we learned last year, Mike he's not going to pull that card. Malik Monk is going to lead the bench, regardless of it's Kevin Huerter out, Keegan Murray out, De'Aaron Fox out, Domantas Sabonis out. Like, it doesn't matter. Malik Monk is not starting. Malik Monk is going to be the guy to lead that second unit. He's done a masterful job at doing it so far this year, and he's going to have to do a masterful job of it again tomorrow if the Sacramento Kings are going to have any shot at beating a team that is absolutely beating the crap out of them over the last 7 of 8 games or something like that.
Yeah, Malik is like you say, he's up for it.
Yeah, he's up for it. He always.
He's always up when them lights are on. He's always ready to play. And part of that Lakers game was the same way. Like, the lights were on, and the starting point guard was down, his guy was down, and he stepped up. 11 points in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect him to look out there and say, no De'Aaron. No problem.
There's no Trey. You're right. You're right. There's still no Trey Lyles. Shout out to the Odyssey crew who just took their picture right outside. The entire
that time
office.
of the day. Yeah.
It would be nice too if they just threw in the caption, "Hey, like, the whole office really showed out for this, except D'Lo and KC, who were hard at work for 2 of our biggest radio stations while we partied and ate chili and had fun."
No, just, hey, everybody on the count of 3.
That's it.
Yeah,
Everybody
they did
everybody
a little.
in here. Everybody in here. Yep. Okay, everybody in here on the count of 3.
They did a little cheer at the end of the photo. That kind of bothered me. I'm not gonna lie.
All right.
That's how it is, though.
All right.
What you gonna do? That's okay.
We'll show them the KSFM ratings we pulled last month. Yeah, y'all better recognize what's going on over here. We talking about Steph. Steph scored 41 last night. What is Steph on the season? Have you looked at that yet?
I have.
I know it's not.
I saw it yesterday. I think it was high 30s.
I know it's not Luka.
No, man.
Luka's just being stupid right now. Steph right now, 33.5. 4 games into the season, 33.5, 55% from the field, 47% from 3, 92% from the free throw line. This dude is absurd.
That goes crazy.
This dude is
absurd. Crazy.
I always talk about LeBron last year. Like, Steph averaged 29.4 points per game last year. 34 minutes a game.
Steph ain't going nowhere no time soon with that type of production. Like, that production is not falling off.
You think the Warriors will be good enough for him to have a chance at MVP this season?
Yeah, I think so. I can see it. I can see it for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Speaking of the Warriors, our Dubs, TK.
Our Dubs.
What's up, homie? You good?
It's just been a very busy day, guys. I'm a little. Do you ever feel like you're on the hamster wheel?
You look frazzled.
I feel frazzled. Yeah.
Do you? Well, okay, talk to us. What can we do? Help.
Nothing. This is my safe space. Can I say something really quick? Because it is Halloween, and I almost tweeted it, but I knew I would get canceled.
Uh-oh.
So not really canceled, but you know what I mean. It would be taken out of context. I'd be admonished as like a non-feminist.
So you're deciding to say it on our show, just to be clear. You're not going to go to
You
Twitter.
don't have to do it off top. Let's just say
No. Hey, we're here. Let's do it.
Well, I saw Kenny's outfit on, and that's what triggered my memory about this. And I thought, like, these are two guys that keep it really real, about stuff.
Yeah.
I think that there is a line between, like, sexy Halloween costume and thirsty Halloween costume.
Well, Levi Spice out of this.
It's facts.
And I think latex is the line where you just can't, latex and leather. And I've been seeing a lot of latex on the feed. And I just want people to know that, like, yeah, like, people are like, damn, she looks good. But also there's a negative thing that happens behind your back too. And I know it happens because I hear it, because I'm not doing it. And so they're like, yo, did you see this? And you get the eyeball waterfall emoji. But then you also get the
eyeball emojis.
You also get the, like, not great. Not a great look. There's just a little something there. Is it like insecurity? Can I take advantage of this? Like, there's just a negative connotation that goes along with when you pass the line of sexy and you go into extra thirsty.
Yeah, a lot of I don't disagree with that at all. I think we were talking about that yesterday on KSFM. A lot of Halloween costumes are some form of a nurse. No, but not a nurse, but a sexy nurse. Because I've never had a nurse to where her outfit went to like her mid thigh. That's never happened to me in my visits to the doctor's office. That's not been a thing. It's just how little clothing can we apply to a particular outfit for some ladies. And the funny part about Ice Spice was she was dressed as, was it Betty Boop? And couldn't figure out why her dress, she kept like trying to pull her dress down. And it was like, shorty, that ain't going to work. Like, it's just not. Like, that's the outfit you chose to put on. You ain't going to be able to get the dress down to cover that thing.
That's how it was going to go that night.
And that's okay if you make your living as like Ice Spice, Cardi B, whatever. Fine. Like, I think you kind of get like a pass. Like, these entertainers, they're a little neurotic. They're a little attention seeking. We get all that. Like, we get it, right? We know there's certain Britney Spears can get on stage or Rihanna can get on stage. And it's like, if you walked around like that in real life, that's a lot, right? But on stage, it's all a part of the entertainment act. We do a little extra to just kind of pop. But when you report on the NBA and you're in full latex.
Oh, you're talking about someone in particular. Oh, hang on.
I'm going to go down the checklist real quick. I think I know who she's talking about.
Hey,
I believe I know.
Let's see. Hey, tell us about.
We're not saying any names.
That's exact. Yeah,
You found it? You found it already?
Yeah, because I saw it.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I just had to make sure I saw the same thing.
Can you forward it to me?
I just had to make sure I saw the same thing.
Oh, look at Jesse's like, hey, group chat. What is happening here? All right. Well, now that it's been identified, because
I mean, maybe it's
There's been multiple. There's been multiple.
Well, don't clean it up now.
No,
Oh,
there's
we talking about somebody.
about three or four that hit the timeline.
Yeah,
and I
maybe
was
it's
just
not
like,
this person specific. Because if it's, I'll put it to you like this: if it's this person specifically, I didn't see nothing wrong with it. It was a costume.
Oh.
It was a costume.
Well,
I did. If it's the person I'm thinking about.
there's three or four. And I just thought, listen, it's a lot happening here, It's a lot happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm just looking at random. Now I'm just starting to think, you know what? What's this person wearing tonight? Nothing yet. All right. Now I got a checklist, TK. You started something.
Got to be starting something.
All right.
I just sent you a text. You can go and check it out. I didn't send you links. I just sent you some beeps.
Okay. Yeah. Kenny caught it. As TK takes a swig of her. Why do you not? Why is this segment not brought to you by Coke Zero? Like, what a missed opportunity. Question. You just rallied our sales staff earlier in the day.
It was personal.
Well, it was personal. And like, you don't realize we're actually talking to you. It's personal. Y'all need to do something. Get Trysta's segment sponsored by Coke Zero, for God's sake.
I said this to corporate sales. Did I tell you guys this?
No.
I went to New York. I was up in New York for a couple of meetings, and I was talking to all the, the suits, and they were like, "Oh yeah, like we love you," all the stuff that they say, suits say when you're in there. And I was like, guys, I just have one request, and I think what I do with D'Lo and Casey is the best thing I do for Odyssey. And that's including my podcast, and I love my podcast. But I think this is the most sellable thing that I put out. We put out together. We are gumbo. And this needs to be sold.
Facts. Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
No doubt. Hopefully corporate acts faster than local does, because Jesus Christ. Let's talk. We got news. Now you're welcome to cut me off at any point. If you need to have a therapy session, if you need to talk, if you want to work through some things, hey, we could work through it. Like, we got you. We here for you.
But if I was just gonna say the funny thing about or the interesting thing, the coinky dink with Trysta is I was listening to her talk about what the hell is James Harden going to do next, as I got the text alert that he got traded, and she was saying it, and I was like, I don't really know how this is going to end. And literally, as she was in the middle of James being on the tarmac and just saying, "Hey, I'm here, guys." It got the alert. So I thought that was pretty interesting last night on my experience of finding out James got traded.
I know. I woke up in the middle of the morning at maybe 5:36. Got up to pee, was just scrolling as I went back to bed, and I'm like, "Oh damn! Do we have to drop it at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Because I think I should be able to go to bed at a reasonable hour on Monday, October 30th.
So wait, you grabbed the phone during your nightly trip to the bathroom?
Well, no, I went to the bathroom, then I grabbed a water, and then I took my phone off the charger to just check what time it was. I got on. Sometimes when I go back to sleep, I turn on like Spotify. I'll try to put on a podcast or whatever. And so that's like that droning sound will just take me back. And then I saw that he had been traded, and then I had to make a TikTok and then turn the ring light on, turn the mic on, and then had a real hard time going back to sleep.
Well, shout out to you for recognizing you needed to make a TikTok at 5, 6 in the morning. That's solid work on your part.
Thanks.
I wouldn't do it. That's well done. What do you think of this pairing? Like, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, so it's like one of those magic eye art like drawings where it's like the old man, but it's like the man with the hat, and it's also the old woman. It's like you squint and it's like, oh, it's the old woman with the chin. And then you're like, no, is it the man? That's how I feel about who won this trade. If you squint,
did that analogy come to you at like 3 a.m.? Because that's solid work right there.
It did. And I was like, this is I feel at first I thought that the Clippers won the trade because they got PJ Tucker, and they didn't really have to give anything up. They got to keep Terrence Mann. They got rid of Rocco, which Lord knows Rocco be effing up. And I was like, oh, yeah, like I see it. Like you get a guy who's a double-digit assist guy. Like he's from, you don't have to really commit to him. He's going to be a free agent. You get to see what you have. And then I'm like, no. And then on the other hand, I was like, oh, Sixers, they get some pieces. They get a bunch of picks. They get Nick Batum. I really like Nick Batum. He's sneaky. Good point of attack defender. Can shoot threes. He's a little washed, but maybe some contender will want him, you know? Maybe you can package something up to figure out a way to get a real other piece. And then I was like, no, I don't think so. So I feel like both teams lost the trade and both won the trade ideal, like at the same time. And from a fit perspective, you're right. Russell Westbrook's been playing really well. Mm-hmm. He's leading. He's like one of the leaders of the league in terms of effective field goal percentage. I think he's averaging like 65% from the field or something like that. Like 8 rebounds, blocks, steals. He's back to vintage Russ. How are they going to share the floor together? We know what happens when James Harden and Russ are on the floor because we've seen it twice. We saw it in OKC. Didn't work. James Harden moves on, becomes MVP in Houston. Then it happens again in Houston. And it's like one has the ball, the other one just stands there, does nothing.
I look at this situation a little different than most. I think it has an opportunity to work because I got a theory with James Harden. And so far, it's played out well, or it's been correct. He'll be fine in the first year. He'll be fine. And then he starts to get antsy and, things get haywire after that. But he'll be fine in the first year. He'll play along with whatever Ty Lue's asking him to do. He'll defer. He'll be in shape. He'll be ready to go. And that's essentially, I know they might re-sign him as well. That's essentially what the Clippers are looking for. They're looking for the best James Harden they can get this year to try and win a championship and really hold down the fort and keep Kawhi and Paul George from having to exert too much energy in the regular season so they can get to the postseason. What you think about that scenario?
Yeah, but there's a thing. They're just now getting their first-round draft picks back. There's a reason that their depth is not very good, and it's because they haven't been able to draft guys, right? Like they gave up their first-round pick again for Eric Gordon. That didn't work, and that guy turned into my man Cam Whitmore, the 20th overall pick. Mm-hmm. And so to trade 2 first-round picks away again is a little strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you. That's the one component of it I didn't really like. If you did one, fine. Mm-hmm. I don't get why you did 2. They're obviously confident, by the way, a low-key part of this. They're obviously confident that this is all going to work out beautifully and they can re-sign him this offseason. Because that's the only way I think you sway on the 2 first-round draft picks is you're confident he'll be back. And now you have this situation where you've got him, Kawhi, Paul George, Ty Lue, Terrence Mann, all of these different Clippers up for deals headed into the $1 billion Bomber Arena next year.
This is a disaster. I hate to say it, but you've got a bunch of old heads that never stay healthy, egos. All of them, except for Kawhi, are inconsistent in terms of their production. And none of them are healthy. None of them are the pictures and models of health. Who's played the most amount of games at all of them? Russ? Probably Russ.
Well, it's definitely Russ. Yeah, Russ doesn't miss time.
He had that quad injury.
Typically, if we're including James, typically James doesn't miss.
James Harden
James
too.
Plays.
James, he just quits.
That's what happens.
He goes on strike. By the way, Joel Embiid was fined $35,000 for his crotch chop. Now, that's not what the NBA said. The NBA said it was for an obscene gesture on the playing court, but all fans of the WWE Attitude Era, they know what he was fined for. He was fined for the DX
trying to bring that
chop.
back.
I think the last time this happened, Hunter offered to pay the fine for him. So there's that. 76ers, low 70. See, I think we saw particularly the opening games different, Casey and I did. What do you think of Philadelphia's play so far this year?
They look really good. Not
That's what
gonna
I
lie.
thought. Yeah, that's
I
what I
saw
thought.
the opening game the same way.
Oh, I thought you was down on them.
I was really impressed with how they played in that game. I thought I'd been selling them short in the offseason after seeing them play that way.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the Tobias Harris they're going to get, that was impressive. He was really impressive in that Milwaukee game. And then I didn't see the next two games, but they won the next two games. Maxi's out here winning player of the week, averaging 30 a game.
That dude's crazy.
I'm still not ready to be like, oh, they're a contender, but they look better than I gave them credit for in the offseason.
Yeah, whatever Nick Nurse is doing, whatever that system is definitely invigorated everybody. They're moving the ball a lot better. You know, maybe Tobias Harris is a better player than we thought he was, and maybe his role was just really limited in terms of how Doc wanted to use him, just as a guy who's, hey, just go ahead and stand there in the corner for a while and just shoot threes. He was so afraid to put the ball on the floor at the end of the Doc Rivers era. He would just kind of like, it'd be like he would short circuit when somebody would close out on him. It's like, no, you blow by that guy, Toby. That's what you do. And he kind of didn't. Yeah, and he's much more aggressive, I feel now, like almost Clipper Tobias Harris.
Almost sure of himself, right?
Yeah.
Like, sure of his role, sure of what he's supposed to do. He's looking really good to start the season. I didn't tell you, I said what's up to Doc the other day.
I was going to say, you know what we didn't talk about was Doc on the call Friday night.
Yeah, I said what's up to him. I was walking by. He's like, hey. I said, what's up, Doc?
No, to see if you was a real one, you would have. What would you have done?
Hey, what's going on, Doc? How you doing? How you doing, Doc?
See, a real one would have done that, but you know, Stacey couldn't pull it off. I thought Doc did a good job, actually. I enjoyed. I like Doc Rivers as a broadcaster. I don't mind it. He actually knew about the Sacramento Kings, which I appreciate. Did you get a chance to see De'Aaron's third game of the season heroics the other night against the Lakers?
I tell you what, that man is everything that a city could want.
Mm-hmm.
To be that injured, which is clearly he was in a lot of pain and probably shouldn't have been in the game for overtime, and is just willing the team to win. And now you're out. How long do you think you're going to be out without him?
Well, they set out the release yesterday where he was only ruled out tomorrow. There's already speculation. Someone told Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears, there's optimism he'll be back, within a week. Now, their first game is tomorrow against the Warriors. They don't play again till Saturday against the Rockets in Houston, and then they play the Rockets again in Houston on Monday.
3 games he'll miss then, at least.
Well, so it's Portland after that.
So 4 games.
So if you want to lump all of that in, but the caveat is Houston is his home. So they're back to back. It'll be his only 2 trips there. He can still go on the road trip without playing in the games, but something tells me someone's probably going to have to pull him off the court and say, like, dude, you're not playing tonight. But also, like, if he's if he's fine, then let him play. I'm not of the belief that he can't. It just, if you saw him leaving the floor against they
had to hold him and walk.
It would be stunning if he plays on Saturday to me.
But see, this is the thing, and this is the whole argument that everybody's had in the offseason about injuries. And this is what has set the Kings apart from the other teams. We've said it, Trysta, you said it, numerous different times. It's not that they didn't get hurt last year. It's that they wanted to play.
Play through it, yeah.
They wanted to play. De'Aaron got hurt, wanted to continue. They, like you just said, they're going to have to keep him off the floor. They want to play. I'm not saying that Devin Booker and Bradley Beal don't want to play, but they're not pushing to play. I don't think they'll, we're just going to make sure it's right. Like, if I don't play the first 4 games, then it's whatever. It's not whatever to these guys.
Yeah.
They want to play right now. And you can chalk that up to being youthful, to still having something to prove, to not having a guaranteed playoff spot like some of these other, whatever you want to chalk it up to, but it just is what it is. The Kings and their players will fight to get back on the court. Joel will not. You know what I mean? That's the difference. It has nothing to do with injured or not.
When you miss the playoffs that much and you've been a part of, I think, Oregon, a season. It was what, 2021, where the Kings in the middle of the season were playing some really good basketball. They were winning these like very tight games. They were an exciting squad. I think it was Hallie's first year. And I was like, man, I remember it was like maybe January. I'm like, man, the Kings are fun. And then all of a sudden you get a losing streak, and that losing streak builds on itself. And then all of a sudden you were an 8 seed, and now you're an 11 or a 12 seed. And it can happen like that. And I think if you've been a part of that organization that's had a lot of these moments you thought you had it, or moments you thought you were hanging on to a playoff, at least a playoff tenure, or like in that sort of range, and then it slips between your fingers like sand, you take the regular season a little bit more seriously, because you know that it doesn't matter how well you're playing right this second. It can all be gone if you miss time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mike Brown, by the way, did confirm that Colby Jones is going to get some run.
Okay.
That James Ham just tweeted. Mike Brown confirmed that rookie Colby Jones will get an opportunity with De'Aaron Fox out of action. So there's something some Kings fans have been looking for. Colby Jones obviously played really well during the preseason.
Hey, I know it's always vibes when we talk to Trysta, but here's a betting question. Will Orlando cover the spread against the Clippers tonight?
Oh, Orlando, baby. Here's the deal. I don't think I've given this out on the show yet, but BetMGM, the great big homie BetMGM, they have started something new where you can parlay. So add 2 different future bets together, and the odds multiply like crazy. I have taken the Kings to win the division. Ooh. We know that how I feel about that. 8-1. We're never getting the 45-1 again. So 8-1. And then I have parlayed it with the Magic to win the division at 8-1.
That's the South?
Yes.
It's the Hawks, the
Heat.
Yeah, the Heat.
The Hornets. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. We're right up in
Hawks, there. The Hawks are in there. The Wizards are in there.
Wizards. So I mean, that's the trash vomit division of the NBA.
Wow.
It's there.
Wow. All right.
It's there for the taking. That's 70-1. Wow. 70-1. $20 wins us 700.
I like Orlando. I like Orlando, and I like him even more after watching them last night against the Lakers. I love the way Jalen Suggs was playing. I love the way Markelle Fultz was playing. Even Cole Anthony was doing some things. I like Orlando, man. I think they're a playoff team this year.
So do I. So 6.5. I like the 6.5. That's the number says. I think that's what it was the last time I saw it. I think the Magic could win that game.
Speaking of, what do you think of the Lakers so far this year?
Man, I was very high on that off season. I thought they added, we talked about it. I thought they added athleticism and length and depth. And man, like they could maybe their upside is the finals. They're so far away from the Nuggets. It's not close. The Nuggets are going to disrespect every doubter all year long. They might be better this year in the regular season than they were last year because they were a fun story that came out of nowhere. We didn't know how Jamal was going to look. The first 15, 20 games of Jamal was rough. Jokic says he's going to suck for a while. He said that publicly. We just didn't know, right? We just didn't know. And now it's like, oh, are they going to be the same now that they lost Bruce E.B. and they lose Jeff Green and their depth is no longer what it was? It's like, come on. Peyton Watson's been balling. Christian Brown, stepped right into the Bruce Brown role, rebounding machine. Strother getting minutes. They're giving guys, they played, I don't know if you guys saw the Memphis Grizzlies game. This is a perfect example of the Nuggets and how much better that they are than the Lakers and pretty much everyone else in the West. They just toyed around with the Grizz like a little cat does with a toy mouse. They put 10 guys, 11 guys in. Strother had 19 minutes. You know, you're like, where are the starters? We don't need them.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but that Jokic pass.
Oh my God.
Bounce, that was one of the sickest passes I've ever seen. I ain't never seen that. From out of bounds on the other side of the court, alley-oop.
Absurd.
Picture perfect.
And fired it.
And it wasn't like, oh, I'm evaluating, I'm looking. It's like grab
threw a
it,
dart.
gone.
Yeah, that was insane. It almost looked fake.
Yeah, it did.
It looked like one of those Steph Curry commercials that people were falling for last year. Like that was just flawless.
The ball left the frame, so we don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
right. Right.
Yeah, Denver's good. I'm not as quick to say that they're going to be the number 1 seed for sure. Again, they look great right now.
Who's in contention for that besides the Kings, obviously?
I don't think the Kings are in there. I think the Warriors are in there.
Okay.
I think I still think the Lakers are in there. I haven't been overly impressed with them to start the season, but I think the Lakers are in there. I think the Clippers are in there.
Clippers?
Mm-hmm.
You just love those boys. You
I
just
love-
have
I
a
love them.
type. Kenny has a type, boy. I tell you what.
I like the Clippers too. Don't do that.
Paul George,
like what they
Paul George
could
about to
be.
do his thing this year.
You think they're going to be a 1 seed?
Well,
Gun to your head. Are the Clippers a
Well,
1 seed?
If I had to put my money on it, I'd put it on Denver. I just don't think it's just lock up the 1 seed right now. I don't think that right now. I don't.
They're just so. The thing that I saw though against the Memphis game, just to circle back to the end of that, is that they would just let Memphis hang around. They were like, Memphis is awful, but they were like, they could be the worst roster in all of basketball.
For real. Save Marcus Smart. Someone get Marcus off that team.
So Marcus contributed last night.
I didn't ask you. I said
Did you
no.
see that clip? Did y'all see that?
Get Marcus off of
Marcus
that
said,
team.
Don't worry, I got this. He did not have.
Dude, your Marcus Smart slander.
You better take it
It's
easy,
what
bro.
I hate the most about you.
These were the things that I was talking about in Boston.
It's what I
You'd
absolutely
be like, no. Don't worry about it, Tatum. Don't worry about it, Brown. I've got this.
I'm about to cut your mic. You need to relax.
I thought you would be a Marcus Smart guy. Like if
He hates Marcus
No,
Smart.
I like Marcus
This is
Smart.
a 3-year vendetta he's had
I
against
like
Marcus
Smart. I just thought Boston needed to move on from him.
you look at Memphis as like a house, like if you had to loot Memphis's roster like it was somebody's apartment, you would walk in and you would be like, there's nothing I want in here.
Let's dust our fingerprints and get out of here.
Like, Jake LaRavia, you couldn't pay me to take on Jake LaRavia or David Roddy. These are real names. These are
no,
real
they're
people.
not. You're making.
These are
this
real
up.
people.
You're
you know?
making this roster up.
John Concar.
Stop it. That's not a
Concar.
player. Knock it off.
Yeah, Memphis
that is
is
definitely not a player who played 19 minutes last night against
Memphis is awful, bro.
Bro, Dallas is 3-0.
Dallas is 3-0. Lucas
40.
Averaging
Yeah,
40.
Luka's nuts. Luka's nuts.
Luka's
right now.
first 20 games of the NBA season is always this. Luka's good till Christmas. He'll have some like a great, New Year's Day game. He'll put up 45. He'll probably score the last 18 points. Hit this. Remember, he did this last time. I remember I was in LA for maybe Christmas time. And he had that one that he missed on purpose from the free throw line and then came up and hit the lay. I forgot who they were playing. Knicks against the Knicks. Ended up winning that game all by himself. And we're like, Luka's the best. MVP Luka. And it's like, Luka's out for 2.5 weeks with a calf strain.
Oh, man.
It's rough.
Well,
Luka
that's why I wasn't interested in last night. Kyrie didn't play. I didn't watch the second of that game last night. Thanks as always for joining us.
I love you guys.
You want to talk about anything else?
Well, am I right about the Halloween costumes or what?
I didn't get the text. I don't know. I saw
Oh, you
one.
didn't? Oh.
I saw one. We was on the same
Well,
page.
one,
on
yeah. You were right about. Yeah, I thought she sent it to both.
She said she said she saw
Oh, no,
about
she sent it
three.
to me. Yeah.
She said she
Oh,
saw
hold on. The whole thing that's happening, Kenny, is that there's another Kenny on my chat, and I remember I told you I texted you a congratulations of your marriage, and someone was like question mark. And then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong Kenny. So
Well,
when
at
I
least they
pull up
didn't send-
Kenny, it's a different Kenny.
At least they didn't pull up eye emoji when you sent that.
Well, look, hey, I'm a broadcast journalist, and for research's purpose, I'm trying to figure out who these people.
No, I understand.
All I'm saying is that latex, leather, snake skin. I think that's where we should draw the line as professionals.
Do you
I'll
have
be the judge of this.
Do you have a problem? Serious question, with like Halloween aside, with women who cover sports who dress a certain way, in kind of the way you're alluding to?
I think here's the thing, and I think this is like super nuanced, and it's one of those things where it's like, you know how they in the past were like, well, how do you know if something's porn? And it's like, well, you can't really define it. You just know it when you see it. It's like, how do you know when something's thoughty? Like, I can't exactly say. I just know it when I see it.
Understand.
And as someone who has a great deal of respect for my colleagues and counterparts in the media, and I think they all do, you know, a great job in varying degrees. I think we still have a different standard that we're held to in terms of how we sound, how we're perceived, and when what we do becomes something that detracts from our how we're perceived as like professionals. I think that's something that we should all like collectively kind of squab about, you know, like just get together and like have a powwow about the do's and don'ts. Everybody's different too. Like everybody's anatomy is different, right? Like I can do more. I don't got a lot. There's just like a lot of clavicle popping, right? If I had double D's, then maybe it would just be a lot more, right?
Well, I've seen you rock the double-sided tape in Miami.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's not like a lot that's about to just overflow into the mix. You know what I'm saying?
But what she's saying is just real. I mean, I feel it as a black man in this profession. Certain ways where I'm like, I feel like if I dress a certain way and I'm dressed down, but I'm looking fly, it's looked at a certain way. Where somebody else dressed down look ridiculous, but that's acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's part of the profession, it seems like.
And I think that there's people who use it as a way, you know, get in where you fit in, but they use it as a way to excel instead of just the craft and what you're saying and how, you know, the research that you're putting in. And I think some of those people get, you know, the executives, some people get finessed. They're like, oh my God, like so-and-so is just the best interviewer. She gets people to say some of the most revealing things. Her skill set as a journalist is just otherworldly. And you're like, is it her skill set as a journalist that's otherworldly, or is it something else that's getting these people to say
it's the age-old art of dudes lying to beautiful women. That's what it is.
Yeah. And not just like beautiful.
We're good in the West.
Yeah, exactly.
We're good in the West. Okay, bro. Whatever you say, guy.
God, what a revelatory interview. And I've got people in the betting space, and I talk about this with other women too. So it's not just me who thinks that, but this is just, you peel back the onion or go behind the curtain about what is said. And like other women agree that there are, in my own studio, they're like, yo, T, my co-host, other producers, yo, did you see XYZ rocking, giving their picks out on Twitter? And it's like, you're not really giving your picks out on Twitter. You're finding a reason to be naked on Twitter. And do your thing. Start your OnlyFans. I have no problem with that. But me and you are not the same.
We got you, girl. Get it? Hey, we got you.
Love. You know it's love always.
We got you always. Your skill set is unmatched.
I don't mean it like that. I'm not trying to be like old man yelling at clouds.
No, that's not. Oh, these are types of conversations that happen in sports media now, because the landscape of sports media is starting to change a little bit, very, very slowly, but it's getting a smidge bit younger. Of course, it's set back when you throw Mad Dog on the TV multiple times a week.
Did he retire yet?
No, he didn't retire. He had to like be. It was like the old Hillary. Hillary Ruff. It was that type of thing with that duo.
Did you
on-
see, by the way, I'm not supposed to talk about other media members on other networks,
Yeah,
but
bro, we don't care.
straight up, but like, did you see what Stephen A said to Molly today, speaking of Halloween costumes?
I didn't.
Where he was like, Molly, you about to get me in trouble. You about to, don't make me say it. You know the kind of costume I'm trying to see you. Hold on, let me just stop. And you're like, wait, this is what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Him and Broussard.
Well, yeah,
Broussard had a
Broussard.
bad day too.
Bro, like, yeah, but there's no like Stephen A can like tiptoe the line. I feel like he's trying to let everybody in on the inside. Like he's trying to tell everybody what we already know.
He's horny and single.
I think he's with Molly.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I think he's with Molly.
I never believed
Maybe.
that.
He is. You are not talking to a woman like that you're not with. Absolutely no chance.
And Jalen's now with Angela Rye, posting her on Instagram.
Hey, someone needs to pull Jalen aside.
Someone needs to have a good, heartfelt conversation with Jalen.
Jalen is this close to being Carlos Boozer.
Yeah.
He needs to stop it. Like, Jalen, we're the same age. Like, just stop it. No, you're older, as a matter of fact. Stop it.
Yeah.
That's too dark.
Well,
It's like shiny and sheeny. Bro, what are you doing?
I say like this, though. If you've got the ability to keep it up and keep it fresh, I don't have a problem.
No, but now it
Carlos
looks
was a
weird.
little crazy.
It looks
Carlos
weird.
was
No,
crazy.
Carlos was nuts.
Carlos was a
Did you
little
see
crazy.
Booze? Did you see Carlos Boozer?
You know I've seen Booze. The crazy thing about Jalen is that he tries to like defend it and show that everything is really his hair color and it's really his hair and that he has like his barber pull on it and stuff. And I'm like, you're just making it worse, really.
It's not.
Say you got the Beijing. I'm not criticizing you for it. Just
No, there's nothing wrong with it. Excuse me. It's beautiful. It's incredible. But there is a point where, hey, this doesn't work anymore. And when you start using it, like if I just walked in with a dark beard tomorrow, what y'all gonna say?
What happened?
Beijing actually, it's all good.
Ain't, if I walk in tomorrow with a dark beard, it ain't a little Beijing action.
Do it.
No.
You wouldn't do it.
not.
You wouldn't do it.
Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't. It was hard enough work to get the hairline to work. Now you want me to get my beard colored? Like, no.
Even if Kenny came in and his whole beard was like way more perfect, you're like, what's he been doing? You know?
That's where Rick Ross messed up. Rick Ross sells all these beard products, but he took a picture too close to show off the beard, and you look like, oh, there's like paint under his hair.
There is so much that goes down to get like the Anthony Anderson, Rick Ross.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
It's an art. Like these barbers are great at it, but I feel like it's something that, because like I do my own beard a lot of the time. I can't do what I have to go and have somebody do the beard that way.
I didn't recognize it till I started using it. Now it's all I see. Like Anthony Anderson, I didn't realize how much Anthony Anderson hit the hairline on Blackish until I was like, oh, that ain't real.
It's like a body kit you got like a Porsche body kit on a Honda Civic. It's like, I'm going to wake up next to you and that hairline's not going to be the same.
No, you got to get better spray. It's just a little makeup. That's all it is. It's a little makeup for the hairline.
It's man makeup. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's little man makeup. But what Jalen is doing is over the top. And Chris Broussard, there's no excuse for what he said on television today. Like that's a fireable offense.
Fireable offense. And if I see you, we're gonna have a conversation.
Truth be told, Chris Broussard should have been off TV the second he said Mark Cuban was driving around Dallas or wherever they were looking for.
I have it on good insight that Mark Cuban was driving around Dallas looking for DeAndre Jordan.
Also, the fact that Broussard followed it up with like, I got like a cousin and he died of that. Like, you're like, did you see that? He's like, what?
Come on, man.
There's going to be internet sleuths. You're in trouble. You're just trying to now backpedal and be like, so what had happened was I was in my grief and stuff. And that's why I just said that. And
really, just say I was out of line. I apologize. That's all you can.
But
say.
think about that for a second. How out of line you are as a broadcast journalist to call a professional athlete that you cover that. Like, you've gotten comfortable enough in this space. I don't like James Harden. I would never say such a thing about a professional athlete that we cover.
Lead you to say something like that.
Some of these dudes have got. Forgive me. I'm sorry. Some of these dudes needs their ass kicked.
I don't know how he feels so secure in the space.
If Jim Everett would have just beat the crap out of Jim Rome that day, none of this would have happened. If there would have been nobody to pull him apart, if he just would have beat his ass on television, this wouldn't be happening.
It's like people can just say whatever they want nowadays.
Yeah.
No accountability. Also, really quickly, I would just in general with the thesis, the premise of it, I think James Harden is brilliant. I think anytime you can finesse your way to get what you want on multiple occasions and go from 6-man to MVP to playing with KD again to playing with Russ again and Kawhi and PG, and you got to the place with Daryl Morey, who was your mentor and your guy. Like, that is an art form. Ask Dame Lillard how difficult it is to get to the location that you want to get.
I can't argue that. I mean, yeah,
is it
he's
James
done it
Harden?
multiple times.
Is it Harden's fault or the people that keep?
I don't.
What
Well, I think in this case is just so fascinating because who the hell else wanted James Harden?
No one. There was no market. Also,
and that's why Nicholas Batum was traded, with all due respect, and Robert Covington. That's why those guys were traded, because there was no market for them. They really were traded for 2 first-round picks.
Correct. And the people who want to say, "Oh, well, Dame was treated so wrong, and James Harden gets to do X, Y, or Z, and Dame doesn't get what he wants. He only gets to play with a 2-time MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, #1 seed in the East." Just how dare Portland? How dare they?
Dame's going to be just fine. Portland in time will be just fine.
They won last night.
Man, guys. Yeah, we did.
Oh, they did.
The
That's
Raptors.
right.
This team is really bad.
I didn't expect that. I mean, I didn't expect. I thought they'd. Are they fun bad or just like bad?
A lot of times, not that fun. Really. Shaden Sharp's going to be fun now that Anthony Simons is out with that UCL tear.
Yeah.
And Scoots, it's going to be a bumpy ride for our man Scoot. I think he's 1 for 18 from 3 in 4 games. I would say that's not great. 3-point percentage. The scouting report on his threes, not super out of line. But the game's coming. It's just, faster pace. You know how it is. But it's going to be a tough one.
BetMGM Heat Check Pod. We love you, homie. Always.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Trysta Krick. Blew through that break about 12 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're going to have 3-4 minute seconds.
Yeah. Come back, play a song, go to commercial. Come back, play a song, go to commercial. That's what we doing. That was
good stuff, though. That was good. I thought that was good.
No, our girl looked a little frazzled when she joined us. So I was like, hey, let's get her talking.
I just came across a tribal chief on Instagram. He's a funny dude, man.
Our tribal chief is a funny dude. Did he post a picture of what he's wearing?
No, well, it's like a video.
That is not going to intimidate Nate Diaz at all. Oh, wow. Who is he? Oh, Lord.
Hold on. Look at tribal chief. Look at the tribal chief.
Yo, this is a wild office, dude. This is a wild office.
Oh man,
they just this office is the epitome of the Eddie Murphy song. Party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
I love it here.
Life at Odyssey, baby. Life at Odyssey. We'll hear more from Mike Brown coming up. Jason Jones is going to join us in the 3:00 hour. We might have some overreactions on the way. We do have power rankings because they're going to look different. They're going to look a whole lot different. And admittedly, I don't know, man. I got questions about the lines. I just ain't even going to tease it. Like, I want to buy into the lines with everybody else. Love Dan Campbell. Do. Yeah. I'm just not sure what I'm watching when I see
Staley,
them.
Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, it's a great staff. There's just some.
Sorry, Coach. Sorry, Coach Chris. He's about to trash the line.
No, that's not true. I just thought they should have put their foot on the throat of the Raiders last night. And like, you've got to be able to do that. And maybe that's just a part of their growth. I don't know. But we got power rankings coming up. More stuff from Kings practice as well, as the Kings will be without De'Aaron Fox for their 47th matchup against the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night at the dental office. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You in juice?
You can get up. Would you grab it for me? Because that's all I need. Yeah, it looks like they packing up, so you better go grab. It looks like Jackie's trying to put stuff away, so you better go get something.
How much of the Raiders not getting blown out yesterday has to do with the fact that they still have good players? They're just a horribly coached team. Like, they're not scrubs.
No, and that to me is why the Josh Jacobs firing is so mandatory. Like, you can't blame the roster. This isn't the team that Kyle shit. Oh, I forgot we lost TC, man. TC, if you're in the chat, man, sorry. That's all my fault. Jesse told me you were there and I missed it. This isn't the team like that Kyle Shanahan took over when the roster was terrible and he had to rebuild it. This roster is solid with Max Crosby on one end, and they got 14 points last night. One of them was a defensive score from Marcus Peters.
They actually defense finally figured it out this year.
Yeah, and it, like, at some point, if I'm those guys, it's like I'm out here busting my ass, and y'all can't get me. The defense talking to the offense, y'all can't give me nothing, like nothing. That, like, when to me, I know we talk about firing coaches. I promise we don't do it lightly. Like, Josh Jacobs needs to be fired. Josh McDaniels needs to be fired. Josh Jacobs needs to be better. Josh McDaniels needs to be fired. Julian, the cartoon is on there?
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah, I'm in. I am in. That's what's up. Good looking out. Well, I know, CJ. It's my bad, CJ. You're right. That's my bad. Yeah, TC, if you in here, call back. As me. It was all my bad. I meant to get to you before we played the Mike Brown sound, and then got a little carried away. Oh, my man, that's what's up. Hey, that's all right. We here, baby. Welcome to the party. Lost a few of the Chatty House brethren today. Pour out a little liquor for them. Not the good liquor, the cheap liquor, but pour out a little bit for them. Okay. Game 4?
4, I believe. I think Texas is up 2-1 right now. Have you been tapped into that series at all?
A little bit, but the dude I like on the Rangers is out.
Who?
Is it
Garcia? The
one isn't he out?
I didn't see that.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I thought I read that he was out.
I'm getting snacks.
I could be wrong. I thought I saw that. Thank you very much. Anything out there for you? Oh, he is out. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oblique tie. Yeah, I saw the plate appearance where he swung, yeah, and like left. I was like, oh, that ain't good.
That could change everything.
Oh, brutal. I took a liking to him when Casey and I were watching here in the studio, and he was bombing on them dudes. I was like, this is my guy. Talk that shit. Talk that shit. All right, man. Got a lot more Kings basketball to talk about.
Real quick, you talked about it a little bit. World Series, 2-1 Rangers.
Yeah, right here on ESPN 1320. As a matter of fact,
I gotta admit, I haven't seen any of the games yet. I've like followed the scores. I've seen the highlights and things like that. We had a walk-off in game 1. Diamondbacks dominated in game 2. Yesterday, the Rangers handled business. I haven't seen any of the games yet, and I saw that game 1 had the lowest rating of all time.
Really? Yeah. What night was game 1? Was that Friday? That's tough. Yeah, Friday. That's a tough start. Plus, you had the first doubleheader, or that was the ESPN night, the opening week rollout, final night of the opening week rollout. That's tough, man.
A lot of people were talking about that before the series started. They're like, "Yo, this is gonna be the worst rated World Series of all time," and all this other stuff. And
Arizona's not going to help. Yeah.
I was like, whatever. It's still the World Series. I was saying, I was like, yo, I want to watch it, but I haven't even watched it yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of hate that, because sometimes it feels like, well, all right, yeah, Arizona's not a market or whatever the case may be, but like, how is the game supposed to grow if you don't open up to other markets? Like, if you just wanted to be
it's hard.
New York, Philly, LA, Boston every year, then
I don't think it's just that, though. I think it's not like, come on, man, it's the Texas Rangers. Like, it's not like we're talking about, a tiny market.
You can
here.
have one, you can't have two.
But here's like, it's just tough when you don't have the part of, and TC, don't go nowhere, TC. We'll get to you in just a second. When you don't have that, it's like tuning into WrestleMania, but you don't know the storylines. Like, the important part of WrestleMania is the story that got you there. Like, you want the match to be good, you want the culmination to be good, but it's the culmination of the story. It's tuning in at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
You got to have like, I didn't know that I loved this Garcia dude until we were watching during the playoffs, because I wasn't watching during the regular season.
Right.
Watching them during the playoffs, and he's slamming bats and he's buffing his chest out, and now they're throwing at him the next at bat. I was like, oh, I like this dude.
Yeah.
Like that's what had me screening last night. But outside of, I don't know anybody on the Diamondbacks. I don't care who wins or loses this series.
But it feels like, and we're in a different time. We're in a completely different time. And I think that's the reason for that, or for what I'm about to say. But the World Series should be like WrestleMania. And I'm going to watch WrestleMania. I don't need to watch all year. It's WrestleMania. A lot of people do this, obviously. I don't need to watch all year. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl. That's how I feel the World Series should be. Now, it's a different time. It's a series, so that plays into it as well. And I know it. I know it should be different, but I feel like, man, it's the World Series. It shouldn't matter. It's the World Series championship. But that's just me.
Two problems with that. The sport's further behind than football. Two, and I'm only using the football comp, it's a series. Like, if this, you said game 1 was low rated, if this, maybe everybody must have been listening on ESPN 1320. But if it goes to game 7, people are going to tune in for that. It's because, not because of, it's the best words in sports. It's a game 7.
Created your own story.
It's a tie. It's the winner tonight is the champion. The end. Tonight, hey, tap in ESPN 1320. A champion will not be crowned tonight. And I think there's something to that. There's something to, we talk about this every year. It's one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, March Madness is so special. It's one night. One team could have the night of their life, and the one seed could have the worst game they ever played.
Some would say it's one shining moment.
I've heard that before. I can't remember where, but I've heard that. 916-909-1320. Our man TC. TC, apologies for making you wait, my brother. What's going on?
Man, it's good. You ain't got to apologize to my brother.
What's good, big dog?
TC,
How you doing,
you got to talk directly into the phone, brother, so we can hear that wonderful voice loud and clear.
Hey, look, check it out. Hey, I want to tap in and say happy Halloween. Look, hey, tell Reese, Kenny, man, y'all be safe out there, bro.
You lying. This is not why you're calling. You are lying to us right now.
No, listen, ask Jesse. Hey, listen, I told him, but look, hey, check it out. Okay, y'all want me to talk about your boy Chase Young, right? Let's get it done. We'll see. We'll see how much he helped. Hey, that line didn't need no help anyway, Kenny.
What line?
That D line, the D line didn't need no help. They just got Chase Young. We'll see though. We needed a DB. We needed some.
What do you mean the line didn't need no help? They played awful for the last 3 weeks. What are you talking about?
I'm just going back on what you said a few days ago, man, about the D line, man.
When did I say that? I said they've been playing awful.
Yeah, but look, check it out. Hey, check it out. Look, hey, enough said about that. The Kings gonna ball. Look, and the Warriors, hey, they in the same predicament, bro. Curry still gotta play wonderful for them dudes to win. They ain't doing nothing special. I'm just chiming in because I don't know if Vontae and Joe listen, because they keep side busting the Kings in the morning, bro, and I ain't feeling that.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be the case when you go over there, and their team has beaten our team repeatedly, so they get to talk that talk. Yeah. I mean, ain't nothing we can do about it.
Hey, and like I said, they've had a nice run.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a nice run. They got their 4 championships. You can never take that away. Heck of a run.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's over. It's over. Steph Curry doing a great job right now.
You just said they might be able to be the 1 seed. You think it's over?
They're winning the championship.
I don't think they're winning the championship
they're not
either.
Winning
but
the championship,
bro.
That's
okay, let me ask.
That's
I know,
a really good team. They ain't winning no championship.
I know this is a reach.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is a reach. Play along. Mm-hmm. What if this is Steph this season?
It's fine. He's been Steph that way before, and they didn't even make the playoffs
for an entire
season.
Well, wait a minute. Well, contact.
What was contact? Clay was out, I guess. That was
that's a big deal.
All right.
That's a big deal.
Steph was top flight last year. He got hurt. If I was being a jerk, I'm saying, well, wait for that to happen again this year.
Steph to get hurt.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't.
Of course.
But I mean, they ain't winning no championship.
The only way they do win a ring again, I think, is if they would just replicate what they did against the Celtics, like that playoff run. Like
that was lightning in a bottle.
Steph's got to do that.
Lightning in a bottle.
And that run was, if they get fortunate matchups again in the playoffs, maybe things could happen. But that run was pretty fortunate.
Well, yeah, I want to be careful. We're calling it fortunate. Like they did a hell of a job that year. Like they beat a team that was better than them.
Who?
The Warriors did.
Who they beat?
The Celtics. The Celtics were better than they were.
I thought they were about even.
No,
I thought they were about even. But I'm talking about the road to get there. I'm not even talking necessarily Boston. I mean, it should have been.
Who they beat? Do you remember?
It should have been. They beat Jokic and the Nuggets without Jamal Murray with the torn ACL. I think they beat Memphis after that.
They beat them pretty quick, didn't they? 5 games?
It was 5 games. Ja got hurt in that series, but it wouldn't have mattered. They would have beat them.
I meant the Nuggets. Didn't they beat the Nuggets in
Nuggets
5?
in 5. Nuggets in 5. Memphis with Ja getting hurt in game 3. But like I said, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have beat them anyway.
Yeah.
But the real test was Phoenix. And Phoenix lost to Dallas. And Dallas was.
That's right. Yep. That's right.
Close to the easiest matchup they could have had in that conference finals.
Yep.
So it got them there. Would they have beaten Phoenix? I would have picked Phoenix. I'm not saying it was impossible for the Warriors to win, but I thought Phoenix, they won 63 games that year or something like that.
I mean, I'm not going to say they would have beat Golden State when they couldn't beat Dallas.
No, I'm not. I would have. I'm just saying I would have picked them.
I got
you. But it's not impossible that the Warriors would have beat them by any means. I'm just saying Dallas was by far an easy opponent at that point. By far an easy opponent.
So, but Boston wasn't. And they made adjustments and they won. To me, they were not even.
Boston,
those were not even teams.
They choked that one away.
Yeah, but okay, then they were better. If they choked the series away, that means they were better. They were better than the Golden State Warriors, and the Warriors beat them. They deserve credit for that.
They deserve credit. They won a championship. They get credit for that. I'm just saying, it was a nice little run. That's over.
I feel like when you add little to it, it demeans it.
Well,
you say it's a nice little run. It's demeaning.
So let me ask you this: you think
it's like a cute little radio show you have, Casey?
Well, it's like
change the connotation.
Someone's your bro, but if you call him little bro, that's disrespect.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this: are the Warriors more Lakers and Celtics or Chicago Bulls when Steph is gone?
Give it to me again. I don't.
Are the Lakers more Lakers and the Warriors more Lakers and Celtics in this league, or are they more the Chicago Bulls? Chicago Bulls had a run with Jordan. Didn't do anything before.
Well, I feel like we've been over this. Are we bringing back the legacy? Are we bringing back the
That's
legacy?
what I'm talking about when I say a nice little run. That's all I'm saying. That's what this Warriors thing is.
You don't hear
it's
it?
A nice little
you
run.
serious? You don't hear it? Come on, bro. That sounds demeaning.
I don't know how it sounds. It just is what it is. It's a nice little run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chicago.
If Stacey walked up to you in her blonde wig and pink outfit today and says to you, "Hey, your little radio show's doing good,"
if it would, there's Stacey, by the way.
Stacey with the blonde hair.
I mean, I guess I could feel that way. If it's a little radio show, then cool. It ain't a little radio show.
Well, that's what I'm. Okay,
but I'm saying,
all right.
This is a nice little run.
Oh, all right. Forget it. Go to commercial.
They're the
come back.
Bulls.
What?
They're the Bulls.
Okay, that's
cool.
All right.
It's cool. It's good. I would love to be the Bulls at some point.
So the Bulls had a nice little run.
Yeah, what they do since then?
Well, no, they had a run.
Yeah,
a run. They had a run.
Nice little run.
Okay, we'll come back. It's
7 years, 8 years.
It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
If you do look at the Bulls, like broader sense or whatever, it is a little run in their history.
All right.
They've been around for what?
Y'all
50, 60 years? Yeah, 7 years?
Y'all can have your little run. All right. Y'all don't hear me.
Clip that. Clip that.
We need a picture.
Prime? I got to put Prime back on?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Hold on.
We got to send a picture to Marino.
Goodness gracious. All right, hold on.
It's so good.
I gotta get the whole.
Did you change your voice too? Okay.
I'm back. All right. I gotta get back in Coach Prime mode. Where are my glasses?
Right here.
Oh my god, it's so good. So good. Should we take it in front of the camera?
Where's Aaron?
Aaron. He's like fixing his hair.
All right, y'all, let me here. I purposely tried to do that so you won't be in here alone, but hey, when the boss tells you to come take a picture, you go take a picture, I guess. Bro, you have no idea. That shit click clacks. It's like the only thing in the studio we can actually hear is people's shoes hitting the ground. Or when Jesse drops his phone in the studio. For some reason, we hear that loud and clear. Oh, man. Hey, shout out to everybody watching. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. You know, them Warriors fans already hit the thumbs down. So instead of 100% approval rating, we only have 98.3. So hit the thumbs up. Please, 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 please.
They're beating the Chiefs this week, Warren. I guarantee it. It's a guarantee right there.
I like it.
It is an abomination, though, that the game is in Germany and not in
That's
Illinois.
ridiculous.
It's stupid. You should not.
Absolutely ridiculous.
You should not put your good games overseas. Like, send the Texans and whoever else.
Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. And that's at 6 a.m.?
6:30.
I ain't even going to, man. It's not even like that I'm not up to see it. It's I forget. Like, I forget that there's football on.
My cousin's turning 21 on Saturday. How am I supposed to prepare for that party and be ready at 6:30?
DVR, buddy. DVR. Yeah, it says 6:30, Tyler. It's in Germany. Yeah. Is Taylor Swift rolling up to Germany?
I think they've already confirmed she's not going to be there.
Oh, they had to put the press release out. No, she's not traveling internationally for her boyfriend.
They send the Raiders to Germany and freaking hide McDaniel's passport.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
I don't know, Josh. Flight leaves in half hour. We got to go.
Dominic Wilkinson.
Ain't he like a
UGA?
Top, yeah, ain't he a top recruit?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You guys see Kenyon Martin get choked up because his kid's getting traded?
No.
Yeah, I think he was on Josiah Johnson's show.
Oh, with Gill and all that, huh?
Yeah.
Was he involved in that trade?
Yeah, he was. I like KJ Martin. I think he's a cool.
I do too. I don't think I knew he was involved in that trade though.
Yeah, he's going to Philly.
He was like the fourth name on that
right,
list.
yeah,
with
apparently.
Champs tweets.
Apparently. Keep hitting that thumbs up, please. We'd love to, now that we're in season, get past 300 every day. We got past 400 yesterday, which was awesome. So if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, that'd be beautiful.
Was it Al Davis who left Lane Kiffin at the airport or something like that when they fired him? What was the story with that?
Yeah.
They do that with Josh
Left him on the
McDaniels.
tarmac. Yep. No, Lane Kiffin got fired on the tarmac for USC, I think.
Oh.
Al Davis fired Lane Kiffin with a PowerPoint presentation.
It wasn't even PowerPoint. It was
Microsoft
slides
or something.
It wasn't a computer. It was
the overhead projector.
Overhead
It
projector.
was the overhead projector. That's right. That's right.
That's how Mark Davis got to do it. Like,
I
oh, they're like, son.
I don't think Jesse was in school for those.
No, I got like the last of the 90s stuff, like in the early 2000s. I was there for the last of it.
That was some old school stuff.
Man, this is terrible. Jason Jones going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic will be with us. Before we dive into the Kings and De'Aaron Fox and what we learned at practice today, you want to take care of this small piece of business?
This is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Gotta be some major changes to both of our power rankings. Last week, I had the Chiefs at number 1, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Ravens, and the Dolphins. KC had the Eagles at number 1, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the 49ers, and the Ravens. You want to go first this week?
Yeah, man. There's a little bit of a shakeup here going on in my power rankings. Number 5, after losing to Denver somehow, some way. That was one of the more shocking results of the week. The Chiefs are at number 5. Didn't lose that game. Number 4, 6-2. Just keep making moves. Big time win in the elements against Pittsburgh, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 3.
First appearance in the power rankings.
Yeah, they got in there. Number 3, on a bye, I believe. Or no, they played in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically a bye. The Baltimore Ravens took care of business. They're number 3. And 2 is the same. The Dolphins handle the Patriots. And the Eagles just keep finding ways to win.
Yeah.
Beat the Commanders. And they're the number 1 team still. So for the first time all year, the Niners are knocked out of my top 5.
You can't lose 3 in a row in week 8 and be in the top 5. And that is the case for me. Again, last week I had the Chiefs, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Ravens, and the Dolphins. This week, I put the Jacksonville Jaguars into the power rankings for the first time. I put them at number 5. I went back and forth between the Jags and the Lions. That, I said to you just a few minutes ago, I feel like the Lions should have beat the hell out of the Raiders yesterday. They didn't. I understand they're good. I just can't fully grasp what Detroit is, and admittedly can't fully grasp what Jacksonville is either. Jacksonville beat Pittsburgh, which I feel like is a stronger opponent than the Raiders. So I gave Jacksonville the nod here. I haven't given them a lot of love in the power rankings. Chiefs fall all the way from number 1 to number 4 in this week's power rankings. Ravens move up to number 3. The Dolphins back at number 2. And the Eagles feel like the class of the NFL right now and are at the number 1 spot in both our power rankings.
Big game on Sunday. Big game on Sunday. We got a couple of big games on Sunday, actually.
Yeah, some of them, a lot of us won't be awake for.
I won't. Actually, I will. I'm lying. The little girl, she wakes up early.
I was telling Jesse during the commercial break, it's not that I'm not up for it. It's that I forget that it's happening. I forget that it's on.
Yeah.
So it's Titans and Steelers on Thursday to kick off the week. And then it's the Dolphins and the Chiefs in Germany at 6:30 a.m. on Sunday.
That's kind of wild. I don't know why they put that one in Germany, but it's whatever. But, I mean, there's quite a few good games on Sunday. We got Seattle at Baltimore.
Yep, that's a good one.
That's a good one. And then we got Dallas and Philadelphia. That's probably the marquee game of the week. Sunday night is a good one as well.
Yeah, you got the Bills and the
Buffalo
Bengals. Yeah, and how about the Jets? The Jets are 4-3.
Wow.
Jets are, and they're going against the Chargers.
Wow.
Jets GM today said they're expecting Aaron Rodgers back with the team.
So he had to
cleared that up.
Yeah, he kind of walked that back a little bit. Because I think the first thing he said was we absolutely expect Aaron Rodgers back. And I think he was asked for clarification because the second tweet didn't come out for like 10 minutes. And it was like, oh, just a little further clarification. He says he expects Aaron Rodgers back with the team, not necessarily back this year.
He threw it back to the team doctors. It's up to them. He threw it back with the quickness.
Lions 6-2, Jaguars 6-2. Both of those teams are off this week. 49ers 5-3. They're off this week. And the Broncos, which are suddenly 3-5.
Broncos got aspirations of making the playoffs out of nowhere.
Hey.
Yeah, kids, you got to salute it.
Hey,
you got to salute
it. They don't. It doesn't feel like they're playing very good, and it feels like they're significantly better than the Raiders.
Not all 3 and 5s are the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's weird, dude. It's weird. Yeah. But we're already at week 9. The season is
it's November tomorrow.
The season is inching to a close.
Man.
Week number 9. We wait so long for the NFL season to get here, and it's gone. Just like that. Titans
so
and
look,
Steelers will take
at the same time, there's so much more football to play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, it feels like it is zooming by, and then you look at it, you're like, they got like 8-9 more games to play.
And it's because so much happens on a week-to-week basis, right? The combinations of wins, losses. I mean, the Vikings were just starting to hit a groove, and then they lose Kirk Cousins, who was having a phenomenal season despite the record that team had.
Yeah.
And now they're in a completely different. So it's a lot of football to be played for sure. A lot of things happen on a week-to-week basis. Talked about Kendrick Bourne being out with an ACL injury. I mean, every week guys get hurt.
Yeah.
And it changes the dynamic. It's just a avalanche of information Sundays and Mondays from games to the day after that all impact what's happening moving forward. And of course, today was the NBA trade, the NFL trade deadline, and Chase Young is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm really hyped about that. Only thing that matters right now is this year. They've got to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
But Chase Young, I looked at him, and I don't know how the contracts go. I think he's like, you don't have exclusive rights to him because Washington didn't sign, so he's like a regular free agent. But man, if you could find a way to keep him in the building. Young dude, I know he's had some injury concerns, but when he plays, he's a game changer. That's if they can find a way to hold on to him in moving forward, that'd be pretty big, man. That'd be pretty big. Hell, can you franchise him? Niners feel like they never use a franchise.
Can't imagine why you couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is an unrestricted free agent next year.
So they've had their issues with the D line this year. I think we can agree it's not like a talent issue on the D line, right?
No.
Okay, yeah. So Chase Young coming in, I don't want to downplay what he can do, but how much? Like I feel like Steve Wilkes got to get this D line going more than Chase Young can. I'm not sure like Chase Young just comes in, D line's fixed.
You're 100%.
Like, if you get what I'm saying.
No, you're 100% correct. It's 100% fair. We talked about it a little earlier, and like we both agreed, defense has gone through 2 or 3 different coaches, same personnel. They've been dominant for the most part over the last 3-4 years. All of a sudden, they just can't stop the run, or they can't cover, or they can't get to the quarterback. What's the component that's different? And I'm not trying to blame it all on him. Fred Warner said it the other day, and he's right. Players make plays, but he's got to find a way to get on their level and get to what they were doing well that got them where they were the last couple of years. And I still think he can do that. I'm definitely not saying fire the guy or anything. But like we talked about earlier, he's got to be better, just like the players got to be better. Everybody in that locker room has to take a long look in the mirror over this bye week and figure out what they can do individually to bring it to the team so they can get back on track. Every single person, from Wilkes to the players to Shanahan to John Lynch, who did what he could do today.
As good old JR would say, we have to take our last commercial break of the day.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm sorry about this. We mentioned, got a little carried away talking to Trysta and went for nearly an hour. So we got to get these commercials out the way. This is the last one. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll hang out with Jason Jones. That's right here with Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. It says what I was saying to Kim, like, oh, we just handing out that title to anybody, huh? Put the hat and glasses back on and go, yeah, dig it.
That's Macho Man.
Mm-hmm. Freak out.
When you look at the Macho Man Randy Savage, you deal with one of these things that you got to understand, brother. Hulk Hogan! I didn't like the way you were looking at Miss Elizabeth when you were looking at Elizabeth. I didn't like what I saw in your eyes, brother.
I hate that when you do impressions, it's the only time you talk into the microphone.
Shout out to whoever speakers just blew out. We're not liable for that.
Man.
Dame, you want to throw on the hat and glasses, do Macho Man too?
Lust in your eyes.
Yeah, throw it on. Come on.
Yeah.
What sort of peer pressure bullshit is this?
Come on.
What sort of shit is this?
D-Lo.
You got the impression for it, dude. We need
Step
it.
into a Slim Jim, huh? I think
Putting it right here. Whatever you want to do with it, do what you do. D-Lo.
Oh, this definitely could be a Jeff Jarrett hat. That's for sure. That's
double J.
That's JEFF. Woo, these are dark shit. JARRE double T. That's double J. Freak out. Come on, man. You've got lust in your eyes, brother. You've got lust for Elizabeth. The cream of the crowd. Freak out. See, I'm the Macho Man Randy Savage, and what you do here, you just go from different volumes. You go from low to a slight low, whisper to real loud.
Oh, the Macho Man, that's the one. That's the one. The Macho
Man,
Man.
these joints are dark, boy. Goodness.
Shout out Ace Burke Slam. He found these glasses, man. big ups to him, man.
It's funny because
Shout out.
the glasses I wear, they're not dark.
Yeah, those are dark. Those are dark. That is hilarious. I will say this though. I saw this earlier. Bryce, no, it wasn't. I said here after the Rams game, I didn't like what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
I said before Dallas, they're susceptible to the run.
Yeah.
So
Hey, we're talking about
statistic-wise,
Tom Pollard.
they were keeping points off the board and all this other stuff. There were things that I didn't like about it that I hope wouldn't come to fruition, and they did. Now they got to get better. It's not over. It's not over. They're not hopeless, like a penny with a hole in it,
No.
but they got to get better.
Why is that penny so hopeless? Did we ever
Can't sell it, I
determine that?
guess. You can't do nothing with it. Shout out to Game Day. Pre and post.
Well, yeah. Wow. Yep. Wow. And God, those days are over.
Post was wild.
I'm nearly positive Danny was just trying to kill us.
I like every time we think about it and talk about it, I think so too.
He was just like, no. Thanks for this opportunity, Stacey. We're either going to be number one or I'm gonna kill him. Like those are probably.
I mean, there was a point where D'Lo and KC was on more than like the regular network ESPN stuff.
Kyle texted me yesterday or a couple of days ago. He was like, "Hey, what do you think about the idea of a post-game show for the Kings?" I was like, "Well, what do you mean? Like for the stream or the radio or the stream and radio?" He was like, "Ideally, both." I was like, "No,
You must not know what happens there.
we're not doing that. We can't do that because one, we need a board op. Jesse can't do it.
Devin Booker out again tonight.
Everybody was going to be healthy this year.
Let's be clear. Not reveling in that. I don't want him to be hurt, but it's
just like
it's what it is. No.
I hate that shit, dude. Absolutely hate that shit. Jason Jones is going to join us in a couple of minutes. My guess is he's going to get a couple of jokes off.
Yeah,
That score hadn't even gone final. It had just gone final before Jason started firing text off. He was firing text off Friday night too.
Yeah, look, I understand these things. Like I told Rob Dub and Dr. Dave and all these guys before. When you're one of the top dogs, this is what happens. It's all right. It's cool. If you can't handle it, don't be one of the top dogs. You know, the Niners are one of the top dogs. Nobody has any jokes about the Raiders. You don't see? Do you see me sending him texts and memes? No, because it's the Raiders. I ain't punching down. This is what it is.
It definitely is what it is. Such an eloquent statement by whoever created it.
Cowboys. I mean, Cowboys. I don't know what they about. I ain't got nothing to say about the Cowboys. That's like me talking about the Titans. Why would I do that?
Okay,
who cares?
Okay, wait a
Like,
minute.
who cares?
Okay, now you're okay. You made a point with the Raiders. That's not true with the Cowboys. Stop it.
Are we out on the Cowboys till playoffs get here?
They got a big game, man.
Well, as far as like what they do in the regular season, like
Yeah, I don't care what they do in the regular
that's
season.
what I'm
No, I don't care what they do.
So can they change their perception with the win on Sunday?
No.
Yeah, I'm out on this.
No,
team.
absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm out on them till playoffs.
But to be fair, at least from my stance, I don't know how you feel. The Cowboys could be 8-0 right now. I don't care. It wouldn't phase me. I don't care if they're 8-0.
I wouldn't say no because that means they beat the Niners. But if they were like 7-1, I'd still be kind of.
That's fine. Can you beat the 49ers or the Eagles or the Seahawks or whoever if you have to go home after a loss? That's all I need to see. Can you take the field at home or on the road and beat a team in the playoffs? Hell, in their case, can you beat multiple teams in the playoffs?
I'll say this. That I don't think that's fair.
Why not?
Because if they win one game in the play, say they have to start in San Francisco and they win and then they lose the next week. I mean, that's a big win. That's a big hurdle. So next year we can't say we can't take the Cowboys serious.
Oh, didn't the Cowboys win a playoff game last year?
No. Oh no, they did. They beat
No, they
Tampa
did.
Bay.
It doesn't. Don't do that. They won
beat Tampa Bay.
They won a playoff game last year, and it didn't matter because all of the talk coming in this year was this is a Super Bowl caliber team. If this is a Super Bowl caliber team, they are no different whether you like it or not. They are no different than the 49ers. Your belief is the 49ers is championship or nothing. The same thing is true for the Dallas Cowboys. It's championship or nothing.
I don't know. I feel if the Cowboys got to the NFC Championship game where they haven't been in 3 decades, or got to the Super Bowl, that would get some people to feel a little differently about that.
Maybe if they get to the Super Bowl, getting to the Super Bowl, I feel differently than other people do. Like getting to the Super Bowl is huge. Getting to the NFC Championship doesn't do it for me. Jason Jones of The Athletic is with us. What's up, Jay? Jay was funny this weekend.
Not much, man. I was chilling, chilling.
Jason Chappelle out here, but
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, when you're one of the top dogs, you expect this, man. That's just
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. What might you be referring to?
Jason, not only did he have the memes, he had the memes quick.
He like Twitter.
He had
like Twitter. Like, how you guys get this quick?
People send me this stuff. They send me this content. I don't know why, but they provide it to me.
He had Brock Purdy with a fresh plate of turnovers. I think he had Warriors fans sniffing a substance out of the beam on Friday night.
Yeah, that was Chris Rock. Yeah, that was Pookie.
Oh, Pookie. Oh man.
Pookie. He smoked the beam instead of lighting. Yeah, he lit the beam all right. He was on that stuff.
Beam always gonna get the best of you. Pookie couldn't escape the beam.
Couldn't escape.
Damn shame. Hey, we'll stick with football here for a minute before we get to the Kings, bro. Josh McDaniels needs to be fired, and I don't say that lightly. But like, the Raiders team has talent. That's a squad that has good players on it. Devontae Adams is a good player. Josh Jacobs is a good player. Max Crosby is a great player. They are failing at every turn, and that offensive performance that they had last night was grotesque.
I mean, it's beyond embarrassing at this point. I mean, is Jimmy Garoppolo Joe Montana? No, but he was never a turnover machine. Now he just – how do you miss, 2 games and you lead the league in interceptions? And at this point, in 2 seasons, Josh has had, 5 quarterbacks? I mean, you blanked Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
You got rid of him. The offense is actually way worse without Derek Carr. You gave Jarrett Stidham a couple of games. He had the one good game, and then you didn't keep him. Then you get your hand-picked. I mean, whenever a offensive coach gets his hand-picked guy, this is inexcusable. I mean, this is just unwatchable football. I mean, it's just bad. And I'd never liked the hire from the get-go. And this is just, they're not. It's just terrible.
So we all agree on that. We've all seen that for a little while. The question that everybody wants to know is, how does Mark Davis feel? I gotta believe, Mark, because what is this? This is Josh McDaniels' second year. Is he still playing Gruden?
I don't know. I don't even care.
Because I
think that was settled at a court.
Do you think? Okay. So I was going to say, do you think that kind of stuff factors in, that he doesn't want to have to pay 3 coaches, or in this case, he might have to pay 2 coaches because McDaniel's got 3 years left on the deal or something like that?
I forget how many years, but it's too many years. I mean, they had a team meeting on Saturday and came out and did that.
Wow.
Usually, I mean, it's like, I mean, my man Gibbs outgained their entire offense. I mean, they had the one drive where they ran the ball down the field and scored. So I said to myself, don't stop running, because that's what Josh McDaniels did all last year. Whenever something worked, he stopped doing it. Then somebody said, well, they were down. They weren't down by a lot the entire game. I mean, Detroit did all they could to keep them in it. They just knew no matter what they did. I mean, pick 6, it doesn't matter. They knew the Raiders weren't going to score more than, 10, 12 points on offense. I mean, how you have Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams and you can't get more than 1 touchdown in a game is beyond me.
And poor Devontae, I mean, He's over all this, looks like. But what's he gonna do? He's at least stuck here for the rest of this year.
Yeah, and like Josh Jacobs said, they said, "How do you fix it?" Then not my job to fix it. And the other issue I have with the situation is that the GM is Josh McDaniels' homie.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, this is just a bad setup on so many levels. It's just like you've got an owner who may or may not want to pay another coach, who's probably still busy celebrating the aces. You know, you've got a GM who's isn't it a college teammate or something.
Yep.
I mean, this is just terrible. I mean, you know, so they're lock in step with each other. So I kind of wonder, would Ziegler fire his friend?
Yeah.
You know,
well, the truth is, so they probably both need to go.
I agree. I completely agree. I mean, has the 7th overall pick in the NFL draft from this year played yet? I mean, I think he starts, but I don't, you know, we drafted an injured DN. And I think his only sack came with the Chicago when the quarterback ran out of bounds and he happened to be right there. I mean, they haven't hit on draft. I mean, I don't know what they've done right. I mean, I guess they traded for Devontae, but now they're wasting him.
Yep.
They haven't. I mean, what have they? You know, someone said, well, they signed Max Crosby to an extension. My son could have thought to do that. You don't get credit for doing that. I mean, this is just an outright disaster. I mean, I never thought I'd be like, man, I miss when Gruden was making decisions. God, this is just. I mean, I can't point to one thing. I mean, the offense clearly needs some speed. They draft a speed receiver who they don't even play. I mean, Hunter Renfrow now sucks. Like the kicker isn't good anymore.
Crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
I'll ask both of you guys, are you tearing this whole thing down? I know we talk about the coach and the GM, but I mean, are you getting whatever you can get for Max Crosby? Are you getting whatever you can get for Devontae Adams?
Depends.
Not today, but like draft day. Like, are you
this year?
Yeah.
No, I'm if I can dump Dave and Josh McDaniels, no, I'm not. No, absolutely not.
I'm not either.
Absolutely
not either.
It seems maybe it's just a product of Josh McDaniels. They seem so far away.
Yeah, I think it's Josh McDaniels to me.
Yeah. What a special
this isn't Marvin Bagley. Like this isn't a group of players that, you know, this isn't TT guys that, you know, Luke Walton might be stuck coaching. Like, these guys are good football players. And I feel like everything that we're seeing on the field right now is directly tied to Josh McDaniels.
They've got guys who were in the playoffs 2 years ago. You can't tell me that. I mean, in the NFL, if you can get some competent coaching, you can turn it around quickly. And they've got players. I mean, I just don't think that coach inspires any type of. I mean, I talk to guys who played in the league, coaches, agents. I can't find one person to defend Josh McDaniels. Like, even listening to the game last with Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman has something nice to say about everyone. Even Troy's going, I'm not trying to defend Josh, but he keeps saying that we're only one play away. Like, even Troy was like, come on. This offense is terrible, but we're one play away. If there's, you know, and it's always someone else's fault. If that guy didn't do this. I mean, how about running an offense where, you know, I don't know, maybe you get motion, maybe you use the whole field. I mean, maybe you work the middle of the field. Maybe it's not just, hey, Jimmy, drop back and throw the ball 40 yards. I mean, there's just so much wrong with them right now.
Two things on the coaching situation. Not a ton of clarity on it. John Gruden was owed $40 million. He did reach a settlement, a completely undisclosed settlement, because remember, he was fired with cause, which voids the final years of the contract. Firing with cause, you don't have to pay that person. He took the Raiders to court to fight that. They settled out of court for an amount completely undisclosed. Josh McDaniels, after this season, will have 2 years left on his deal, totaling $20 million.
This probably means he at least gets next year to drive everyone crazy.
Well, and so back to Kenny's question, if you go through with that, that's to me where you've lost out now on Max Crosby. You've lost out on Devontae Adams. You've lost out on all of these skilled players that you've had.
Asking
yeah. Devontae's gone by that point. You've lost out on everything. If you bring Josh McDaniels
this was a
back.
mistake from the start. This was a mistake from the start. And when Al Davis passed away, the reason why things I think kind of went in the right direction was because Mark had specific directions from his dad in terms of who to talk to. Here's how you go find a GM. And then after Reggie, he decided to try to placate the fans because he was moving. Let me go get John Gruden. That'll make him happy. And he's been. It's like you leave a kid to his own devices for too long. Like parent. It's just now I have no faith he's going to make the right decision no matter what.
You know what's crazy about this is I'm not as close to it as others, but I really wish Mark would get some help and like, because he doesn't seem like this bad guy. He seems like a reasonable guy who really does want the Raiders to win and like wants them to be one. But he's going about it the whole wrong way, and he doesn't, like you mentioned, his dad told him what to do when he was gone, but then now he's lost. Like he doesn't know how to get back to that point. He's trusting maybe the wrong people or going with his gut on some things, and it's wrong. And I don't know. I know a lot of people hate Al or Mark for leaving Oakland, and I completely understand that. I'd feel the same way about anybody if the Kings were to left or anything like that. But Mark did what he had to do for his franchise, and it sucks, but he did what he had to do.
Well, he had to do what he had to do for Jerry Jones.
That too.
That too. But what makes it so crazy is you got Mark Davis, who owns the best team in the WNBA, where he seemingly made all the right decisions, and everyone praises him as a first-class owner. And even with the Raiders, you don't hear players really dumping on Mark.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, people I've always talked to said that Mark's heart's in the right place. Mark doesn't necessarily know what he's doing all the time, and he doesn't have the maybe he said, okay, the Patriot way worked. Let me go get some Patriots, but Patriot way don't even work anymore. I mean, let's just call it what it was. It was the Tom Brady way.
Yeah, the Patriots aren't cooking.
No.
I want to try something.
He's beaten the Patriots twice, so I mean, we know he can beat them. But ain't saying much, but hey,
it's not. It is in fact not saying much at all. As we transition to the NBA, let's talk about the Sacramento Kings for a little bit. What do you think of De'Aaron Fox's performance pre-ankle sprain and post-ankle sprain on Sunday versus the Lakers?
It's De'Aaron. I mean, at this point, he's not even surprised. I don't expect him to ever miss a shot in the fourth quarter. It's just what he does now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always had that in him. So, and even with this injury, I know he's not going to play with tomorrow, but he's like one of those like superhero characters where I don't expect him to miss that much time. It's like every time he's supposed to be out a long time, you go, oh my God, it's going to be 3-4 weeks. Like 10 days later, he's on the court. So I mean, this is just what De'Aaron does now. I mean, death taxes, De'Aaron, getting 10, 12 points in the fourth quarter. I mean, if it's a close game, he's going to at least, keep you in it for sure.
Can we stay on this just for a second? Did you, when you covered a very young De'Aaron, you said this is just what he does now. He had this. Did you see this? Did you see this in him when you watched him practice? When you watched him in those countless meaningless games that he played, over the course of the very beginning of his career?
Yeah, I mean, he had moments even going to his rookie year where he hit a game-winning plays, those type of things. And so, I mean, a lot of times you can see it, and he was really young. And when I would talk to him, he would say, the toughest part for him was like, they want me to go tell Vince Carter what to do. That's Vince Carter. They want me to go tell that guy what to do. My first memories of him would be in the locker room. He's playing like Mario Kart, and I'm talking to him about Mario Kart, and he's making me feel ancient because I tell him I played it in college. He's like, yeah, my dad played that game too. I was like, thank you for, but he definitely had that kind of calmness about him the whole time. And I did some stories. I talked to John Calipari about him, people who grew up, who knew him. They all said, he doesn't get rattled. He's, smart, super smart. Everything you see now, he always had. They finally got him a roster to help him eventually. But, he's always had all this in him. He's always, always impressed with his intelligence about the game. A lot of times I would kind of gauge that. I talk to a player about what they see or what they do. And De'Aaron always had that from the jump. It's just that, he was a little kid, basically.
Yeah. I remember when I thought about the De'Aaron Fox draft pick and kind of what was looked at as a reset for the Sacramento Kings. I was like, all right, you got Fox. I love Fox. He's a leader. He's great. If you want to be a championship team, you got Fox in place. Now go get somebody that offensively and scoring-wise is better than De'Aaron Fox. I looked at him as a number 2, somebody who would score 19, 20 points a game, 7, 8 assists, and be the general out there. And then somebody like, I was thinking like Marvin Bagley when they drafted him, that'll be the guy that puts up 23 and 11 or something like that. And that's going to be your number 1. And I thought that's what you needed for the Kings to win. Clearly Bagley's not that. But what has also happened is I've definitely switched that up where I think De'Aaron Fox can be your best player and you be a championship caliber team. He needs different pieces around him like he kind of has now, and they're trying to put around him. But he can be a number 1. Do you feel the same way, Jay? Like he can be the best player on your team and you have championship aspirations.
I think you even saw in that postseason run last season, he was their best player. He was the best player on the team during the postseason last year. And when he was their best player, my kids just decided to show us.
There's a giant human being walking behind you, Jason. Be careful.
Yeah, so they have no respect for anything I'm doing. They just like, I'm going to walk in the room.
Who's that grown-ass man with Jason?
So Jason's at that stage of fatherhood where his kids just don't respect him anymore.
They're just like, I told them, I got something to do. They're like, okay, whatever. Give us food. So, yeah, but as I was saying, he has to be their best player, I think, because he can, especially in today's NBA, your best player has to be able to create and get his own shot. And I don't think Sabonis. I like Sabonis as a player, but he's not the same type of guy where De'Aaron can get his shot from anywhere. Yeah. And when that 3 is falling, really, how can you really defend him? You really can't. So I think he has to be I think for them to be good, it's not really about De'Aaron. It's about the guys around him elevate, bringing their game up to try to match him. Because I don't even worry about De'Aaron. I think, like I said, when I saw that playoff series, I loved what I saw from De'Aaron. I mean, he's going against, a Hall of Fame backcourt. He didn't blink.
Now they're going to have to play without him, at least tomorrow.
At least for a little bit.
Yeah, at least tomorrow, maybe potentially the weekend, maybe further. We're not really sure. The only thing the Kings gave us, as you said a minute ago, Jason, he won't play tomorrow versus the Golden State Warriors, which creates a big opportunity, obviously, for Davion Mitchell, who will slide into that starting spot. Mike Brown confirmed today that Kobe Jones will get some run, but it feels like this one, finding a way to beat the Golden State Warriors, which is something they have not done lately. It's going to take not just what Davion can do on the offensive end, but more importantly, what Davion can do on the defensive end. And then, to me, tomorrow's game might boil down to like Herder, all of those guys, Malik Monk. Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis feel like the perfect 2 teammates for De'Aaron Fox and the perfect 2 guys who kind of understand what this team is like when he's not around or what they need to do when he's not around.
Yeah, but I still think it comes down to, is someone going to at least wave at Steph?
I think that's where Davion comes into play.
Yeah. Are you just going to let this man take your lunch money every time we've got 91 points in his last 2.
He scored 41 yesterday too. So it's not, don't feel bad, Kings fans, because it's not just us. Like
what was he like 14 and 19 the other night against the
ridiculous.
This is, like I said, this is Davion's time to earn that next big contract. Like, hey, we've seen guys get paid because they can, be disruptive defensively. I'm not calling Davion Patrick Beverly, but Patrick Beverly is still in this league because he's a disruptor. So and you're not going to, without De'Aaron, you can't expect Davion or anyone to, to score like De'Aaron, but you can at least make it tough on Steph, I guess these last couple of games, Steph has just had it way too easy. It's just been way too easy for him. I mean, for a guard to go 14 and 19, I mean, maybe it's an anomaly, but yeah, Steph is Steph. You got to do what you got to do to try to do something. I would love to see the Kings force someone else to beat them. Make Chris Paul score 30. I don't know what you do, but you can't let Steph just keep doing this to you. Steph, you just can't let Steph walk in and get 40 whenever he feels like it on you.
Or 50. 14 of 19, 7 of 10 from 3.
That's just crazy. That's crazy. And it's, Jason, you said it perfectly. I mean, those guys are good ball players too. They're NBA players. In some cases, they're Hall of Famers. They're going to have to score 35. Like, I can't just sit back and let Steph go one-on-one. I got to get the ball out of his hands any opportunity I have to do it. And if Wiggins has 35, Clay has 30 that night, you got to kind of tip your hat. But the way you're going about it right now, at the very least, not mixing up the looks. Like, maybe in the second half, it's all traps. Or in the second quarter, it's all traps. Maybe in the third quarter, it's one-on-one. But, like, give him something to think about. He ain't got nothing to think about right now.
Yeah, like I said, make him, just got to do, I think what hurt them also last week was you can't get stomped during the non-Steph minutes too.
That was a killer.
I mean, you can't lose those minutes big too. I mean, I know Chris helps them a lot with that, but still, I mean, this is still Steph's team. I mean, you've got to do something. I mean, what he did to Dylan Brooks the other day was just criminal. Had that man jumping all through Houston. He went from the fifth ward to the third. He just jumped all over the place.
Jump up, and get down.
It's just crazy to me, too. Think about it. What is Steph, 35, 36?
Yeah.
When we were growing up, guys this age weren't doing this.
Yep.
But then again, but hey, the game evolves. We still have people who believe that, hey, their era was this is ridiculous. He's not supposed to be still doing this.
Mm-hmm. No. That's why he should retire.
I agree.
Effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with that. I mean, I think he'd get a great send off. Use the All-Star game to wish him goodbye. Thank you for all you gave.
No All-Star. Retire now, today, before tomorrow's game.
Yeah, and then at the All-Star game, we could dedicate the game to him.
Well, he could have the Magic Johnson moment where he comes back after.
Yeah, you bring him back. He'll still get voted in, and we give him. Steph, you already got the record for threes made. We've seen enough. Steph, you're not helping any of us by continuing to play and do this. We should have like a list of guys who should retire right now because we're tired of this.
29 fan bases would be so excited if Steph Curry retired.
You have teams sending him gifts.
Oh, everyone.
I'd do a Pat Riley and retire his number. Just here. You're up in the rafters of the Golden One. Just go.
I'll make you a deal. Retire now, and we'll put your number up at the Golden One.
have a 30 hanging up there. Like, you got to do something. Yeah, that guy. I mean, some of the old guys, him, Bron, these guys are 35, whatever, just doing stuff that we've never seen before.
Bron sorry, go ahead.
No, we talk about LeBron watching the game on Sunday. I was talking about, I was like, he just kind of, looks like he's coasting, like kind of taking the night off or whatever. I realized he played 39 minutes in that game.
Yeah. I think he played the whole fourth quarter.
Bron.
Yeah.
Again, it's like the second time he's done that this year. He did it against Phoenix. He 2 times he's tried to win the game by himself. Phoenix, he did. Sacramento, he fell just short of doing it.
What's going to happen. They could say LeBron's going to play 28 minutes, and then LeBron's going to look at Darvin Ham, and Darvin say, "You want to play? Okay." I watched the game last night. He sat a good chunk of the fourth against Orlando, and then when it was time, like, okay, do what you got to do. But we all know LeBron. We're gonna have LeBron. He'll coast a little bit. Then around January, he'll send some cryptic tweet.
Well,
like some poor Laker will get traded as a result of this tweet.
Austin better start playing well.
Yeah, and that all of a sudden, like D'Angelo Russell everyone will blame him, like that tweet about D'Lo, and then all of a sudden he'll either play really well or he'll end up like in Minnesota again or something crazy. We've seen the script with LeBron.
Yeah, we've seen it.
LeBron goes and say, "Hey man, you got to play better, but keep that on the D'Lo."
No, come on, man.
Oh, wait a minute. D'Angelo, he's going.
He's just going. Yeah, he's just gonna. Like, remember when it was Kevin Love and Kevin Love? Like, I was an all-star this year. They're like, Kevin, it's your fault.
Kevin Love was the stop trying to the fit in tweet. Like that was the Kevin Love tweet. It was something about fitting in.
Yeah, so yeah,
fitting out or something weird.
Some parts of the script you know what's going to happen, and like the other part of the script is when when James Harden disappears in the second round of the playoffs. We all know how this thing ends.
We know that's happening.
You know, we all know what's going to happen. James,
But,
you know,
this time it might not affect the team because they won't be relying on James Harden in the playoffs. They'll have enough. They're just trying to get there with a good seed. That's James's job this year.
Well, you're also banking on the other two guys not being hurt.
Well, that's why they're always hurt because they got to try and get there. They can't do it.
Play half the season.
No, minor details.
Why
But
are they hurt when they play 40 games?
James, you do the heavy lifting in the regular season.
My bad, people.
Do the heavy lifting in the regular season, and then Kawhi and Paul George will take over in the playoffs when you routinely just fall down without anybody doing anything to you.
You know, but I look at that team too. You got two, you got playoff P, who I don't remember the last time he dominated the playoffs. I mean,
Don't say it like that.
I mean, I'm saying he gave himself that nickname.
Yeah, he did. Let him have it. He took the Clippers to the Western Conference Finals.
Okay, so
I think he gave himself that nickname like 3 years before that, though.
he was like, I'm playoff P in the whole league.
And it was
he had a bad series against Utah, but
and it was really bad because they had the Gatorade buzzer beater commercial out at the same time. And then some smartass did some research and realized that Paul George had never hit a buzzer beater before. He was like 0 of 18 in his career. And it was like,
Paul,
come on, man.
Hey, you got to do the
Paul
research
George.
like that, man.
I mean, Paul, they always pulling the receipts on Paul George. Remember, Paul George was like, I was never a Laker fan growing up, but then they pulled all these receipts of Paul George being a Laker fan. I mean, poor Paul. I mean, but that's kind of the Clipper way. I mean, they would be a bunch of guys who were kind of like that. You know, then Kawhi will be Kawhi, but yeah, this is like James's like 8th team, like in the last 9 months. What is it now?
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
I mean, and he keeps ending up with Russ, which is to me the funnier part. Like no matter what, he finds Russ again.
Yeah, used to be homies, not so much anymore.
Yeah, now he found Russ again, and yeah, that's.
He may make his debut this Wednesday. Clippers at Lakers.
Yeah, or he may be at a gentleman's club, eating.
Oh, he might be there too.
We don't know. It's like it could be great that James is at home, or it could be really bad that James is at home.
See James at Stars.
James is like, I'm back, y'all. I'm
back.
James's list of teams to go to were based on, the gentlemen's clubs in the city. It wasn't about winning. It's like, okay, where can I get these, spin these ones?
LeBron's tweet, by the way, was stop trying to find a way to fit out, all caps, and just fit in, all caps.
Bro, why you do that?
Be something special. Just my thoughts.
That'll be the D'Angelo Russell tweet. That will definitely be the D'Angelo Russell tweet.
Right.
That will definitely be aimed right at poor D'Angelo. D'Angelo, like, I had 28 the other night. He's like, so what?
No, he's gonna say just randomly. Just because you had 28 doesn't mean you have to have 28 every night. Just my thoughts.
It'll just be some, and like he'll like completely avoid any. Like he'll be like, AD's doing his job. Ruby's working hard. Vando was back. Gabe Vincent is giving us great. He'll like name everyone. He'll get to the equipment guy. He'll be like, Rob Pelinka's trying to make us better. And then like D'Angelo's like, what about me? They're like, shut up.
And then someone will realize that Kawhi Leonard had like 3 straight games with 18 points and 10 assists.
Oh, you mean Kyrie?
Kyrie.
Yeah.
Kyrie.
That's
he'll like post a picture of him and Kyrie from like 2016. Talked about
brothers for life.
He'll post a gif of them doing their 25-minute handshake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll like when they go to Dallas, he'll just like give a media session impromptu at shoot around and like spend 20 minutes about how great.
I love Kyrie.
That's like they tried to say that LeBron. Remember that game in Cleveland where he hit he blocked Jimmy Butler and hit like a game winner where he caught like the ball, a half court heave, caught it, turned around and hit it. It was like a regular season game, but it was like a day or two before the trade deadline. And he makes a shot and he goes to celebrate and he bypasses Isaiah Thomas and a couple.
I remember that. Yeah.
And he went to Seti Osman and they're like, he knew. He knew.
He's like ran. It's like, I was like,
he's like, you ain't gonna be in my career highlight.
He's like, you won't be here. That's like LeBron. You won't be here tomorrow. And I've heard guys talk about the pressure it is to play with LeBron. Because nothing is, whenever you win, you'll get no credit. But when you lose, it's going to be all your fault. It don't matter if you're the number 2 guy all the way down to the end of the bench. It's like, if you're not winning, why aren't you doing more to help LeBron? Wow. You ungrateful player.
Well, nothing. And with all that being said, nothing humanizes LeBron James more than his family making fun of him. That's when they bring it all back.
That was funny. Savannah's was actually the best. The Savannah back pedal, I was really worried she was going to hit like the cobblestone, but that back pedal she did was hilarious.
The kids have him down. The kids have him down. They treat him like
my hips.
Yeah, the kids have no respect. My kids don't care about his kids have no respect for him. They're like, whatever. Nothing makes you know.
Like, why you always do that?
Yeah. All you need is one of the kids to have a book on page 2.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Jason Jones of The Athletic. I'll say this with Jason on the air. I think he'll dig this. We probably won't promote this too much because of the amount of things that could go wrong in the next 2 days. But we do have official confirmation. Victoria Monet is going to join us in studio on this show.
Let's go
on Thursday.
Sacramento. She coming home right here on D-Lo and
my
KC.
kids have to watch themselves that day. I might just have to somehow, the kid may not. Dad, are you picking me up from school? No,
not till you start showing me some respect.
No, I'm
on the way to get home.
Dad is on assignment today. Dad is busy. I'll see you guys whenever I see you.
So yeah, that's obviously we'll be using that interview for multiple radio stations, but the timeline works with D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. So that's coming up on Thursday. Jay, we appreciate you as always. I guess we'll see you Thursday.
You very well might see me Thursday. So y'all take care.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, my guy.
All right.
Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. Victoria Monet coming through. It's her Jaguar tour comes to a conclusion Thursday night at Hard Rock.
An absolute star.
Huge star.
Wow. Sacramento, stand up.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be a fun day, and that's the beauty of D-Lo and KC hosting 2 shows. If they can't make it during one time, but they can make it during the other,
we'll make it happen.
Guess what? If De'Aaron Fox showed up at 5:00, he'd be on KSFM, and we'll find a way to get it over to ESPN when it's time. This time, Victoria Monet couldn't get here earlier in the morning for us to record it, so it's like, hey, we'll talk about the Kings for an hour and a half till you get here, and then we'll talk to Victoria Monet coming up on Thursday.
So deep in his bag like a grandma with a peppermint.
Hey, Mark Jones would love that line. We're headed out to the World Series. Cap, you're headed out to the World Series. We're headed over to 102.5. We'd love for you to join us. We got some tickets to give away. Hit the thumbs up on whatever platform you're listening on. Thumbs up or heart button. Both work just the same. And tap back in tomorrow as we get ready for Kings Warriors on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Colorado.
Oh,
so
man.
In my bag like a grandma with a peppermint.
So that's Thursday. Complex is out. We're recording. I'll see if we can get the conversation. I should be able to edit it to get it onto in place of Corners and Casey's Friday.
Thursday?
On Friday.
On Friday.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to edit it quick enough for Thursday.
That's what I was saying, like Thursday.
I think I'll be able to do it for Friday, though. Well, when she comes in, I'll have to figure out like what we put over on KSFM, and then maybe we just break it down into 2 small parts, and we could put the whole interview on the podcast feed. But I think I'd rather do it Friday because Thursday, I'd rather do Corners and KC's Corner and have that like done, and then we just we could do it I appreciate it. We're going to shut down. We're going to go to work on the other station.
Sirens, Central Michigan AD. Looking in the photos.
Oh, boy, man. Resembling Michigan staffer. Oh, boy.
That's one of the craziest stories.
Oh, boy. It keeps getting better. Pretty soon you're going to find out, like, Harbaugh, like, hired, like.
Now, this is crazy. I thought he was just, like, in the stands, stealing signs. Like, who cares? Guy was on the sideline.
Let's keep going, bro. We're going to tie John Harbaugh into this. Like, this whole thing is going to be massive.
Yeah. This guy was on the sidelines. You can't do that.
Lamar Jackson is actually a spy for his coach's brother.
Yeah, you can't do that. Can't do that.
John's going to be watching Ohio State next week.
National championship is legitimate, though.
Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say.
Do nothing. What did he do? That guy got in trouble, not Jim.
He's overseeing a dirty program.
Yeah, we don't. He got rid of that guy. He said, "I don't do that stuff. Get him out of here."
Okay.
I ain't got nothing to do with this guy.
That's what Urban Meyer did with the old, was it the sexual assaulter guy? Domestic violence guy?
Urban has a track record.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, Harbaugh's clean.
When have you heard anything from Jim? Stanford, clean program. University of San Diego, clean program. University of Michigan,
San Francisco 49ers.
Until this bad apple got in here.
Oh, he's one of those. Bad apple.
Bad apple.
Oh, it's a cop. All right. Here's them bad apples ruin everything. Damn. All right. Well, hate to see it. Especially since the show's over. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. We love y'all.
Be better tomorrow.